calling in. So they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to safe haven. Detecting 12, cycle check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2-1 started, get shot.
Officer still stands for talk. No. Offender in custody. Thanks. Anyone else close by just let me know. 10-5, Officer still stands for talk. No. Offender in custody. Thanks. Anyone else close by just let me know.
33, can you let us supervisor know that I have a case report with an arrest attached?
'This is the EvilleCJ Media and Investigations Network, the realest reporting of all media sources. Like, comment, subscribe, and share this out to your socials and friends. Good morning. Good morning, bright and early. I don't know about bright, but definitely early. I'm not feeling so bright right now, but thank you all for joining. Appreciate you very much as we get into our day 12, day 11 recap. We're going to be taking some StreamYard live calls today, maybe one or two this morning before we get into that live trial, and maybe some more during the breaks. But if you'd like to be a reporter on the network team, just send an inquiry to EvilleCJ at proton.me. Also, you can help the network mark the media algorithm. Hit the like, subscribe, and share this out to your socials. Members get access to all raw HD footage, boots on the ground, boats on the water, reporting live on scene. To become a member, tap link in the description or just type !member in chat and a link will drop for you. And if you'd like to directly support the production, you can choose to do so through Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. And then again, all you have to do is type !PayPal, !Cash App, or !Venmo to do that as well. And let's go ahead and bring us up here on panel. What's up, Rosie? Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. Good morning, Miriam. Thank you for hopping in. I need some coffee. I haven't even had a sip yet.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Yeah, let us know if she needs to. StreamYard was kind of being buggy again.
Yeah, it's not
Yes.
showing me that it's registering again, so I'm
Oh,
just
really?
checking. Yeah.
Okay. It registers for me. I can see it on my end on StreamYard, so I think you'll be okay. Just do us a favor if you're watching. Just let us know how her audio is compared to me. We're still trying to work out the bugs on that. And plus, StreamYard decided to reset a whole bunch of things today
Oh my
on the
gosh.
stream, so we apologize in advance if there's any technical problems, but I think we're going to be okay for the most part today. Now, I want to ask you, and I'm going to ask the chat this very often today. Miriam says it sounds good. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you.
I want to ask you this. I want to ask you a couple questions, Rosie, before we get into it. There's a lot of discussion, and we're going to get into a video from MK True Crime discussing this a little bit. And it was a conversation that was discussed yesterday. It's been a conversation that's been discussed for a couple days, and I want to hear what you think. Do you think that the jury will feel that Lindsay Clancy suffered enough because of her injuries when it comes to committing this crime? Do you think the jury's going to feel sorry for her because of her injuries, and do you think that'll play a role in her punishment?
I don't think so. I think, I mean, it's difficult to say, but for the most part, I don't think that they're going to factor that in. I think that, especially if there's, a mental health component to the findings, then I think that it's probably going to be that she's institutionalized or something like that for her own good. I don't think that they're going to factor in everything that she's already gone through, especially with the fact that it is self-inflicted. I don't think that it weighs up against the crime.
Do you think it'll end in a hung jury?
It might. That is a concern of mine. I do think that like with a lot of the cases that I've watched, I think that there's a higher possibility for it with this one. Let me put it that way, just because
Yeah.
of the complexity.
Yeah, I agree. It's something I never really thought about until yesterday. And yeah, I mean, we see it. We see it with the comments. We see it with the chatter. We see it being a conversation, and we see the conversations taking place regarding this case. And there's a lot of difference of opinion. There really is. On all fronts, whether it's a difference of opinion with Lindsay, a difference of opinion with the prosecution, the defense. There's a lot of. It's not really one-sided. I mean, like just these polls that we do each day, and the
Yeah.
different polls that we do each day, 90% of them are really like balanced out through different answers. And so you can see it in every aspect. There's a huge difference of opinion. And so, really, like, we are all potential jurors, and so when we're sitting here and we're thinking about it ourselves and we're letting people know, you're almost seeing what a jury, because we all are potential jurors. So you're seeing what a potential jury would be voting on, and you're seeing it in all these different areas. And it is a difference of opinion. It is a pretty big difference of opinion. And so I can only imagine that the jury room as well, would have a huge difference of opinion when it comes to her guilt, her sentence, her punishment. And so, I do agree with you about the jury not feeling sorry for her because of her injuries. Because look, it's like I said yesterday, these kids, I mean, just think of the youngest one, The older two passed away just minutes after she wrapped out that exercise band around their neck, but the youngest child still survived for a few days and was still trying to hang on. And, you want to talk about suffering.
Yeah.
I don't think she suffered enough, honestly. So I tend to agree with you on the jury not really putting that into account. So let me know what you guys think. What's up, Kib Kitty? Let me know what you guys think in chat. Do you think that she suffered enough for her crimes, And also, do you think the trial will end in a hung jury? I don't know. I honestly think it's going to end up, again, you look at the difference of opinion that's out there. I honestly think that it has more of a percentage of it ending in a hung jury than ending in guilt or innocence. And that sucks. That sucks. And then also another question when it pertains to about her suffering enough because of her injuries. Another question then extended from that is, do you think it was a serious attempt to take her own life? And I don't think so. I really agree with what the prosecution's saying. Not that, like, they kind of like made a little fib yesterday, like, we're not, not yesterday, the day before, when it came to Reddington presenting the judge with an audio recording of The prosecution with the hot mic shut her up. They were like, we're not saying it's not a serious attempt. We're just saying that she didn't take the methods that would need to be used in order to achieve the goal. So, I mean, they're really saying it wasn't a serious attempt.
Yeah.
And I honestly, forget their wordplay, forget their fumbaloos. I agree with it. It's what I've been saying. If you're gonna try and cut yourself to achieve that goal, well, then you would have cuts that at least would need stitches. Okay, you're only talking a few layers of skin with stitches. You would need stitches at least, right? And then also, if you're really trying to achieve that goal by jumping out of a window, that you're basically just going to end up with broken bones, So that's why I'm like, was it a serious attempt to take her own life? I honestly think if it was a legitimate attempt, while her husband went to go get food, she would have been laying in a pool of blood from the knives. So, I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. Do you think that it was a serious attempt to take her own life, Rosie, or where are you at on that? Considering everything that we've heard so far through today, day 12.
So there's a couple of things that bother me in this aspect. Firstly, no, I don't feel that it was a genuine attempt either, just for all the same reasons that you say.
Right.
And if it was that she was just too foggy or something like that, then I don't think she would have been successful in what she did to the kids. It's not like
It's a great point.
all the way, it's not like she was good at it and then she got, her planning skills just fell apart at the end. Another thing that I really bothers me is that when she woke up, and I don't think she was exactly talking, but she was communicating. I think she was writing stuff, and she was asking questions like, is my body broken, or are my legs straight? Stuff like that. That I found that strange, because I just can't imagine. And look, I'm putting myself into that position, which is probably not necessarily fair, but I can't imagine thinking about myself and my future and how I'm going to function with I just wouldn't care, because I would know what else I did. So that's something that really bothers me when it comes to the attempt that she made on herself. That's something that when we get to that, I agree with the state.
So what about the medication? Let me ask you this. Because obviously this was planned. It was premeditated. Hello, she sent her husband to go get some frickin' food to do this crime. Okay, premeditated. How long do you think she planned this for, Rosie? Do you think it was just for the split moment that night? I'm gonna go ask it, like hours or minutes, or do you think this was planned out for days? Do you think it was planned out for months? Do you think it was planned out for over a year? Because there's a lot of questions about the medication, if she was taking the medication properly, if she really was trying to seek help. A lot of questions about that too. That's why there's such a difference of opinion. How long do you think she planned this out for? And do you think the medication fiasco was part of that?
Yeah, so I think that because of the medication and the fact that it was chopping and changing and it was so erratic, and she was probably like moving between medications, going through withdrawals from the one, experiencing side effects from the next one before she's even finished this one. I think that she was probably in and out of the planning of it. So she would have moments where she was, she was going through certain chemical changes and she was experiencing medication in a particular way. She might have been extremely angry and frustrated at that point, and it occurred to her, but then it might have, left her mind and come back just because of the medication fluctuating so much. I think that her planning of the crime probably fluctuated with it or in a similar way, so it was back and forth, but it escalated until the point that she decided to actually go through with it. But it was something that had been on her mind, maybe in and out of it. I don't think that she like sat down and made a plan and researched it continuously for any any period of time. I think that it probably like came about in her mind. She thought about it, she put it out of her mind, came back, then she was like, okay, well, if I did that, how would I do it? So I feel like she must have been in and out of it.
Well, kind of like maybe she, whenever the voice, because we know through the testimony, through some of the medical professionals, we know that it was in and out. So do you mean like, because the husband would be like, 1 minute she was playing with the kids and the next minute, the roller coaster. Do you think it was that like, I guess almost like a split personality? Does that make sense? Like she was one person when she was mentally showing signs of being okay, and then when the mental signs of her illness, then it was almost like another personality, somebody that had this goal to achieve, but as they're floating in and out of different personalities, that's when, kind of like what you're saying, like from time to time there'd be like this planning phase, but then it would kind of go away, come back, go away, come back. Maybe like a split personality or something
So
from the medication. I mean,
I don't think that it would be as black and white as a split personality. I think that there would be a lot of grays where there's just different degrees of slipping in and out of it, particularly, with the medication and the medication wearing off. I mean, some of those that she was on, I know, have like a 6-hour effect, and there's others that are like 24 hours. So I think that there was a lot of overlap in her thinking about it. A split personality, I think, is a little bit more like that's just two versions of her. I don't think it was even that simple. I think that it was much more blurry for her, and it probably escalated into, the more she became comfortable with the idea of it popping into her mind that she was going to do that, then she kind of gravitated more towards that idea, if that makes sense. I don't know. I guess kind of like split personalities, like lots of them. Yeah.
Well, do you think that telehealth is, because I think this trial, this case might change some things in the future when it comes to telehealth. And do you think that the telehealth approach, I'm not saying it don't help, because it can help. What I'm going to ask is it appropriate to treat psychiatric severely ill patients? Should it be okay from this point on? Because listen, we saw the recklessness of what was taking place right here with the medication, you know what I'm saying? The roulette, the roller coaster, all of it when it comes to this medication. We've heard Dr. Joseph overly medicated, desensitized from the first couple medications, which is why none of the other ones worked. Dr. Joseph seems to think it's all medical malpractice. But we have to be careful here. We're seeing these people prescribe and, do all these things, and they're not even really seeing their patients. I know, and it does help. But at the same time, when it gets to a certain level, severely ill patients, should telehealth be the method to be used or encouraged, or or even like said, look, you need to go seek some help in person, some kind of regulation, guidelines, something. Do you think that we should move forward as a society treating the severely ill patients through telehealth? I think it's a dangerous game myself. What do you think?
So I think that there is probably a time and a place for it. So my opinion is that it's very good for follow-up appointments. I don't think that anybody should be diagnosed on a telehealth appointment, and I don't think that anybody's first appointment should be telehealth. I think it should be for check-ins to see how things are going after you've met the patient. I don't think it's necessary to just keep going to the doctor's office. I get that that's like, it's tedious, but I don't think that the initial appointment nor the appointment where the doctor makes a diagnosis should be telehealth. And if the doctor decides they're going to change medication, then maybe they should check in person a little more. But like I say, for follow-ups, I think it's fine. You're going to check in. It's like, it's going okay, it's not going okay, let's tweak it a little bit. That I think is fine, but
100.
definitely not diagnosing somebody on there.
Right. And perfect point, Rosie. There should be an initial appointment in person. Use it for follow-ups 100%. Because I don't know if the medical system doesn't change or adjust whatever they're doing, this is going to happen again. And there was 3 children taken in this one. Hopefully they make some changes with it. I don't know how the pay structure works, how they get paid, how much they get paid when it comes to the telehealth versus the in-person. I don't know how the economics work with the hospitals like that. And I would imagine it brings in money somehow. I would just hate to see the medical system not even blink an eye because of the money that it potentially brings in. I hope they really make some changes for the better of all patients, because that's why they do their work. That's what it's for. So hopefully they put that over the economics. Wasn't telehealth available? Yeah, that's when it really started. Was from the COVID, because nobody could go in person, and we've seen a lot of positive things. Schools, since COVID, they started doing the remote learning and things like that. Like, so then when there's stuff that happens, kids aren't closed out of the schools and can't do their work. And so there's a lot of benefits that have come because we had to change how we lived during the COVID era. And I think it's a great tool, like I said, because sometimes people have to travel hours just to go see a specialist. And just think of what that does to a patient that is hurting or has some kind of negative effect from some kind of illness, and that travel is too much. There's a lot of great benefits But I totally agree with you, Rosie. The first visit in person, use it for follow-ups. With what happened with Lindsay Clancy, uh, it should never happen again, and I hope it don't, and I hope that they do make the changes, because that is the most responsible way to go about it. You know, you don't have to show up every time. We just need to see you the first time, and then if we're going to sit here and, you know, prescribe things, you know, we can talk about medications over telehealth and such like that. But yeah, we got to see you in person. We definitely got to see you in person. So as a jury member today, we're going to be doing a little bit of a day 11 recap here for a few minutes. We'll take a call here. We'll sneak one in before we get to the live trial today, day 12. As we get into day 12, Rosie, if you were sitting on the jury seat today and you were back in the room and you had to vote guilty, criminal, guilt by insanity, innocent, or you can't decide, what would you vote this morning? If you had to vote today, what would you vote?
I'm still, I mean, it's somewhere
jury?
between undecided and, you know, guilty by insanity. I'm definitely not on the side of guilty or innocent.
So you got to give me an answer, Rosie. Is it
okay? Undecided. I'm still undecided.
Hung jury. I honestly think that is the highest possibility of what's going to happen today in the trial, honestly. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video from MK True Crime. And this is discussing the sympathy for Lindsay Clancy. And they're saying the defense is convincing the jury to have sympathy for Lindsay. I don't know. I've been and hella shout out to the defense lawyer, Reddington. That dude is the shit. If I needed a lawyer for anything, damn, that dude is good as hell, man. I would definitely want him on my team. I'm curious how much he's getting paid for this. How much is this dude worth? You know, it's got to be big bucks. It's got to be big bucks. I don't know, Rosie. I don't. It never stuck out into my head. That he was trying to convince the jury to feel sorry for her because of her injuries. Did you notice that at all during these 11 days of trial? There's not been one point in my mind where I sat back and I went, whoa, I think he's trying to make the jury feel sorry for her. Did you get that at all?
Not throughout the trial, but in opening statements, yes. I definitely thought that's what he was trying to do.
In opening statements, okay. Maybe that's what they're talking about.
Maybe.
What do you recall? What in the opening statements made you feel that way? That it was a serious attempt, like.
Well, I think I can't remember like exactly how it was put, but I think he pretty much said that she's got this lifelong condition and injury, and that, you know, that's enough suffering for what she's been through with all of the medical issues and mistreatment. So I think he pretty much said that, if I'm remembering correctly, which I might not be, but I think he did.
I think he did in the initial when he was saying that it was a serious attempt. Because I remember we sat back and we're like, why is he stressing so much about it being a serious attempt?
Yeah.
Like, what do we do? All right, so we're going to check out this video. We're going to see what they're talking about. This is the Lindsay Clancy Day 11 recap. We'll take your live call here before the stream's going. Ever been on a jury, Rosie? I haven't, and I've always wanted to. The people that don't want to don't get to end up on one, and the people that do, or
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the people that do don't. I've been waiting my whole life to be on a jury for something, and I've never gotten the chance, man. I
Well-
take that so serious too. For sure.
Well, I would definitely want to, but I don't come from a country where we have a jury. Every trial here is a bench trial.
A bench trial.
So you kind of the same way Mackenzie Shirley's case was, where it was before the judge and the judge made the decision. Here in South Africa, it's the same for all cases. There's no jury. That was abolished, but the judge can get, I think, 2 other judges, and then they can kind of consult on it. But there's no system with a jury at all.
Wow. So and it's always been that way?
No, I can't remember when the system was abolished or changed, but it's been a very long time.
So do you think, since you experience both, what do you think is more effective? The way that
I don't think that there's anything wrong with the way that my country does it in an ideal system. But the legal system in South Africa is pretty good, where where the appeal process works, and so if there were a judge who was biased, it could be caught. So I think that it is a good way of doing it, especially if the arguments and stuff get very technical. I think the bench trial way is pretty good.
Yeah, there's a lot of shiesty. It's more of a political. The prosecution. That's why there's so many plea deals. It's more of a political chess match with our court systems than anything. That's why so much bullshit happens.
Right.
Yeah.
It is very different. There isn't that kind of thing of appealing to the jury or trying to think about how the jury is going to perceive stuff. It doesn't really work that way. It kind of works more technically, which I know there's pros and cons to both. The jury system's not something I'm very used to, but it does eliminate that kind of, I guess,
one-sided mind
yeah,
decision where it's up to the peers.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's benefits and negatives on each side, regardless. So, all right, we're gonna check out this one real quick. This is defense convincing the jury to have sympathy for Lindsay Clancy. Let me know in chat, do you think the jury will feel Lindsay Clancy suffered enough for the crimes when it comes to her punishment?
It's just now come out that the woman who, Dr. Tufts, who was principally responsible for treating the defendant here, Lindsay Clancy, that Dr. Jennifer Tufts has, an absence of expertise or at least experience behind her. She had only completed.
I do have to pause that for a second. I don't know if Megan Kelly watched Jennifer Tufts in what we were showing yesterday. I know it doesn't say that, but I'm telling you what I meant. He's like, it doesn't say that on this paper. You didn't understand what I was trying to say. That was some crazy shit, man. So I don't know when Megan Kelly, because she started off talking about Jennifer Tufts' expertise. We'll see. But we saw that fizzle out yesterday and the day before. Ouch.
Her 4-year residency at Boston Medical School in 2022. These crimes occurred in January of 2023. She started working as a practicing psychiatrist and got her individual DEA license to prescribe medications in August of 2022. Again, these children would be killed in January of 2023. It was only 1 month later, in September, on the 15th to be exact, that she had her first appointment with Lindsay Clancy. She admitted that she never worked with a patient suffering from postpartum psychosis. The defense attorney Reddington noted that she advertised herself as a specialist in postpartum mental health. He suggested that she had misrepresented her experience when she only had a month under her belt. Dr. Tufts conceded that the different medical providers did not communicate with each other, and at no point did she ask Lindsay Clancy to sign a release form so that she could access Lindsay's medical records and speak to her other doctors to get the full.
So she didn't even care to access it, you know?
Yeah, I remember that. That was one of the worst parts where Reddington was just, he was doing what he does.
Yeah, he tore her up. He definitely tore her up.
Picture of just how sick this woman was. If you look at the list of, medicines that they had this Lindsay Clancy on, I mean, we'll be here all day. It's just it's incredible the number of things she was on. Just a couple of, to name just a couple, and I won't list the names because they're too complicated and foreign sounding, but antidepressant, one for anxiety, one to treat seizures and panic disorder, Valium, which is to treat anxiety and seizures and muscle spasms or other things, Prozac, another one to treat allergic reactions and anxiety, another one anti-epileptic and mood stabilizer, one to treat bipolar disorder, one to treat anxiety, one to treat depression, one to treat bipolar disorder, Zoloft, which is an SSRI, another one, which is an SSRI, a sedative to address. I mean, it's incredible the number of medicines that had been prescribed for her. Here is the husband, Patrick Clancy, on the stand with a little bit of something for both sides here. SOT 5.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah. She described thoughts of hurting the kids or them having some sort of ailment.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct. And she described it as really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times. I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was. So.
Dave Ehrenberg, how do you see it?
Well, it's important for the defense, Megan, to show that it's not, it is typical in cases of postpartum psychosis that people will act normally sometimes. They'll go out and make lunch. They'll be normal. They can hide that. And so when you send someone out to do errands, it's not necessarily premeditation. It's just that you can be normal. And that's what the defense is saying. And also...
Well, okay, I'm going to pause that for a second because I have a difference of opinion. I honestly, I wanted 100% think that it was premeditated. If you're like, hey, hubby, go get me some Wendy's. And then let's think about it. You go to the drive-thru. What are you typically going to spend? Maybe a half an hour driving to go to the restaurant, drive-through line, the drive to get back to the house, half an hour on average. Could be less, could be more, depending. On average, half an hour.
Yeah.
This is not something that you could take your time. he's just going to get French fries and a burger. Like, you need to hurry up.
Yeah, and I think that it's also very significant that that specific restaurant was not one where they usually got their takeout. They had been there as a family about twice, or I think maybe a maximum of 3 times, but it was dine-in, and that's what she wanted. So it was unusual, which I think is part of the planning for that. I mean, things seem to have been timed out.
Okay. Well, if you're ordering to go get it picked up, well, then it'll be ready in about 45 minutes. You literally drive there, pick up it could be a quicker trip. It could be 20 minutes. You know, if you're not having to go order it, wait for it to be made while you're in the drive-through lane, this and that, you know. It could be even quicker. So to me, it would be premeditated because you know you only have a certain amount of time. That's why you sent your husband to go get food
Yeah, agreed.
and not go get you aspirin at the Walgreens at the corner. You know, you needed something that would give you enough time that, number one, that you could do what you wanted to do, and number two, have your husband return after a short period of time to witness what happened as
Yeah.
part of the plot.
I
Is
agree.
what I
Yeah.
So I don't know how it doesn't show premeditation. I don't agree with Mr. Ehrenberg. I don't agree with that. Let me see here. And she should have stayed no longer. Well, it was all telehealth, you know. Unfortunately, not so fun fact is tough. First time to seeing LT in person, all 14 visits. Yeah. And that's what we were talking about a minute ago. Like, there should be kind of like what Rosie brought up. She had a perfect point. The initial visit should be in person. You can use the telehealth for follow-ups and such, but really the main care should be in person. And I totally agree. Yeah, it is a truly sad situation and case. All right, we'll see what else they got to say.
Although I do think that,
by the way, thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. And if you're not subscribed to Rosie, I'll drop her link again in chat as well. Please do.
Dr. Tufts, I thought her testimony, she came across pretty well, but she looks really young and she has inexperience. And I do think that helps the defense overall because she was heavily medicated. She clearly had mental illness. And I find myself agreeing with Mark Garagos, which is rare because normally, you know, I'm a former prosecutor. I take the prosecution side. And I know the district attorney, Megan, in this case, his name is Tim Cruz, great guy. He was involved in the National District Attorney Association. But I think that his office overcharged here. I don't think you can get a first-degree murder conviction. I think you lose credibility with the jury to try to get that. I think, if anything, it's a lesser charge, maybe a manslaughter, if you're lucky to get it. One thing I did notice is that you notice how the defense lawyer has this thick Massachusetts accent, but the prosecutor doesn't, which is interesting because Tim Cruz, the head prosecutor, has that thick accent, but he chose a prosecutor who has no accent. And so there's a little bit maybe of hometowning here where the jury may feel more sympathy, not only for the woman in front of them in the wheelchair, and I do think Mark is right that she will be sympathized with rather than hated, but also with the defense lawyer who sounds more like them.
Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold at spot price. At today's prices, those 33 ounces would be worth about 100.
I need to make a hot dog steak t-shirt commercial that we can just play during our shows. This is getting ridiculous. There's already commercials on YouTube when you're watching, and now we have, I mean, I guess I'm missing out. I don't know, Rosie. I guess I'm not doing it right.
These soft people.
I don't know.
Matt Murphy.
Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. I was just saying, like, it feels like you're getting cheated with the extra amount of time where it just, you know.
I'm noticing like every video we go through now, I gotta skip to commercials that are in the freaking video. It's like, I don't know. I'm missing out, I guess. Hot dog T-shirt commercial coming soon.
I don't look at her and feel sorry for her. I realize she had a mental health crisis going on. 3 kids are dead. She took an exercise band around the throats of a 1-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 6-year-old and strangled them to death. And at least the 4 and 6-year-old would have known their mother was killing them. Really having a tough time ginning up sympathy. Is it just me?
Well, no, it's not. It's not just you. That's one of the things about the case, Megan, is that it's so overwrought with emotion. And remember, strangulation, it's not like TV where it takes 20 seconds and somebody dies.
No.
For kids, it's going to take 3 or 4 minutes of constant pressure.
Yeah.
Maybe even longer. An average adult, most pathologists will say it takes 5 to 7 minutes. So it's an incredibly long period of time to do it. But look, going back to what Dave was just saying, you know, if we look at that, and this is getting a little wonky here, my old, as a teacher for trial ad, you notice the defense lawyer was making eye contact with the jury. He was speaking in very low tones. And then the prosecutor really was at that lectern, hands on it. And then I don't know why she would say this was a rational decision. That's not an element in the law. And I don't know why you'd overpromise that, because clearly this is irrational. And I don't know. I'm with you, Megan. This is an absolutely horrific thing. It seems like it was a train that looked like it was inexorably going down the track with the previous mental health commitment and everything else. And it just seems like somebody should have stepped in and stopped it, especially when she's talking about the intrusive thoughts. I think that's why so much of the blame has been thrown at the husband here. But this is not looking good for the prosecution, in my view. This defense lawyer's done everything he needs to do. I think that wheelchair does come into play. And Megan, I think people really will. They will have sympathy for her in that wheelchair. Mm-hmm. He's moved on. He's married. And, you know, the jury isn't supposed to consider any of that. She got in the
wheelchair because she jumped out of a window after she murdered her children. I mean,
right.
It's not like somebody shot her or... Okay, great. It's a wheelchair. I mean, I bet any one of those kids would give anything to be in a wheelchair now, alive.
See, I agree with Megan. I'm just not as passionate. She's pissed off, you can tell. But I totally agree, though. Like, look, that's because you did it to yourself. Like, why should we feel sympathy for that? That's my stand on it.
And able to have a future. I realize this is not a well person. I'm not trying to argue that this was a person of sound mind when she murdered her children. But the legal standard seems to be, was she suffering from postpartum psychosis, where somebody in her head was telling her to do this? Or was she just extremely depressed and decided to end it all and bring the children with her, right? I mean, that seems to be what they're arguing over inside this courtroom, Matt.
Yep. No, and look, I think the prosecution should be leaning into the mental health problems. I think that they should be saying, yep, she's absolutely crazy. She's loony. She's not playing with full deck. All of that is true. But she still understood the nature and quality of her acts. And that's reflected in her journal. And the fact that, look, I think a huge fact that nobody's really talking about is the fact that he's talking to her for 4 minutes. She's conscious. And she doesn't tell him that the kids have bands wrapped around their necks downstairs. Like that, you could almost, from that, as a good prosecutor, would be leaning into that. I haven't seen them do that yet. And look, I don't want to be too harsh here. I don't want to, I hated being criticized, but I have not been over impressed with what I've seen from the prosecution on this. I'm with Dave and Mark on that. And look, it's
always bad to hide behind the lectern, to like separate yourself from the jury, not expose yourself fully, your body motions, like try to connect with them.
Drives me nuts.
And you're right about the accent.
It drives me nuts.
Those kinds of things can matter. Thanks for watching this clip. If you're new.
All right. So that was the Megyn Kelly episode. Discussing that. And I don't know. I just don't see a jury. I just don't see a jury feeling sorry for her. But who knows?
I mean, I guess, I mean, I've seen some people on social media that do as well feel sorry for her. So I guess that is a representation of the mixed feelings. So that's why the hung jury thing really does make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it does. I honestly think that's probably the highest percentage of what the outcome is going to be. We're going to take a StreamYard live call. If you've never done one, all you have to do is click on that link, and then you can join the studio for the call. You don't have to worry. There's not going to be any camera or anything like that. Basically, it's just going to be your voice, but we use StreamYard, so nobody has to put out their personal phone number. Just as a safety feature for anybody that's watching a lot of these call-in shows, you have to use your real phone number in order to call these people. And we've seen through time and time again with different creators, you can't necessarily trust certain people because then they'll put your phone number out there for clickbaits and such like that. And so just as a comfy feature for people out there, if you'd like to call in, you can just click on that link that's in chat, and then it'll bring you up here, and then we'll add you to the StreamYard live call if you'd like to call. Are you more impressed? I haven't seen anything, Rosie, with the prosecution that made me, other than the opening statements. You know, the opening statements for both sides I thought were very good. I thought it presented how they wanted to pursue the case for their own, and I thought it was a good representation of such. But since then, I haven't really seen anything from the prosecution myself that made me go, damn, I'm impressed. It's been all defense.
Yes, and that's one of the main things that I noticed is that the opening statements were good from the prosecution, but nothing that they've done since seems to support the things that they said in those statements. So it's kind of like it was all talk, you know, it was a good speech, but I'm not seeing the evidence that they're using to support what they claimed there. And it's a little bit like unclear what they're trying to say at this point, because it's blurry to me. Like, are they going for mental illness? Are they saying that, like, I don't even think that they're very clear on what they're trying to say, and that might be like so that they can change things as they go along if it's not working out, which is a concern for me, because they're kind of conceding the mental illness now in these arguments, but in opening statements they were talking about how calculated it was and how she was not in a psychosis. And now there's kind of an implication in some of their arguments that she was, but maybe it was her fault because she wasn't taking her meds. Like, there's no clarity from them, and that's a huge problem. And that problem I'm not seeing with the defense.
Yeah, the defense is really. I've been thoroughly impressed with the defense and how he's very crafty,
Yeah.
and he doesn't take 4 hours to make a bombshell point like the prosecution tries to do.
That's
Be
another-
honest with you. Sorry.
That's another thing about the prosecution is, like, they're asking all of these questions with their experts that they have there, but it doesn't even feel relevant, like with the fingerprint people, and it's like they don't have evidence to give, so they've just got somebody on the stand testifying about this forensic stuff, but it's not even in question. We know that she did it, so why are
Right.
you here? like they
Right.
should be testifying to her mental health, her character, stuff like that, but they'll have all of this forensic stuff, which I think maybe they're just doing for some kind of a shock value because they don't know what else to say, and that
Right.
worries me a lot when it comes to their strategy.
Yeah. Do you think Lindsay Clancy understood her own actions when she was committing the crime, or do you think it was like drug induced?
So this is interesting because when one of the days that I covered, we listened to some of the Pat Brown episode where she made a point that I hadn't thought of, which was that this was 3 victims. So she actually had time between them to realize, like, what am I doing? But she continued.
Right.
So I don't know if that shows that she's completely cold blooded, or if it just shows that it just didn't get to her what was going on. Like it wasn't, I don't know. Because of the phone call before the attempt she made on herself, where she apparently sounded fine, it's a bit confusing to me what was actually going on there. But I thought that was a really interesting point of Pat Brown. Like, she had more than enough time to realize and stop, because it's not
Yeah.
like it was one thing.
Yeah. Yeah, like after the first child that you did that to,
Yeah.
that should have, holy crap, what did I just do? Like if you weren't mentally in the space where you even knew or understood what was going on and it was drug induced, I would assume during one of the children, you would have had that wake up like, oh my God, what did I just do?
Right.
So the fact that you did that to 3 children and then still continued this plot to continue out, I definitely think she understood. Maybe
Yeah.
she did after the first child, and she said, "Oh well, I need to go through with it because I already started the process." You know, it's still, uh, yeah. That's why she should spend to me, she should spend the rest of her life in some kind of facility, whether it's a cell or a mental health facility. I honestly feel mental health facility because I think that she is guilty by insanity. Um, I would hate to see, like, we saw the Courtney Clenny plea deal,
Yeah.
you know, and she basically got 6 years, 4 years of it as time served. And so she only has to sit in a cell for 2 more years. That is not justice.
No.
That is not justice. And that's back to our what's better, bench trial or jury. And, you know, right there, you're seeing a perfect example. Plea deal, it's a political chess match, you know, and the defense won. Her defense won. She only has to serve 2 frickin' more years in a cell, and then she gets to be free. Not justice whatsoever. So, yeah, I don't know. I still really think that, you know, hung jury is what is ultimate. And then what's going to happen after that? You know, once there's a
Yeah.
hung jury, then we got to go through this all over again. And Kid Kitty, you know, we need to as well. You know, we mentioned it maybe a week and a half ago or so. Putting together a full edit of Patrick's testimony, and maybe we'll do that this weekend for a show when there's no
Yeah.
trial going on. Maybe we'll do that this weekend, like Saturday or Sunday. We'll sit back, we'll have a show, we'll take some live calls, and we'll listen to Patrick's testimony again. I think she brings up a great point too, because after we're hearing all of this stuff in trial, you know, we heard Patrick's testimony day 1 and day 2. That was very beginning stages of the trial. You know, now that we've heard, you know, especially about the doctors not being there for Lindsay, now we've heard a lot of these medical professionals. You know, we got today, Wednesday, we got tomorrow, Thursday, we got Friday, we got 3 more days of the trial. So imagine how much more we're going to hear. I think that's what we need to do this weekend is, you know, since we're going to have a break from the trial. I really think that we should put something together for you guys, and we'll come back this weekend. We'll listen to Patrick's testimony in full, because he kind of came in and out on that second day. or it wasn't the first. I can't remember. Excuse me. Yeah, he came in and out. So we'll edit out everything else, and it'll just be Patrick's testimony. And I think that's a great idea because I can imagine, like, it's like you watch a movie for the second time, and you're like, "Damn, I can't believe I missed that in the movie."
Right.
We're gonna have that effect. Excuse me for the sinus. We're gonna have that effect when we watch that again, and after seeing all this stuff, I'm sure we're going to notice even more things that he's mentioning that we didn't really put too much thought into when we first heard it, because to us it wasn't that impactful because we haven't heard all this other testimony yet. So I think it's a great idea, and that's something that we should plan on for this weekend sometime. Hopper82, thank you so much for the $7 super chat. Coffee on me. CJ wanted to jump on and say good morning. Headed to work. Wish I could call in. I will have to watch replay this afternoon. Thank you for your support, and have a safe trip to work. Have a quick, peaceful, and positive day. And I hope you have a comfy evening when you get back and watch the replay. I need to do one of these PM shows. It's been a couple weeks since I did a night show. I need to get on one of these nights, and we got a lot of stuff for Idaho. So many cases to talk about. But anyway, all right, we're here for the trial. All right, we got about 22 minutes until it starts. But who knows how long until they actually get past that first sidebar. So, also, I do want to say 70% of viewers are not subscribed. So do us a favor, hit like and subscribe. Also, I want to say shout out to the community. Thank you, Hopper, and thank you, everybody, for your continued support that allows us to give you this production. Thank you so much for being a member of the community. All right. So, do we think it'll end in a hung jury? Did the doctors and nurses fail Lindsay Clancy? I feel they did. Let me see here. Got a lot of questions here. What do you think? What do you think about? So, in the beginning of the trial yesterday, day 11. They were talking about, the defense brought up that they wanted to have a witness testify. Somebody that was on TikTok, somebody that was claiming to have worked there for 7 years, did not work there at the same period of time when Lindsay Clancy was getting her care. Somebody that wanted to talk about the atmosphere and the lack of accountability that takes place at that health facility. What do you think about what they brought up yesterday, Rosie? Do you think this witness, sorry, I saw SSH employee. Do you think this witness should be allowed to testify?
Absolutely not. And for me, it has like nothing to do with the time that she was there, and everything to do with the fact that she's already commented on this through TikTok. She is just not, I don't think that she's an appropriate witness at all. I don't see how she should be allowed to be watching the trial, giving her opinion on it, and apparently they say she's already got a very anti-prosecution personal stance on her channel, and then she's allowed to be brought in as a witness. She'll be the only witness who's been seeing what's going on in the courtroom. The others aren't on TikTok making comments. No, I don't think so at all.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because there's some stuff that the jury wasn't able to see or hear being discussed.
Yeah.
So, how about let me ask you this since you say absolutely not. All right. What if, because the judge was like, I'd like to hear it, but I want to hear from somebody that worked there during the time that Lindsay was being treated. Do you think that that witness should be allowed? And if that witness is allowed to testify, then would you also change your mind about the TikTok witness, is how I'm going to refer to that person, the TikTok witness? Do you think, two questions, do you think a witness that worked there during the time should be allowed to testify that hasn't been brought in? You know, it's not on the witness list. It's something being introduced in the middle of the trial. Do you think they should be allowed? And then also, if they are allowed, do you think then the TikTok witness should be allowed?
So if it could be confirmed that that other witness hasn't been watching as well, which, I mean, there might be people who are just not following it. I think that if they could confirm that, then yes. With the TikTok witness, still no. I think that they could find somebody else more appropriate who's not made themselves, not put themselves in the public when it comes to this case already, because that's pretty much asking to be involved. I don't think it's a good idea at all. I think that it should be even across the witnesses. So if they can find people who don't already have that, pre-knowledge, then yeah, I think they would both be a good addition, but not the TikTok person. I'm sorry if I'm being too difficult on the TikTok person, but no, not them.
Yeah. And what's up, Amma? Thank you for hopping in. Yeah, that's a big deal. But it's crazy. The judge yesterday he's really wanting to consider allowing this person to testify. So I was kind of shocked.
Me too.
I really enjoy this judge. We'll open up some phone lines later on as well. I really like this judge. I really like this judge a lot. I think he's fair. I think he's open. I think he's quick to the point. I can't stand the constant sidebars. Shit drives me nuts. But I understand it. I understand there's certain things that don't even need to be televised or conversations to the general public. But I was really shocked, and maybe that just shows of how much of an open mind he has when he's actually considering, trying to hear the testimony of this person. So I like this judge a lot. I like the judge quite a bit. All right. I really like that defense lawyer, man. That dude is good. So we're going to check out this video from News Nation real quick. This is the telehealth visits shocking given her systems. This is Brian, and we're going to check this out real quick. The trial will be starting here shortly. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. And again, I was really shocked yesterday, Rosie. 70% of our viewers are not subscribed, so hit subscribe.
That's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, let's check this video out, and we'll be right back.
Pediatric nurse practitioner who treated Lindsay Clancy testified today as questioning continues to revolve around the medications she was prescribed before she strangled her 3 young children to death in 2023. Rebecca Gelada treated Clancy for several weeks in November 22 when she was struggling with depression, lack of sleep, and thoughts of suicide. However, Gelada said she never feared that Clancy was grappling with postpartum psychosis, which is her legal defense in the murder of her children. But Gelada did recommend that Clancy check into an outpatient program. And the irony, Clancy was denied the program because she was on too many medications. From November 22 to January 2023, the month she killed her children, Clancy was prescribed 13 different medications. Joining me now is NewsNation's senior national correspondent, Brian Enton. Brian, great to see you. So what can you tell us about Lindsay's husband, Patrick, and his role in her care? We heard today that Patrick told Gelada that he was worried about her being medicated and how it turned her into a zombie.
Yeah, I mean, she was on so many medications, Katie. You just showed the list, 13 of them off and on, different doses. They would raise the dose, they would lower the dose, they would switch the doses around. There were different doctors and nurse practitioners helping her. It seemed like a mess in terms of her medical history. And she did tell her husband, he says, that she had been having these intrusive thoughts, that she had even thought about hurting her children. He had gone to one of the therapy appointments with her. The other thing that shocked me is one of the psychiatrists who was on the stand, and there's been several, Katie, said that she had seen Lindsay Clancy 14 times treating her, but never once in person. All of these visits were on telehealth, which was kind of shocking with everything she was going through, and serious as it was. She didn't even get an in-person visit.
Wow, that is shocking. Incredible. I know that that's more common now, but it seems like with that many visits, that would be different. You spoke with the jury consultant about the case and how she expects deliberations to get contentious. What can you say about the jury selection process?
Yeah, I mean, look, she believes it's about half men and half women, by the way, which is interesting. And she thinks that we've still got a couple more weeks to trial, but she thinks when this does go into deliberations, it's going to be rough because you're going to have people who are like, for sure she was sick. And then there's other people who are just like sort of black and white on the issue. Look, she killed her kids. And at the end of the day, that's murder. But I was just sitting here thinking about it, Katie. I mean, this is unlike another crime I've covered. It's more of like almost a moral dilemma, this whole thing. And even bringing out all of these other just societal issues, the telehealth, the fact that you couldn't get in-person visits, just postpartum psychosis in general, and how underdiagnosed it is, just a tragic case all around.
So what is her defense really arguing? Are they arguing a moral defense? Are they arguing she was too drugged up to understand what she was doing? I mean, what is their defense of her killing her kids?
Yeah, I mean, look, she's obviously admitted to killing the kids, so she's put that out there. But she's blaming the doctors, the defense, and she's got a really good defense attorney. I mean, he was unbelievable on cross-examination today with this nurse practitioner and also with the psychiatrist over the last couple of days. But they're really drilling into the fact that they weren't on top of her care. You know, she was a nurse. She was writing messages in the portal that were going ignored. She was bouncing back and forth between different providers. I mentioned all the different medicines. And so the defense is just saying, look, no one was on top of it.
All right. Well, Brian Enton, there is going to be a lot more to the story in the coming weeks and, of course, through the trial. Thank you very much.
No one was on top of it, and that was the problem. Nobody was on top of it. Now, I do have to say, regarding, who was it yesterday? Rebecca Gelada. Rebecca Gelada, the psychiatric nurse from South Shore Hospital. I thought that she seemed to me the only doctor that actually cared, that actually tried to help, that actually listened, that actually tried to come up with different solutions to Lindsay's problems that she was having mentally or with the medication. I thought, to me, that she was really the only one that was really helping, or tried to, I should say. And it almost, you know, to me, she was almost helping the defense, arguing all the different medications, arguing the different psychiatric issues. So I thought she did a tremendous job. Boy, what a long testimony yesterday, though. Literally, pretty much the whole day was her testimony, and I can't remember. I think after they were done is when they ended the trial. So pretty much the whole day of Rebecca Gelada. Definitely see that happening. All right, we got about 9 minutes. Let me see here. Is it murder or postpartum psychosis? I think that's the biggest question right now for anybody, whether it's jury, whether it's the general public. I think the biggest question is was it murder or mental illness, murder, postpartum psychosis, however you want to word it. We're going to check this one out from Megan Kelly True Crime here real quick. Thank you all for being here. If you're enjoying the live stream, help us reach the algorithm and reach more people. Make sure to drop a like, subscribe, comment, and share this out to your socials and friends. And once the trial kicks off live, obviously they're going to go live and they're like, all right, I need to talk to everybody. Sidebar, please. And there's going to be a sidebar. It's going to be like that the next 15, 20 minutes or so. So bear with us, be patient. And I can't wait to get day 12 kicked off. Thank you all for being here with us.
This case is just dark. It's dark, but it's fascinating. Let's be honest. I mean,
Thank you, Kenny.
TikTok of the husband going home and finding out what happened to his family is just chilling. And what you have now, after this husband, Patrick, goes home, he's spent the day with his wife, Lindsay. He's been talking to her. They've been texting. He's seen his children, who are all in the young single digits. And he knows that she's been depressed. He knows that she's been inpatient for 5 days in the not too distant past. But she seems, he says, to be having a good day. In fact, he describes this as one of her best days in recent weeks. It does not seem to have any indication that his wife is thinking about killing their 3 children this evening. She sends him out to the store to go get some sort of like a colonic or diarrhea, whatever, some sort of laxative for their 6-year-old. He goes to the CVS. He can't find it. He calls in. She redirects him. Then he goes by a restaurant at the wife's instruction, too. They had called in a meal for the 2 adults. Picks it up and comes home. He finds his wife, what he thinks is dying, and probably she would have been dead had he not found her, on the front lawn, having jumped and with some sort of red marks on her neck and her wrists, though later they were described as superficial. And she tells him, I tried to kill myself. He stays with her. He thinks this is the emergency. Stays with her 4 or 5 minutes. He calls 911. And then he says, where are the children? She says, in the basement. So he knew that while he was waiting with her for the 4 minutes. And when the paramedics arrive, he goes to the basement to check on his children, still not realizing that they've been killed. And then in a 911 call that they played in the courtroom, but they did not release for obvious reasons, too dark, too distressing. You can hear his exchange with the 911 operator where he calls out that his children have been killed too, and that she's apparently taken some sort of exercise bands and used them to strangle his children. I'm just looking for it here. Here it is. This is via a reporter for the Patriot Ledger newspaper in Massachusetts who was there. His name is Peter Blandino. He reports that the call goes as follows. My wife tried to commit suicide. Stay awake, he says to Lindsay on the tape. She jumped out of the window, he tells the operator. She's breathing. Where are the kids? He can be heard saying on the recording. It's not really bleeding. It's just an open wound, Patrick says about his wife, describing the cuts on Lindsay's wrist and neck. Is there something on your neck, Lindsay? He asks. Lindsay can be heard in the background, but not distinctly. Say my name, Patrick instructs her, as the dispatcher tells him not to move her. Sirens are then heard approaching. I need you to stay with her. I have to go check on my kids, he says as the paramedics arrive. His footsteps through the house can be heard. Oh no, he screams, followed by desperate shrieks. What are you screaming about now? The dispatcher asks. "Oh my God," Patrick shouts, now crying. "The basement. I need help." Patrick's screams are heartrending, reports Peter Blandino of the Patriot Ledger. "She killed the kids. Oh my God." Primal cries and screams follow and heavy breathing. "Oh shit," says the dispatcher. It's so dark and just replete with despair. But the question in this case, Matt Murphy, is what is the level of culpability for this clearly disturbed, quote unquote, mother? You know, there's no question that she's not going to be turned out onto the street to walk free and reproduce again. The question is basically what kind of facility she's going to get locked up in, a jail or a mental health one. If it's the latter, she has at least the chance of getting out. And it all seems to come down to whether the jury will buy that she was suffering from psychosis, this mental illness that can affect a very small percentage of moms after they give birth, or not.
Right. Well, I know Dave and Mark and I have all sort of been nerding out on this one, Megan, because in the mental health world of homicide, this is a very interesting case. Postpartum depression is relatively common and it's a real thing. And so is postpartum psychosis, but it's a lot more rare. And you'll notice, I think a lot of people probably heard the term psychosis attached to postpartum for the first time. That is because, fortunately, it's rare. But essentially, you need a break from reality. And depression, even severe depression, a person can still suffer from that. They can be mentally ill. This is the prosecution's point. You can still suffer from all of those things. You can be depressed and still be legally responsible for your actions. Psychosis means she has a break from reality and essentially doesn't know what she's doing. Massachusetts uses what's known as a modified McNaughton rule, where the person must substantially appreciate, Mark and I were talking about this the other day, whatever that means, the wrongfulness of their actions. It's a lower standard, I think, for the defense, although the prosecution bears the burden throughout. I think also another thing, Megan, is you've got her in a wheelchair, which is going to be there's going to be
from her jump.
Yeah, from the jump. And apparently that's real. She's going to be paralyzed for the rest of her life. I think also interestingly on this, Megan, she's very well defended by this defense lawyer. I've been impressed by his presentation. And then the biggest question is
Kevin Reddington.
Yeah, she might go to jail or she might go to a mental health facility. But the question is how long she would be in a mental health facility. It looks like she's going to be in a wheelchair forever. So there's just a real confluence of very interesting issues, how much medication she was on, Prozac, what that, the impact that had, whether there's negligence here. The online conspiracies are, again, loony. They don't make any sense, but it's like wildfire right now. So this is a very, very interesting case.
For the first time since World War II, our national debt has from Birch Gold. Want to play for the audience a little from the prosecution and the defense so they get a feel for the players here. This is the prosecution's opening, SOT 1.
This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day.
And Kevin Reddington, the defense lawyer.
She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, "You want to, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate her," with an absolute did not want any DNR, didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service.
I mean, man, Mark Garagos, this is a tough one because the jury's going to hate her. And yet I think we all have a natural assumption that a mother does love her children, and that for a mother to do this, she would have to be out of her mind.
Let me push back a little bit. I don't think this jury is going to hate her, and I will tell you why. For the very reason that there are all of these crazy conspiracy theories running around the internet blaming the father. He got on the stand. He is the only, or he is the ground zero, if you will, of a victim in this case. And he's lost his wife for all intents and purposes. I know he's been remarried. I could hear, that's a separate discussion. He's lost his kids. They didn't play the 911 tape. So all of these Looney Tunes on the internet who only have access to what you just read. And they played it in court.
Correct. They just didn't release it publicly.
And there's nobody in court who's going to be blaming him. It's only people who didn't listen to what you read. Because even when you read it, it was compelling. It made me nauseous just listening to that, to imagine what he must have gone through, having to discover his wife, who he was married to, loved, and who was his baby mama, and who is there in the throes of mental illness. The people who don't understand this, the people who are out there who are, and only a prosecutor, and I say this with great love for Matt and as my in the well partner, only a prosecutor, a government prosecutor, could get up there and make that idiotic opening statement argument that it was intentional, it was rational, and look at what she did earlier in the day. I mean, if I were Kevin Reddington, I would lose my mind. This jury is not going to hate her. They're going to just say she's paralyzed. She's never moving again. She's never getting out. They know enough on that jury to know that if they find that she was mentally out of it under the, as Matt and I discussed, Dave, I haven't talked to you about it, but I'm sure you have the same reaction. The standard is absolutely like a Rubik's Cube of the psychological standard there. But that jury is going to use it in a way that they are going to absolve her of a criminal, in my opinion, of criminal action here. And they're going to find this for what it is, which is a mother who had, to Reddington's point, no motive. There was nothing here. It wasn't like the prosecution's arguing she was having a torrid affair and wanted to get rid of the kids or anything else. This is a woman who was on medication, potentially, and I think you'll find that, was failed, and it has been proven so far, we're not even through the defense case, that the mental health system failed her, which is a story often.
That I agree.
A story often told. And Kevin Reddington is doing what defense lawyers do best. And it's refreshing for once to have defense lawyers not be demonized in watching a trial like this. Ironically, the same within days of two defense lawyers. Now, one is the Attorney General of the United States, and the other was the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals justice who swore him in the Oval Office yesterday. This is a defense lawyer bonanza this week.
Thanks for watching.
All right. And I do want to switch to this here as we're waiting for the trial to go live. We will switch to it ASAP. This is the 911 call transcript. Here, let me shrink us down a little bit. Hold on. I'll just take us out of this screen. 1 second. All right, so rough transcript of 911 call. 911, explain how she tried to commit suicide. Multiple voices, where is she now? Patrick, stay awake. How old is she? 31 to 33. 911, is she awake? Yes. Is she breathing? Yeah. Patrick, Lindsay, what did you do to your neck? She's talking. 911, when? Patrick, last half hour. 911, how far did she fall? 20 feet, multiple voices talking over each other. 911, is she responding normally? Patrick, a little bit, wake up. 911, what part of the body was injured? Neck. She's breathing. Lindsay, look at me, look at me. 911, are there weapons? Patrick, I don't see any. Where are the kids? Multiple voices speaking. 911, do not move her. Open your eyes. Can someone? Okay, Lindsay, look at me. Open your eyes. 911, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Patrick, it's not bleeding. It's open wounds. She's in the backyard. Is there something on your neck? A knife or something? 911, can you put pressure on it? No. Multiple voices. Patrick, Lindsay, wake up. Moaning. Put pressure on the cut. Patrick, Lindsay, look at me. Say my name. She's conscious. 911, don't move her. Tell her to be still. Background whimpering. Sirens in the distance. I'm going to stay on the line with you. Is there a fence? Patrick, right here, right here. I need you to stay. I got to go check on my kids. Hello. Footsteps. Guys, guys. Oh no. Yelling, oh no. Yelling, wake up. Screaming, screaming. 911, what is he screaming about? Crying, screaming, gasping. Oh my God. Scream, scream. Hello, what's going on? Basement, basement. Oh my God. Hello, hello. Screaming, screaming. Ah, she killed the kids. Oh my God. Screaming, 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 screaming. Oh shit.
Wow.
Yow. Yow. Oh, can imagine.
Yeah.
We do. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just like, I have to say, that's reading it. I can't even imagine what it must be like to hear it. I can't imagine.
Yeah. The actual. How come my comments disappeared? That's weird. Okay. We do have a new poll up, by the way. Does Lindsay Clancy deserve to be in a facility or cell for the rest of her life? You can type 1 in chat for facility. You can type 2 in chat for jail cell. You can type 3 in chat for neither, which is basically innocent. And you can type 4 in chat for undecided. So, do you feel Lindsay Clancy deserves to be in a facility or cell for the rest of her life? 1 is for facility, 2 is for jail cell, 3 is for neither, and 4 is for undecided. And I'm going to go ahead and vote myself to kick it off. All right, there we go. And let me see here. What's up, Joelle? How are you doing? Let's see here. When she told Patrick she was having thoughts of hurting the kids, she needed to be admitted to a mental facility immediately for help and the kids be safe. That's my opinion. Yeah, the amount of pills too. Yes, exactly. What do you think? And thank you for the votes there on Facebook and the other platforms we are on Twitter as well. What's up, Jody, over there on Facebook? By the way, again, 70% of viewers are not subscribed, so do us a favor, hit the like, subscribe if you're not, and share this out to your socials and friends. If you're hanging out with us, why not have your friends come hang out with us too? We all talk together. I have to ask you a question, Rosie, because Kib Kitty brings up a really good point. And I wanted to ask you all in chat, and we'll ask that for a live call question too, but I'd like to ask you, Rosie, if a Where did I write this question down so I could say it exactly how I wrote it? All right. What would you do if your spouse or significant other told you they had thoughts of hurting you or children? What would you do in that situation? Say you're married, say you have children, or if you're somebody who isn't interested in that, because there are some people that aren't, if they had thoughts of hurting you. So put that in a situation for you, Rosie. What would you do if you had a spouse or a significant other told you that they had thoughts of hurting you and or kids? What would you do?
I would not be in the same house as them that night. Like, just as a first precaution, like, we can talk about it, deal with it, whatever, but I'm not staying here, neither are the kids. Like, that's what I would say.
Yeah, there would have to be something right away, you know. Let me see. Or at least remove the kids and work on getting her help, not just pushing all those pills. Yeah. And I think that part of the telehealth really is kind of to blame for that. Again, you know, didn't have to see her in person to prescribe all these medications.
Well,
That's
there's
wild.
Yeah. But there's also this thing that I've been hearing throughout this case, which I haven't heard before. I'm thinking that it's some kind of a checklist that professionals go through is, okay, you're having these thoughts. The very next question always seems to be, do you have a plan? And then no is
Right.
the answer. And then, okay. But I mean, why are we waiting for the plan to come together? The thoughts are there. And it keeps happening that they're saying, she said that, but I asked her if she had a plan and she said no. Like, is that, if there's anyone who's part of the system and knows how it works, is there some kind of a questionnaire that professionals are taught to go? Because I've never heard it. And it's coming up constantly here where they hear, okay, she doesn't have a plan. It's obviously that's less serious than if she did, but that's why are people comfortable with, like, okay, well, she has the thoughts, but don't worry, there's no plan.
Because to me it seems like it's an out for the medical professionals. It's an easy out, you know. Well, you know, it's kind of like, you know, asking if, did you mean to rob the bank? Well, I didn't mean to. I just did.
Yeah.
It's sorry.
Sorry. Even Patrick asked her, "Do you have a plan?" Like, I
Right.
just think
Like
it's
what?
strange.
Like it seems like a dumbass question. Like, if they did have a plan, do you think somebody's gonna go, yes? So then you foil it? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're depending on the patient to be honest. What's up, Sandra? You're depending on the patient to be honest. You know what I'm saying? And if they don't want their plan foiled, they don't want they don't want any kind of resistance in what they're trying to achieve, why would they tell you that they have a plan? And to me, it just seems like it's an easy out. Well, she didn't have a plan. I mean, it's a legitimate question, because if somebody is having those thoughts, then yes, you should be asking somebody, well, have you, you know, is there a thought of how, or like how you would do it? Like, yes, you want to see, you want to gauge how serious those thoughts are that somebody's having, you know. You want to gauge that. But for these medical professionals to be like, well, she didn't have a plan, so we didn't pursue it further. That's a bunch of bullshit. I'm sorry. If somebody mentions hurting somebody like that, that's a problem. You don't need to have some elaborate, well, I'm going to wait until 12:37 in the afternoon and then I'm going to do that. Like, No, the fact that you're having those thoughts,
Right.
because these things that get triggered by mental illness, this shit isn't something that is typically planned out. Most often than not, these are spontaneous thoughts and reactions and actions. You know, like if you've ever heard stories of people that have tried to commit suicide and they didn't succeed, and then they're like, damn, I don't know what I was thinking. It's a lot of spontaneous. All right. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you. Please hit the like, subscribe. Here we are for day 12.
Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and good morning, Counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So before we get going, let me talk to Counsel about today's schedule and kind of where we go. So if I could see everybody's sidebar, please.
And since there's obviously a sidebar, I do want to say Jody brings up a great point, and maybe this is, you know, part of the problem too, is that women are scared because if you have depression and you admit you'd have an effort to harm someone or children, you think you will lose your kids. And that does happen. And I've heard of that happening. You know, it's as easy as, you know, thank God that Patrick was there, right? Like there's some instances where it's just a single parent and they don't have the other parent to help out. You know, that would be a really tough situation. But in this situation, Lindsay could have been put into a facility while Patrick worked at home. You know, it would have been a lot for him, but you got family and friends to step up to help out, you know, in the meantime, you know, to make sure that everybody's safe and protected. But yeah, I mean, that is a valid point.
I mean, sorry. I mean, I agree, but obviously in this situation, it would have been better if she had, you know, she had been removed at that point. So there is also a reason for it, because I guess they would be around now.
Yeah, they would be, you know. I really, if like, and plus it's so important, especially when somebody's on all of those different medications. It should have been a requirement. Like when you're on the 4th medication, look, we need you to come in. We need you to come in. So the medical system just failed. They really did. They really did. I hope some things change too when it comes to this telehealth and requirements and things like that, because I see this happening again, unfortunately, and I hope tomorrow we don't wake up and hear about it happening another time, honestly, because there's got to be so many copycat scenarios of the atmosphere and the situations and the medical pill pushing and not having to see them in person. And I'm just, you know, you're seeing this and you already know that there's another family, many families that are going through a similar situation where it hasn't ended in the tragedy that happened with this one. But there's a lot of cases out there that are very, very close on the edge, and we could wake up tomorrow. We could be done with the live trial today and then see something coming across the screen of a similar situation.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate. I hope they change it.
I also, I just wanted to clarify for chat. So Patrick did work from home, but I don't know how involved he was, but he had a basement office and he was down there most of the day, but he would come up apparently once in a while to check in on things. She was mostly responsible for the kids in the household from what I understand, but yes, he did work from home.
Yep. And I mean, I'm going to be honest. I said this the first couple days. There's a lot of stuff he didn't recall, which
Yeah.
really led me to believe he wasn't that involved. He wasn't that involved. And so who knows? Maybe, you know, there's a lot of issues going on with Microsoft the last couple years, securities, you know, all different things. I'm sure he was quite busy handling all that, but you know, who knows? Maybe he was always locked in his basement working, but you know, a lot of the appointments and things like that, and even some of the events that should have stuck in his mind because of the traumatic nature of everything that happened and reflection on different things. You know, you think that he would recall more things that took place. I'm just, you know, I was really shocked, Rosie, when we heard from his testimony that she had mentioned to him a few times that she had thoughts of hurting the kids and how he just how do I say this? It's not like he just let her fend for herself. You know, he was obviously there trying to help in certain ways, and even after she committed the crime has been dedicated to try and help her through this process and basically blame the doctors and the medication. I don't know. It's shocking to me when you have a wife that comes to you and mentions to you multiple times that she's had thoughts of hurting the children. I just don't see how you make that okay in your mind. Like, oh, well, she's being good with the kids today, so I just don't. That would scare the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest. I would be so scared. I wouldn't even be able to let the kids out of my sight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd be looking at my significant other with a side eye the whole time, like an eye in the back of my head, like analyzing and dissecting every little interaction that she's having with our children. I would be scared as fuck.
Yeah. I mean, I would too. While I'd be glad that they told me,
Right.
but still,
Yeah.
no, I wouldn't want to leave them alone or anything like that. I'm not entirely, look, I guess he didn't take it seriously. I don't know.
I don't know how you couldn't.
Yeah.
I really don't know how you couldn't take it seriously. Again, we have a poll. Does Lindsay Clancy deserve to be in a facility/cell for the rest of her life? You can type 1 in chat for facility. All you have to do is type the number. You can type 1 in chat for facility, type 2 in chat for jail cell, type 3 in chat for neither, which is basically innocent. It don't fit. And then type 4 for undecided. And we are back from this sidebar. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. Love you guys. Good morning. Let's get that coffee going. It's going to be a long day.
All right, George entering.
I'm going to go ahead and address one comment. When it comes to me needing to wash my mouth out, this is my show. I do it how I want it. There's plenty of other ones, and if you don't like how I report, Move the fuck on. I said it again. Thank you. Move on.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth.
Bye-bye.
Your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to ask you those questions to make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions. And then at that point, we'll talk a little bit about, today's schedule. All right. So we'll get to the questions. First question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, great. Thank you for following those instructions. Today, we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. The anticipation is that we will go probably similar to we had the last couple of days into the afternoon. All right, and then after that, before I send you home, I'll talk again with counsel in regards to schedule for the rest of the week and kind of where we are. All right, so when you leave here today, you probably have a little bit better idea as the schedule for the rest of the week and into next week. All right, so so with that, I think we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Buckingham.
Sharon, Commonwealth will call Daniel Bowler to the stand.
Morning, sir. One second, start right there. Raise your right hand.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will have enough self and the slash shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning,
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Yes. First name's Dan, last name's Lawler.
And where are you employed?
With the Massachusetts State Police.
What's your rank with the state police?
Sergeant.
And how long have you worked for the state police?
9 years.
At some point, did you work in an assignment with the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office as part of the State Police Detectives Unit?
Yes.
And how long were you with the Plymouth County DA's Office State Police Detectives Unit?
From March 2021 until June 2025.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. Do you recall going out or responding to an incident that occurred in Duxbury?
Yes.
And the incident occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And you're aware that that involved a death investigation where 2 children had been declared deceased, and at the time there was another child that was being treated at the hospital?
Yes.
What were you asked to do, or what was the first thing you did in relation to this investigation?
I responded to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And why did you go there?
I was advised by my supervisor to respond.
Okay. And were you aware that a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy had been transported there to South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was a Duxbury police detective already on scene?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
Detective Matthew.
Now, When you, meaning the State Police Detectives Unit, are involved in an investigation, is it common that you would utilize the services of the Crime Scene Services section of the State Police
Yes.
and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Yes.
And in this case, did members of those two units respond as well to the South Shore Hospital at the time that you were there?
Yes.
Do you recall who from the Crime Scene Services and the response unit responded?
Chemist Maureen Hartnett and Trooper Rostoffers.
Did you have the occasion to observe Lindsay Clancy at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And she was in the emergency department, correct?
Correct.
And was she able to speak, or was she intubated?
She was unable to speak.
Did you observe her to have medical equipment and being treated while you were there?
She had medical equipment attached to her person, yes.
And did you observe her to have injuries, visible injuries?
Yes.
At the South Shore Hospital, in addition to speaking to Detective Mafia and assessing Lindsay Clancy, did you do or serve anything on the hospital themselves?
Yes.
What did you do?
A preservation notice.
And what is a preservation notice?
The preservation notice is to preserve the defendant's urine and blood.
And you provide that to staff at the hospital to ensure that the blood is saved unless and until a warrant is obtained for that material?
Correct.
And in addition to serving the preservation order, did you collect some items that were removed from medical staff that were on Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes.
What did you collect, or what did they provide you?
It was her clothing and wedding ring and wedding band.
If I may approach the witness.
Well, she's putting her gloves on. I have no objection to any of this, Judge.
Okay. All right.
As far as, Sergeant Lola, as far as the items collected, when they're received from the hospital staff, what do you guys do with them?
So it goes, originally went to Detective Mafia from Duxbury PD. Then it went to me, and then it was documented by Trooper Stoffers. And then some of it will go to the office, or will go to the crime lab. In this case, went to the crime lab.
Okay. But as the state police trooper on scene, the investigator on scene, you at some point retain custody of the item.
Correct.
And I'm just showing you a paper bag. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the bags that generally the detectives unit or crime scene uses to put particular pieces of evidence inside of it?
Yes.
Since I just struggled to put the gloves on, I'm just going to show you the item if that's okay. Showing you one item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
What do you know this item to be?
Shirt.
Is it a piece of clothing that you obtained from the hospital?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a woman's tank top?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to observe some staining on the front? Looking close.
Yes.
And again, it's cut down the middle.
Correct.
This is how it was received from the hospital.
Yes.
I would move to admit the tank top as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. Thank you.
Showing you another item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are these?
Jeans.
And these were also cut and off the defendant and received by the medical staff at South Shore Hospital.
Yes.
And on these jeans, you see a little bit of staining on the front.
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
Just showing showing one more item. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
Appears to be a woman's bra, correct?
Correct.
Cut down the middle,
Yes.
and it has some staining in the front, in the middle where the cuts are.
Correct.
And is this an item that was collected that was on Lindsay Clancy's body on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit this as the next.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
You indicated there was also some rings that were collected, correct?
Correct.
And eventually these items were then taken by forensic scientist Hartnett, and eventually they get returned to the State Police Detectives Unit in your experience. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, in addition to going to the South Shore Hospital on January 24th, 2023, did you go to any other hospitals?
Yes.
Which hospital did you go to?
Boston Children's Hospital.
And why did you go there?
I was advised to go there by my supervisor.
Okay, and did you learn that one of the children, Callan Clancy, had been transported to the Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And were you there to just obtain what his current status was at that time?
Yes.
And the time that you were there at the Boston Children's on January 24th, fair to say he was still alive but noted to be in critical condition?
Yes.
Now, in the early morning hours of January 25th of 2023, were you aware that a search warrant was obtained for the home of 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And in your time with the State Police Detectives Unit and during that time in January of 2023, how did you guys approach the execution of a search warrant?
So the house would have been frozen pending the search warrant being signed. Once it's signed, we begin the execution, and crime scene would document the residents inside and outside before we would go in.
Okay, so when crime scene goes in and they document, you're familiar, they use photographs and video, right?
Correct.
And once they've gone through and documented the scene as it was secured, do you, as part of the detectives unit team, then go in the house to begin search?
Yes.
And fair to say there are a lot of hands on deck during something like this?
Correct.
And in this instance, the detectives unit was searching the entire home at 47 Summer Street, including 3 floors, basement, first floor, second floor, as well as any vehicles that were on the property?
Correct.
And in addition to people or troopers with the detectives unit, were there other local law enforcement also assisting?
Yes.
And what was your role that night or that morning in the execution of the warrant?
I was the evidence officer.
And what does that mean?
I document evidence that is located by investigators during the search warrant.
And so at that time period, when you're executing a search warrant and searching a place like a home, is the information that you know at that point what guides the search?
Yes.
So you don't know what you're looking for unless you know what happened, right?
Correct.
So in this circumstance, fair to say the state police had limited information about what had actually transpired in that house.
Correct.
But each and every room was searched to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And your role was just to document items that were going to be collected and returned to the State Police Detectives Unit?
To document items that would be collected and either go back to the State Police Detectives Unit or to the crime lab.
And fair to say when the crime lab takes items back to the lab, they have an entirely different process on how to monitor, track them, and inventory the items, correct?
Correct.
So in this particular warrant execution, did you engage in the search?
Yes.
And you said you documented what other members of the group found and located where they located it, correct?
Correct.
And so you, as the evidence officer, were aware that Trooper Rabbit located some prescription pill bottles in the kitchen that morning, correct?
Correct.
And so as the evidence officer, were you responsible for kind of keeping custody of those bottles?
Correct.
At some later point after those bottles were photographed and collected, did you inventory those bottles?
Yes.
show you what's been marked as Exhibit 155, if I may approach the witness.
Me.
So Sergeant, just showing you this bag here. It's already been marked, Exhibit 155. I'm going to show you 4 pill bottles. And you can take a look at them. So they look familiar to you?
Yes.
So the first one I'm looking at is labeled trazodone. And as far as how you inventory these, what do you do when you inventory them?
Just count them.
Okay, so you also review the information on the label as to what should be in the bottle or what the original prescription was?
Yes.
So as far as the trazodone, it says filled on January 12th, 2023 with 30 in it. And so you counted to determine how many were left, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say there were 20 remaining in this bottle when you inventoried it.
Correct.
The diazepam, 5 milligrams, date filled January 9th of 2023 with 14 as the quantity. You counted what was in this bottle.
Correct.
And there's 2.5 left in there, correct?
Correct.
And diazepam, 2 milligrams, date filled January 16th, 2023. It has 3 listed on there, right? In type.
Yes.
But there appears to be like a pink mark through it.
Correct.
Did you put that pink mark on there?
No,
Would that have been there when the bottle was seized?
it could have been.
But regardless of how many it said were the quantity, you counted how many were actually in this bottle.
Correct.
And fair to say there were 9.5 remaining in that bottle.
Correct.
And the last one, amitriptyline, 10 milligrams. It says date filled January 16th, 2023, quantity 30. And you counted how many were left in this bottle as well.
Correct.
And there were 22 in this bottle.
Correct.
And you documented that as this was put into evidence in the state police.
Yes.
Did you search in the upstairs master bedroom of the house during the search warrant?
Yes, I assisted with the search.
Did you locate anything that you documented or collected to take back to the state police?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What did you locate?
I believe it was a baby monitor and a Google Nest camera.
Okay. Did you observe the room, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you search in a nightstand that was next to the bed?
I don't recall searching on a nightstand.
Search in a nightstand that was next to the bed?
I don't recall searching on a nightstand next to the bed.
Were there other investigators that were also in the room searching other areas of the bedroom?
Yes.
And as far as any additional work you did on this particular investigation, again, fair to say the detective unit works as a team and divides up work and for follow-up.
Correct.
And you participated in some follow-up investigation by speaking to some witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you were also asked to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital where the defendant was following the sheriff's department, keeping watch of her.
Correct.
Do you recall what day you went there?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. When you went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, was she in her own room or was she in like a open area?
She was in her own room.
When you were there on watch, did you go into the room or were you outside the room?
Outside the room.
And as far as your memory of whether anyone else besides medical staff went in there, at any point when you were there at the Brigham Hospital, did you observe another individual come in to visit with her or meet with her?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was coming in?
Yes.
And were you advised that that person was allowed in with a court order?
Yes.
When the person went in, did you know if it was an attorney, a doctor, somebody else?
It was not an attorney, it wasn't a doctor. It was, I believe, a psychiatrist.
And when that person went into the room, did you go in the room as well?
No,
And where did you stay?
outside the room.
And when this man went into the room, did he leave the door open or close the door?
I believe it was closed.
And when he came out, did he speak with you?
I don't recall.
But as far as you knew at that time period, that person was permitted to be in there and could close the door.
Correct.
And you don't know what was said or what was done in that room?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
So your position was as a sergeant for the state police on these dates that you testified to?
No, sir. At the time, I was a trooper.
Trooper?
Yes, sir.
You were assigned to the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
It would be the Plymouth County DA's office, meaning these prosecutors here, right?
Correct, sir.
Actually, you have an office in their office, right?
Correct, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. So on the first time you got involved with this case was on the evening of, was it the 24th or the 23rd?
Tuesday. I think it was the 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what time it was that you went there?
To the South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Approximately 7:30 p.m.
Now, at that point, you had known, obviously, that this was a major investigation involving the death of 2 children and 1 serious injury to another child. Is that correct?
Correct.
The media was absolutely insane all over the location of the house and in the hospitals and everywhere. Isn't that right?
I recall media at the house. I'm not sure about the hospital stuff.
Okay. It was a fairly horrific and largely attended to, if you will, event. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay was, when you went to the South Shore Hospital, that's where you saw her before she was transferred to the Brigham and Women's, right?
Yes.
When you went in to see her at the South Shore Hospital, she was in the emergency room, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that she was pretty well, she had the intubation tube in her mouth, she had tape on her face, she had her arms all taped up and wires and tubes and everything else, right?
Yes.
And it was a very confusing and, quite frankly, shocking sight to walk into that room and see her there in that condition, right?
Yes.
And you, about your duty, collected clothing and her wedding band, correct?
Yes.
And you went through all that with the items you seized, and you introduced those into evidence and noted what the government said appears to be stains, but it was blood on her clothing. Is that right?
I would say,
Bitterly,
yeah.
in your experience.
Yes.
Any shoes? Did she have any shoes, sneakers, slippers, anything like that?
I don't recall shoes. I think 2 black socks, but I don't recall shoes.
Right. If there were shoes on her person or brought to the hospital, the odds are that when they saved the clothing, they would have saved the shoes as well, right?
Yes.
So you took the clothing, and then you went to the Boston Children's Hospital, right?
Yes.
And after you left the Boston Children's Hospital, you went back to the house and then assisted in the search of the property with a search warrant?
Yes.
And were you the lead investigator at that point, or were you one of the guys just searching?
I was not the lead investigator.
But there was a court order, search warrant, right?
Yes.
And you, meaning collectively you, knew that you had a search warrant that authorized a search for a number of items, including medications or pills or pill bottles, right?
Yes.
I don't have to grab this and ask if you saw this. You never did see that, did you?
I did not recall seeing that, sir.
You don't know what, if anything, was inside that item, right?
I don't know.
And counsel asked you whether or not it's a collaborative effort on the part of the detective units, and that you all collaborate and work together. Can you explain that? Do you report to each other? Do you keep each other advised as to what you get for evidence?
Yeah. So when we go into a house, we're not familiar with the layout. We'll walk the house and figure out where bedrooms are located, and then essentially we kind of just break up into teams, if you will, and search the residence. As evidence is located, and at that time, as the evidence officer, I would be alerted that, hey, there's evidence here. We're going to document and collect it.
Okay. And you videotape the scene and you take photographs of the areas, the different rooms, right?
I do not, but the crime scene does.
But you were in the house and you were able to observe the rooms. You could see all sorts of wall hangings and paintings and fingerprints and handprints and all that stuff on the wall, right?
Yes.
Downstairs, you saw in the basement or the finished basement that there was an area that was an office or appeared to be an office. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact layout of the basement.
Do you remember that items were seized from the basement, like a Mac Pro laptop, something like I have right here? There were 2 of them that were seized. You remember that?
Yes.
And from your investigation, you're aware that those would have been Pat Clancy's laptops, his business and personal laptop, correct?
At the time, I'm not sure who the laptops belong to, but I know they were collected.
Okay. And how about Lindsay Clancy's, her cell phone? Was that seized, if you know?
I believe that was seized from the master bedroom.
From the master bedroom. And do you remember, was it located on the bed?
There was a phone located on the bed. I think there was another phone located in a dresser drawer. I'm not sure which phone was what, though.
All right. So both of those phones, regardless which one was what, did either one of them have blood on them?
I don't recall.
But if you guys were seizing the items in the property, such as the cell phone that had blood on it, and your experience, you probably would have remembered that, right?
Correct.
And you don't remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did notice a lot of blood on the floor and on the walls, on the mirror and the window ledge and that area. Is that fair?
I recall blood on the floor by the mirror and then blood on the floor going towards that back right window.
Okay. At no time did you ever come across or discover a, what do you call it, Apple Watch, right?
No, sir.
And after you all concluded your search of the home, and how long did that take? A couple of hours?
Probably. I don't recall the exact time we concluded.
Okay. The next thing you did was to go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that right?
After the search warrant?
Yeah, she had asked you a question about Brigham and Women's. I mean, did you do something else in between? I don't know.
I don't recall exactly what I did after the search warrant, but at some point I did go to the Brigham.
Okay. Can you tell us when you went to the Brigham?
I don't recall the exact date.
All right, so whatever date you went to the Brigham, you went there for what purpose?
She was transferred to that facility, and it was to maintain custody of her at that point.
So you were going to maintain custody of her?
So the sheriffs, I believed, had custody of her, and then our unit was tasked to facilitate providing coverage over the next couple of days.
Right, and she was actually in the bed with all, again, tubes and all sorts of things coming out of her body when you saw her, right?
Yeah, she was in the hospital bed.
And she was in like an emergency room. It was a little small room with a lot of machines in it that took up a lot of space, right?
I don't think she was in the emergency room. She was in one of the floors.
One of the floor rooms, but it was an intensive care unit, right?
I believe it could have been the surgical intensive care unit.
Surgical intensive care. And when you went there to facilitate custody, who were you facilitating custody for? The DA's office?
Yes, essentially.
Okay. And whatever, do you remember how many days? Was it like 2 days, a week, 2 weeks after the incident that brought you to the house in Duxbury? Do you recall how long it was before you went to the hospital to maintain custody, facilitate?
I don't recall how many days, maybe 2 or 3. I'm not sure the exact count.
All right, so she had been transferred out of South Shore Hospital. She was transferred to Brigham and Women's Hospital. You went to Brigham and Women's Hospital. I imagine you had to go through security to get in there, right? Well, your badge, right?
At some point, yeah, we were probably assisted with security to get up there.
Well, you know that nobody could get access to Lindsay Clancy in that hospital, and I mean nobody, right?
Correct.
And this went on for day after day after day, to your knowledge, facilitating, right?
Correct.
Her parents couldn't get in to see her, correct?
I don't believe so.
She had an attorney that had difficulty, not me, but another guy that had difficulty getting in to see her. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of that difficulty.
I had to get a court order to get a doctor in there to see her, didn't they?
Yes, it was a court order.
And when I got the court order, a doctor came in and met with Lindsay pursuant to that judge's order, and that was Paul Zeisel, correct?
I believe that's the name. I'm not sure if he was a doctor, but I believe that was the gentleman that came on the court order.
Okay, only because in your direct you said that he was not a doctor, but he was a psychiatrist. So I mean, it's just you knew that he had something to do with head doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist, something like that.
Correct.
Okay. Did he have to clear it with you to get into the room?
He checked in with myself and the other trooper. We were advised that he was coming and to let him in on the court order.
All right. Now, I wasn't there on that occasion, right?
No.
And when Dr. Zeisel, or whoever it was, went into the room to see her, it's your memory that he was allowed to shut the door. Is that correct?
I believe he shut the door.
Now, you were involved in this investigation pretty intensely, working with the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Isn't it fair to say that one of the contentions of the district attorneys is that Paul Zeisel, my doctor, that I got a court order to get in to see her, told her to call Pat and tell him that she heard voices?
Can I see counsel sidebar in regards to this?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I think that's kind of understandable there. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think that is kind of understandable there. It's almost as if the lawyer is trying to testify himself a bit, which is not allowed.
Yeah, I can see why we got a sidebar real quick, because it's like, hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Are we going to allow this?
Yeah.
You know, that's damn near automatic. I mean, I kind of figure, I was like, damn, that's an interesting question. Very interesting question. We'll see if he answers it. But yeah, it was crazy. I noticed in chat, who was it? Let me scroll up here. Joel pocketed 1.7 million from the GoFundMe. Now, when it comes to the medical expenses, I don't know. I'm not that I would have any kind of, I could be like Jennifer Tufts. Well, I don't have expertise, but it says it on the bio. When it comes to the cost of the medical treatment, I would have, well, I don't know how much insurance would even cover of what Lindsay did in her injuries.
I can't imagine that it would be much.
Yeah, it'd be a tightrope. It'd be a tightrope, but I can't imagine the medical cost. I'm thinking maybe $600K for, and I think that would be a generous estimation of how much that would take out of that 1.7 million. I don't know. What do you saw the GoFundMe, Rosie? What? It was for medical expenses. It was for what, the transition throughout the healing?
I read about it. I never actually saw the description of what they were claiming it was for, but it was described in what I read as being for medical, legal, and funeral expenses.
Yeah, I got funeral, 60,000. Legal expenses, I think that. Let me see. Let me see what this guy is worth here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know that. I mean, I guess she did undergo a couple of surgeries.
What's his first name again?
Patrick?
Kenneth? No, the lawyer, Reddington.
Kevin. Mama K says that she's in medical admin. She had multi-millions in medical care and bills, and we can trust that.
Yeah, I'm not. There's no publicly verified financial estimate. Let me see if it's not. What is he? Trying to see. I mean, he's very good. Handled plenty of high-profile cases. He's got to be expensive.
Yeah. I think I might stand corrected, but I'm so sure that I also read something about the proceeds of their house being sold, also being involved in his, possibly being involved in his fees.
Huh. He's got to be expensive. She might have reached a stop loss too. What is that? What's a stop loss? Thank you, Mama K.
Not sure.
She had multi-million in medical care and bills. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money. 1.7 after taxes. You're probably hitting 1.2. 1.3.
Now it says on a different site that her parents are paying.
Oh, for the lawyer?
Yeah.
Damn, where'd all this money come from? They must come from a lot of money or something.
This is, I'm just reading the Google AI response. It says that it's deriving it from 9 different sites, and it says Lindsay Clancy's parents are paying for her legal defense by completely depleting their personal assets and life savings. Her defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, confirmed that every nickel that's been spent on her defense has come from her parents.
Oh.
Key details regarding defense funding. No GoFundMe money was used. A GoFundMe page raised more than $1 million for her former husband, Patrick Clancy. Reddington publicly clarified that not 1 cent of those public donations is being used to fund Lindsay's criminal case.
Wow.
Partial.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because people probably started having a fit. Like, I donated for this, not for lawyer fees or whatever, but that's crazy. So the parents are paying for the legal representation.
Yeah.
So they basically sold everything that they own just to. Yeah, I wonder how much he's getting paid for this. It'll probably come out after.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
After the trial's done. So, yeah, we are on a sidebar right now. I'm surprised it's actually taken this long. Usually they're pretty quick. But I don't know. What do you think about Trooper Dan Lawler?
I mean, he's pretty straightforward. I think that he the fact that Reddington is trying to highlight a lot that he's, just works for the prosecution in a sense.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that. I mean, I guess he's leading up to something because he hasn't done it to the other law enforcement people who've testified. So we'll see why, but it's interesting.
Well, I mean, it's pretty common that law enforcement works with prosecution. They kind of work on it together in a way. So
Yeah.
it's pretty common, but it is interesting how with this particular officer, oh yeah, you guys have an office in the same building, right? Yes, we do. Oh, okay. So I wonder where he's going with that.
Yeah. I'm also really wondering where that's heading, because he's got something planned for it.
Yeah,
He's
something's up
laying
his
down. Yeah. Yeah.
something is definitely up his sleeve. So yeah, I can't wait to we'll get an edit put together for this weekend, and we'll sit back and I listen to his whole testimony. It's probably going to be a long show, just as long as a court hearing will be, because I think when I totaled it, it was about 4.5 hours total of just the testimony. And so then you add, conversation, things like that, and it'll probably end up being a 6.5 hour show, somewhere around there. So it'll probably be just as long. We just won't start it as early as the court hearings start. We won't need to. We'll start it a couple hours later in the morning. Because hell, when we're live, just the trial, not counting the recap that we do each morning now for the trial. 9 o'clock Eastern is 6 in the morning on the West Coast.
Yeah.
So we'll yeah, go ahead.
No, I wasn't trying to say something. Sorry.
Oh, I lost my train of thought. All right. Dang, what is going on with this? I mean, I thought this would be an easy switch. Let's pull up this. Thank you, Rosie. Let's pull up this GoFundMe here real quick. Wow, people are still donating. It's actually 1 million, not 1.7. So here is the GoFundMe for Patrick Clancy. Wow, people still donating. 15.9 thousand donations. 1,075,411 were raised. The goal was 1 million, and they crossed that by about 75,000. So that makes a huge difference from 1 to 1.7, because you're thinking it's pretty close to 2 million. Just slightly above 1. On behalf of the extended Clancy family, we invite you to offer support for Patrick as he navigates an unimaginable tragedy. We appreciate your thoughts, prayers, and outreach in support. Oh, hold on. This GoFundMe is intended to help Pat pay for medical bills, funeral services, and legal help. Probably the civil suit that they pursued against the city. The assistance is especially needed because Pat will be unable to work for the foreseeable future as he weathers this painful, life-altering tragedy. We all know Pat to be the most kind and genuine person. As someone who is always willing to support others, we sincerely thank you for offering yours. And then January 28th, 2023, the following are the words of Patrick Clancy from today, January 28th, 2023. And it says, thank you all for your love and support. The warmth I've received from the community is palatable, and your generosity gives me hope that I can focus on some sort of healing. Oh, hold on one second. Let me put that up there. A lot of people have said that they can't imagine, and they're right. There's absolutely nothing that can prepare you. The shock and pain is excruciating and relentless. I'm constantly reminded of them, and with the little sleep I get, I dream about them on repeat. Any parent knows it's impossible to understand how much you will love your kids until you have them. The same goes for understanding the devastation of losing them. Cora, Dawson, and Callan were the essence of my life, and I'm completely lost without them. My family was the best thing that ever happened to me. I took so much pride in being Lindsay's husband and a dad to Cora, Dawson, and Callan. I always remind myself that each day with them was a new gift. Callan usually woke up first and would rest his head on my shoulder for a few minutes as he adjusted to morning. Dawson typically sang or spoke his thoughts out loud for a while before we'd go get him. Cora was a big girl and would simply walk downstairs. I can still vividly picture her coming into the living room each morning with her hair a mess, smile on her face. We always started our days together, reading books, cuddling up on the couch, and playing with magnet tiles. I loved taking them places, whether it was scooting at Chandler Elementary, vacation, skiing, out on the boat, or at Duxbury Beach, one of our favorite places on earth. They gave me purpose, and I never took it for granted. There is now a massive void where that purpose once was. Cora had an infectious laugh and was stunningly beautiful. She was the cautious one, but it was really because she was so caring. She used to say she wanted to be a doctor and a mama when she grew up, and she would practice by giving Callan checkups. If she was leaving the house to go somewhere, she would pick somewhere to take care of Caroline and Charlotte, her baby dolls. She had all the doll accessories available, so her sitters were well equipped. Before she turned 2, she was already wrapping them in perfect swaddles. We would tell her she's such a good little mama. She loved all babies, both real and pretend. She loved sloths, unicorns, tea parties, going to lunch with Nana and Grandpa, and giving presents to people. She knew everything about princesses, her favorite being Sophia the first. She truly loved her brothers and us and said it very often in her sweet voice. We did a lot of father-daughter activities together, like skiing and visiting San Francisco, or just talking. I loved her, my firstborn, so much. We'll get back to that here on the next break. We're going to get back to this live trial. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not, and share this out. Thank you guys for being here.
So the record's clear, the jury's out of the room at this point. We will just conduct a short voir dire on the issue that we talked about over at sidebar. So I'll allow Mr. Reddington to ask questions at this point, and then I'll allow Commonwealth to also ask questions. Go ahead, counsel.
Okay, thank you. So you're in the hospital at Brigham and Women's, correct?
Yes.
And when you're there, with the purpose of obviously with other law officers to enforce the fact that she's in custody, Dr. Zeisel, or a doctor, came in pursuant to a court order, right?
Yes.
All right. And obviously had been cleared through security and went into the room where Lindsay was laying on the bed, right?
Yes.
You don't know, or you don't recall, if he closed the door or if he kept the door open, or if it was half open. You just don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in the course of preparing this case for trial, that you have worked and collaborated with the prosecutors, the two district attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And you guys would talk about theories of the case and evidence that they want you to run down, perhaps as an investigator, or try to obtain, or interviews and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the theories that they had indicated to you is that Patrick Clancy had indicated to the investigators and to the grand jury, I believe, that Lindsay called him from the hospital, right?
I recall that.
And that Lindsay used that doctor's cell phone to call him from the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they basically had a theory that they wanted to run with, that Zeisel told her, Lindsay, to say that she heard voices, right?
I don't know if it's a theory or not. I just recall that conversation at some point.
Okay, so when was the conversation?
I don't recall exactly when.
You remember where the conversation was?
No.
You don't? Okay.
I'm assuming at the office. I just don't recall specifically when.
And who was it you were talking to?
Probably could have been one of the troopers in the office working the case.
One of the troopers, is it McGilligan?
Probably. He's the case officer, so I'd imagine it probably would have been him, sir.
Probably could have been him.
Yeah.
How about any of the prosecutors? You talked to the DAs about that?
I don't recall specifically speaking to a prosecutor about this.
Well, how about not necessarily?
Okay, I'm not sure what happened with the court feed here. Let me refresh it again, maybe? I'm not sure. Nope, it's froze. Something's going on over there. Technical sidebar.
Technology. Yes, technical sidebar.
What is going on with this?
We're
It's like
sorry.
every day they have issues. Well, hell, we had issues. What day was it? Monday? Monday we had issues.
Yeah. Yeah.
Conversation, Lindsay
Oh.
community.
Oh. It's teasing us. Come on. What is going on? Oh, and it sucks because they probably don't know. They probably don't know that they're having feed issues.
Okay, you already said that. I know, and
Oh, come on. Come on. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
What the hell is going on here?
She had told Patrick on.
What the hell? Why is it giving us like a second and then it's...
Yeah.
That's
Like
weird.
little bits. Yeah.
We just got back from a freaking sidebar, man.
I know. Why couldn't this happen during the
All right, hold on.
sidebar?
Let me see if Court TV.
The voices.
I think they're all getting it from the same feed. Let me see something here.
It does look the same.
Yeah, I think they're all getting it from the same. Let me see here. Hold on one second. Nope, it's froze on. Nope, it's froze on everybody's. Fox. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Dude, what the hell? It's all froze, yeah.
Attorney Buckingham.
I'm even checking local news.
anything about a theory.
Okay.
Did you? Had a conversation with the prosecutor. Anything that you conversation.
Yeah,
with
anybody that's live is on delay.
Testimony today.
Because I'm seeing the prosecution with the sergeants. So yeah, those
That
are on
incident
delay.
after you.
Even see, yeah, all the major feeds are having this issue. So hopefully at some point they can get it fixed.
And I'm also just checking, some websites have like written updates every 10 minutes, some of them. So I'm just checking if maybe they refresh and we can just read what happened.
The call was and who he said the call was from.
Here we
had the
go.
call occurred,
Here we go.
correct?
Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you.
So, if I may, Judge?
Yeah, please.
So basically, my contention is that you're obviously up here testifying as honestly as you can. It's pretty apparent, right?
Yes.
And you're very consistent with your oath, and you understand that it's important. And you're trying to, it might be difficult, but you're trying to explain what your memory is about conversation with the lead investigator, McElligott, right? I mean, you're trying to tell us what your memory is, right?
Yes.
So your testimony pertains to your conversation with the lead investigator, McElligott. It's got nothing to do with the fact that you don't recall this or you don't recall that. What you've testified to is for the judge to consider, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Why don't we do this? I'm going to take about a 10-minute break at this point.
Okay.
And we'll come back out and we will resume cross-examination. Okay.
Court, all right.
Oh my God.
All right, please.
We just had a technical freaking break, man. All right. So court is in recess again. So I'm actually going to switch to, let's go back to the fundraiser. I do want to finish reading. This. Okay, so we read, let me see. We heard about Cora. We read about Cora, and yes, it was very precious. Very precious. We're going to hear about Dawson now. Dawson had beautiful, bold brown eyes that beamed with friendship. He was naturally humorous and generous beyond the norm of a typical toddler, always willing to share his toys with others. For all the love he received, he always gave back more. His best quality was his pure kindness. He loved trucks, tractors, dinosaurs, Paw Patrol, worker guys, and being outside. He was adventurous and mischievous and enjoyed causing trouble, which he typically found hilarious. He was also remarkably smart. We always said if we didn't save enough for retirement, it'll be okay. We'll just live in Dawson's guest house. He would hug me tighter than most adults, and every night he told me in inconsistent words at bedtime without fail, "Good night, Dad. I love you." We had a special bond from day one. He was my buddy, my first boy, and truly a gift. Man, this is hard to read. Really. Callan was our easygoing child. I always said it was because he was the third child. He had to adapt, and he did easily. He was born with hardly any fuss and was by far our best sleeper. He was just an incredibly happy and vibrant baby, constantly smiling. Our nickname for him was Happy Callan. He was sitting on his own, and you could tell he was enjoying his growing experience as he would grab any object within reach, Sometimes he joined my Microsoft calls in the background, playing in his jumpy. I would keep my camera on too proud to leave it off. He started saying "Dada" whenever I walked in the room. The last moment we had together was our routine. I would come up from my office at the end of the day and swing him between my legs while he laughed and smiled. If I was ever having a bad day, Callan always knew how to heal me. Perhaps that's why he held on a little longer, to spare me whatever pain he could. Man, that's tough.
I know.
Just thinking about it, him hanging on for those few days. As excruciating as it was, I was fortunate and grateful to feel his warmth until his very last moment. Faith is my only hope of believing he felt mine. Callan died with enormous courage, despite being so little. Maybe it was his way of demonstrating what I need to do to press forward. I'll always try to draw inspiration from him. He'll always be my little hero. I want to share some thoughts about Lindsay. She's recently been portrayed largely by people who have never met her and never knew who the real Lindsay was. Our marriage was wonderful and diametrically grew stronger as her condition rapidly worsened. I took as much pride in being her husband as I did in being a father and felt persistently lucky to have her in my life. I still remember the very moment I laid eyes on her and can recall how overcome I was with the kind of love at first sight you only see in movies. It really didn't take long before I was certain I wanted to marry her. We said "I love you" to each other multiple times a day as if it were a reflex. We habitually started every morning with a passionate hug, yielding a sigh of relief like we had each received the perfect medicine. If too much time had passed without a hug, she'd look at me and ask, "Did you forget?" We mutually understood the reality that people can have bad days, but we stuck to the rule that when one of us got lost, the other was always there to bring them home. Always. She loved being a nurse, but nothing matched her intense love for our kids and dedication to being a mother. It was all she ever wanted. I'll just keep that to myself. It was all she ever wanted. Her passion taught me how to be a better father. I want to ask all of you that you find it deep within yourselves to forgive Lindsay as I have. The real Lindsay was generously loving and caring towards everyone, me, our kids, family, friends, and her patients. The very fibers of her soul are loving. All I wish for her now is that she can somehow find peace. I promise I'll put all my energy into healing and rediscovering my purpose. I owe that to all of you. Duxbury Fire and Police, our compassionate health workers, our local faith leaders, the Microsoft community, and especially Cora, Dawson, and Callan. I don't know how or when I'll be able to do it, but your love and generosity will help me get started. I know that love always wins. Cora, Dawson, and Callan, you gave me so much in your short time here. I don't know if the pain will ever go away, but I'll do my best to carry on in your honor. Dada loves you so much and will always remember you with love and endless gratitude. And we'll put that picture up there for you guys. Damn.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
all.
And he does communicate beautifully as well. I didn't really know that about him. That's heart-wrenching.
Mm-hmm. Now, I do want to share something else, and I want to say thank you to Caddy. This was an article of, we're going to read through this real quick while we're waiting for court to resume. Mother slits throat of her 3 children, told their father, say goodbye to your kids. This was actually just a couple days ago. Literally just a couple days ago. Mandan, North Dakota. A mother allegedly murdered 2 of her young children by slitting their throats and attempting to kill another after telling their father, say goodbye to your kids. According to an affidavit obtained by Valley News Live, officers responded to a residence on the afternoon of August 6 regarding a report of a mother who had stabbed her children. First responders arrived to find the mother officers responded to the residence on the afternoon of August 6 regarding a report of a mother who stabbed her children. First responders arrived to find the mother, 22-year-old Kaylee Earhart, holding a knife to her own throat in the home, per the affidavit. Earhart, who was covered in blood, reportedly dropped the knife and told officers to kill her. After detaining the woman, officers found 3 young children who were lying unresponsive on the floor in a nearby bedroom. The children were all suffering from wounds to their necks. Authorities said a 5-month-old and a 3-year-old succumbed to their injuries and died, but a 1-year-old survived the ordeal following extensive surgery. Investigators learned that prior to the murder, Earhart chased the father of the children and grandmother from the home with a knife. The father told authorities that he had managed to take a gun from Earhart, disassemble it, and dispose of the pieces before she locked him out of the house. The man reportedly showed police a video he took of his phone of Earhart carrying one of the children with the pistol on her hip. Say goodbye to your kids. Oh my God. What the hell happened there? Damn. Okay, let me see here. And we're going to go to this video real quick. An attorney discussing how the industry failed Lindsay Clancy, and that's what I feel myself. I really feel like the medical industry really did fail here. Let's check this out real quick while we wait for court to resume. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. And let's check out what they have to say here.
Host of the Crime and Justice podcast and the weekly rap sheet on Fox Nation, Donna Rotuno joins us now. Donna, good morning. Thank you for joining the program. What is your reaction to how this trial is going so far?
Good morning, Nate. I mean, we continue to watch this trial, and what we continue to see is that Lindsay Clancy, on a regular basis, sought help. She kept asking, she kept begging, she kept screaming out, and she did not get the help she needed. And that's, I think, what this trial is showing us. As horrific as the facts of this case are, and as awful as it is that these 3 young babies were murdered, at the end of the day, the question is, was Lindsay Clancy acting in a way that she knew the depths and the seriousness of her behavior? And I think given what we're seeing here, the defense is doing a very good job showing that she kept losing herself. She was hearing voices. She continued to ask for help. She checked herself into a facility. I'm just not so sure that a jury is going to convict her on these first-degree murder charges, given the fact that we are seeing that the healthcare industry really failed her time and time again.
It's unquestionably just an unthinkable tragedy. The question is, was she aware? Was it criminal? Clancy's defense attorney questioned the nurse practitioner about all the drugs that they put her on. Listen here.
You're aware that she was...
Present excluding the jury.
All right, Counsel, can I see your sidebar?
They really just did that to me. All right, we'll be back in a second. They really just did that to me.
You're aware that she was provided many, many, many prescriptions.
I'm
aware she was prescribed other medications.
Did you ask what other medications there were?
Yes.
And did she tell you?
Yes.
Did she tell you who prescribed them?
Yes.
It's pretty easy to get a list from CVS, right?
Yes.
So, Donna, you think that the defense is making a pretty strong argument?
I do. I think they're making a very strong argument. You know, again, what the jury has to determine is, was she aware that her behavior was criminally wrong? And that's what they have to be able to establish. But what I think they're showing is that this woman was sick, and was her sickness enough to overcome this burden of proof that the state has? So we're going to see how this jury decides. But it is clear by watching Lindsay Clancy that this has affected her at every turn. I mean, she's sobbing, crying in court. We can see how difficult this is for her. Remember, she is also paralyzed. I'm just not so sure that, given all the facts and evidence here, that a jury is going to say that she was legally responsible. I mean, let's remember here, this woman will live with this in her own mind. She will live in a prison in her own mind forever, regardless of what this jury does to her.
Court, all right. Jurors enter.
Nearly 70% of our viewers are not subscribed. Please hit the like, sub, share this out. Click the bell to get notified of all content. Thank you for being here with us, and good morning.
Please be seated.
Versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Members of the jury, thanks for your patience. We were able to deal with that issue. And so we're going to return now to the cross-examination. We're still going to take a morning break, as I've told you before. Might just be a little bit affected by the fact that we just took that you took that break. We didn't take that break. So with that, we're going to return to the cross-examination. Mr. Ring.
Sergeant Lawler, we're at the point where you are assisting, if you will, in the custody of Lindsay at Brigham and Women's Hospital when you observed a doctor enter into that area and ultimately into her room. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the door was either closed or open or halfway, you don't recall, which is understandable, but you just don't remember if it was closed completely or open a little bit, right?
Correct.
But either way, you weren't eavesdropping or trying to hear anything, were you?
No.
And then when the doctor finished talking with Lindsay, at some point, you as investigators were aware that the doctor had allowed her to call her husband and use his cell phone to speak to her husband, correct?
I later learned that, yes.
And you later learned and knew from the investigation that it was fairly recently to that point that the tubes had been removed from her mouth and she was able to at least talk to a degree. And then she talked on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And after that, fair to say that you did not, when I say you, I mean collectively, all the police officers investigating for the DA's office, you did not see any reports or anything that would indicate what, if anything, was said between Dr. Zeisel and Lindsay in that room, right?
Correct.
And who is Sergeant, is it McElligan?
Sergeant McElligan, yes, sir.
And Sergeant McElligan, Joshua?
Yes.
He's the lead investigator in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, he was a sergeant and you were a trooper, right?
At the time, we were both troopers.
Oh, both troopers. Okay, so you both got promoted. And he, as the lead investigator, told you in a conversation, or perhaps more than one, that the government theory is that Dr. Zeisel told Lindsay to say to her husband that she heard voices, right?
Yeah, if you can rephrase that.
Okay. Did you talk to McElligan about the theory that Dr. Zeisel is the reason that she told her husband that she heard voices?
Yes.
And do you remember where or when that conversation occurred, or how many times that you guys discussed that?
I believe it would have been at the office. I don't recall exactly when.
Okay. And there's no investigator basis for that. That's McElligot's speculation. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you went there and you observed Lindsay after the doctor left, she's still obviously in the bed because she's paralyzed, right?
Correct. She was still in the bed.
Was she restrained by either soft restraints or handcuffs or whatever? Do you remember where her hands or her wrists were restrained by either soft restraints or handcuffs or whatever? Do you remember where her hands or her wrists were restrained to the bedpost?
I don't recall specifically restraints.
Okay. And you mentioned that the state police were there. That would be people that were obviously working with you, right?
Correct.
And do you remember how many state police were there that you were coordinating or assisting?
Per shift, there was 2 of us.
2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also there were sheriffs from the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department that were there, right?
So we relieved the sheriffs.
Okay. How many sheriffs did you relieve?
I don't recall exactly. Probably 2, though.
Okay. And how about Duxbury Police? You recall the Duxbury Police being there?
I do not recall Duxbury Police there.
How about the security cops for the hospital? Do you recall them being there, either in the room or outside the room?
I don't recall them being outside the room.
Do you recall coordinating with the security boss, the head guy for the hospital security?
I recall having some assistance at some point from security to get up there.
Okay. And do you remember how many days it was that you were assisting in the custody situation of Lindsay before she was allowed to have family and me and different people visit with her?
I don't recall exactly how many days.
About a week maybe, or less, or longer?
Less than a week?
Less than a week?
I think, yeah. I don't remember exactly, though.
And even though she was allowed to have visitors, still the police presence was there. Is that correct?
After I left, I'm not sure after I left what the visitation was like.
So when you say after you left, you mean when you left the hospital? You mean after you were finished with your tasked duty of dealing with her security and being under arrest?
Correct. After my assigned shift, I don't.
So after you were involved, obviously you don't know what happened after that.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Redirect, Ms. Buckingham.
Sergeant Lawler, in your experience working in the detectives unit as a trooper, is it fair to say you oftentimes will have conversations as investigations are unfolding with other investigators that you're working on a case with about the case, potential evidence, theories of the case?
Yes.
And it's also fair to say that theories change over time based on your investigation and what evidence you find?
Correct.
Was there anything about a conversation that you had with Trooper McElligott about this theory that affects your testimony as you stand here today?
No.
And you didn't hear anything that occurred in that room that day that you were there when Dr. Zizou was there, did you?
I did not hear anything.
Nothing further.
Just briefly, well, your testimony, basically, unobjected to, is talking about clothes that were seized at the house and the other investigation going to the hospital. That's it, right?
Objection.
Sustained. All right. All right, anything further? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Letitia Dukes as its next witness, please.
Good morning. Good morning. Don't make sure we can line up the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and jury interview shall be the truth of the matter? You may have a seat.
Good morning. All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, okay? Sure. All right, thank you. Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
My name is Letitia Dukes.
And how do you spell your first name?
Latiesha.
How do you spell Dukes?
Dukes.
What do you do for work?
About time we get to hear
I'm
from
a licensed
Letitia
mental health
Dukes.
counselor. I worked as a perinatal clinician at South Shore Hospital.
And what kind of education did you receive in order to do that?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in mental health counseling, and a master's of education in mental health counseling.
And you mentioned the South Shore Perinatal Clinic. Do you still work there?
No, I do not currently still work there.
How long did you work there?
I worked there for about 5 years.
What did you do there?
At the perinatal clinic, I worked as a perinatal clinician, which involves like short-term therapy from prior to birth to postpartum, and supported with connection to care, whether that be therapy or higher levels of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization, or inpatient care.
And do you often collaborate with patients and other clinicians at the clinic or nurses about treatment plans for patients?
Yes.
And do you help to manage the treatment plans with the patient?
Yes.
How do patients, or strike that, for your role at the clinic, doing the therapy and being the clinician, are you often referred patients by the nurse practitioners or somebody else who had seen the patient or did an intake with the patient?
Yes.
And do you work with that prescriber or practitioner over the course of the treatment with that patient?
Yes.
And as far as your role and what you do with patients, is it fair to say that a large amount of your ability to work with the patient is based on your relationship and rapport that you develop with the patient?
Yes.
And do you rely heavily on things that they report to you when you're assessing them diagnostically and trying to help them come up with a treatment plan and offering therapy?
Yes.
And one of the things that might be important in that is to assess a patient's presentation each and every time you meet with them, right?
Yes.
So do you do that in each appointment or each interaction with a patient, assess them for various things?
Yes.
And what kinds of assessments do you perform?
So I typically perform a psychosocial assessment, which is getting their behavioral health history, as well as their current presentation and reason for coming in for therapy. So whether that be a specific diagnosis or current concern, or recent like crisis or trauma, and also a risk assessment that assesses how they're doing in that moment.
Okay. And as far as the therapy component of your interactions, is that largely based on the patient?
Yes.
And what kinds of therapy can you offer in that short-term therapy?
In that short-term therapy, we offer cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy. I also offer something called EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy for patients that have gone through trauma, as well as it could be even short-term support, like a couple of weeks until they're transferred to the appropriate level of care.
And in your sessions with patients, is there a minimum or a maximum time limit?
Typically, our program would go from birth to postpartum up to 2 years. If it did go a little bit over 2 years because of lack of connection to care, then it would go a little beyond that, but typically it's 2 years.
Okay, and that's the duration of your treatment or your interaction with patients. But what about in each appointment that you have? Is there a minimum or maximum time set by the clinic of when you see a patient in a particular visit?
Yes. So do you mean as far as like weekly or like hour, half an hour?
Well, I guess the question is, if a patient's coming into you because they were referred and you're meeting with them on a regular basis, how long are the appointments in duration? An hour, half an hour?
So appointments could be anywhere from a half an hour to an hour based on the patient need at that time.
And when you're interacting with a patient and you're making all those assessments, are there tools available to you if you feel or you experience that a patient needs a higher level of care or is heading or is in some sort of crisis? What tools are available to you for that?
So tools that are available to me is connection to my direct supervisor, as well as crisis coordination, as well as like the crisis support numbers that are in that area. So I could either call with the patient or sit with the family, create a safety plan, and the patient can call later on if they feel like they're safe to go home and they have supports at home.
Okay. And at some points, could it be that you would need to involve authorities like the police?
Yes.
And you also are familiar with the Section 12?
Yes.
And then that it's an involuntary procedure where the court gets involved?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you do meet with patients on that regular basis, either for a follow-up or an intake, is it a telehealth situation, an in-person situation?
It depends on what the patient is comfortable with and what the patient is able to do as far as like access. So we offer both in-person and virtual appointments.
Okay. As far as when you first meet with a patient, when they've been referred to you, that first intake procedure, is there a recommendation for whether that be in-person or telehealth?
All the perinatal behavioral health appointments for mental health counseling are in person, that initial visit.
And then the subsequent appointments are oftentimes directed by the patient?
Correct.
Would there be instances where you would insist or prefer that the patient actually come in person if they've elected for telehealth?
Typically, you prefer someone to come in person because they have either like fallen out of care or there are concerns for their safety for some reason.
And if you don't have those immediate concerns and it's the preference of the patient, do you often engage via telehealth?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy. Do you remember when your first contact was with her?
I remember it was around late November, early December.
Okay. And you're aware that she came to the perinatal clinic and was being initially treated by Julie Paul?
Yes.
And by the time you engaged with her, she had her care had been transferred to Rebecca Gelada, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say you had the most contact with Rebecca Gelada about this particular patient?
Yes.
And if I mention December 2nd, does that sound familiar as the first intake with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, as I said, around late November, early December. So that sounds about right.
Okay. And the intake appointment, was it in person with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, it was in person.
And what were the services that were being offered for her? Why was she referred to you?
So she was referred to me for postpartum anxiety and depression symptoms. That's what she was referred for.
And in this first intake, did you go through that psychosocial history with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you have some previous information from an intake with with Julie Paul, or did you do it fresh on your own?
Fresh on my own.
Okay. And so again, this is information that the patient is reporting to you about their history.
Yes.
And so in this instance, you noted that the defendant told you, or Lindsay Clancy told you, that she had had some prior contact with mental health, right?
Yes.
That she had engaged with a psychiatrist in nursing school, and that she had been prescribed medication at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she, prior to coming to the clinic, that she had been engaged with a psychiatrist.
Yes.
Did she identify what her concerns were, or what her presenting concerns were to you?
Yes, she did.
And what were the concerns?
Her presenting concerns were anxiety, lack of sleep, depression symptoms, frequent passive suicidal ideation, thoughts of wanting to die and no longer be here.
Okay. And had she reported to you that she had been on a number of different medications?
Yes.
And you're aware that those medications were being managed by the nurse practitioners in the clinic?
Yes.
And as far as your role as a social worker, do you often kind of get into the weeds with patients about their medication?
So I'm not a social worker. I'm a mental health counselor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. But I typically have an overview of medications, but I don't particularly get into prescribing or how to take medications.
Okay. And so what's the focus of your role in offering counseling services to women with postpartum anxiety and depression at the clinic?
So my role would be to create a treatment plan to address the concerns, which would be like the anxiety and depression symptoms, and work on coping skills and building community supports around that. Or if she needed a referral to a higher level of care, I would do that.
And do you come to your own conclusions as far as diagnosis goes based on your interaction with the patient?
Yes.
And in this first interaction with Ms. Clancy, you got her history. You also did some of those assessments, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so as far as assessing her present condition, kind of how she presented to you, did you make observations of her mood?
Yes.
And do you recall her mood being low, that she felt numb and unable to laugh?
I apologize. If it's medical record, I don't have any objection, but I prefer not the leading. I have no problem if she reads from the record.
All right. If you could just, there's objection, in fact, leading question sustained, but is there any, so there's no objection if this witness, if you want to look at your notes, I don't know if you have your notes with you.
Do they have a copy?
I don't know if the parties have a copy that she could look at.
I do. I could.
Do you have a blank copy?
Well, I mean, it has like a date on it. It doesn't have a lot of notes on it. Just has a date.
I can approach page by page. It's fine.
Sure, that's fine. So if you need or want to look at the rec, just let us know. We'll do that.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Just gonna show you that page.
Sure.
I can speak that for her.
Sure, yeah.
So, Ms. Dukes, on this particular visit on 12/2, what was her mood?
So she reported having low mood and feeling numb.
Okay. And so you said she reported. So in the note that you're reviewing, these particular questions or these observations that you noted, are they based on her reports to you about these areas?
Yes, and as well as my observation of her.
Okay, so did it appear that her mood was consistent with what she was reporting to you based on your observations?
She appeared to have, if you can say, like normal mood. There was no like tears or sadness, or like there was no blunted interaction. She was able to make eye contact.
Okay. And kind of moving to what's identified in your record as mental status exam.
Yes.
What is a mental status exam?
So a mental status exam is an exam that's assessing how the patient is appearing, what she is reporting, as well as any concerns about safety, which would be any suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, as well as any intrusive thoughts or worry, any hallucinations or delusions.
Okay. And so in this exam, is it a mixture of what the patient tells you and what you're observing?
Correct.
Okay. And if I can approach you with another page. Page 53.
Thank you.
In regards to, on this particular first encounter on December 2nd, when it comes to the mental status exam, were you able to observe her facial expressions?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her facial expressions?
She was cheerful when discussing her anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And did you also ask those questions about thought content? You just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. And so what did she say about thought content?
So thought content, worry about her infant and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also, in this assessment, assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her anything more about those passive thoughts that you indicated she reported?
Yes, and what she reported as far as like passive thoughts were thoughts of not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
And is that significant to you, the fact that she identified there was no plan?
Yes.
And why is it significant?
Because if she identified that she in fact had a plan, then that would escalate me to see it as a crisis and request higher level of support at that time.
As far as your observations of her thought process, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
And her intellectual functioning, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
Did she report to you any past attempts to harm herself or others?
No.
Did you go through with her her behavioral health history?
Yes.
And other than what you indicated as the anxiety and sleep, did she identify any concerns around substance abuse issues?
So she did identify concerns about, not in her history, but in that visit, about misuse of Ativan.
And if somebody expresses concern about that substance use, do you have a tool available to you to assess whether they have substance use issues?
Yes, so there is an assessment within the initial intake appointment that has a specific section to further assess substance use disorder.
Okay. And did you identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
And as far as her expressed concern to you, fair to say it was focused on the one particular medication, the medication Ativan, correct?
Yes.
And why did you not find that to be an issue based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment and how she stated she was supposed to be using it, it was used correctly to remedy the anxiety symptoms.
And after this initial intake, I guess the first question is approximately how long is this initial intake appointment?
The initial intake appointment is typically an hour.
And after having spent the hour, gone through these assessments, spoken to her about her history, were you able to come up with or give an opinion about diagnosis?
Yes.
And based on her presentation to you, what was your opinion about diagnosis?
At the time, my opinion about her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety because she had a lot of anxiety about most things.
Okay. And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan for her?
My recommendations at that visit was outpatient therapy, continued medication, and weekly visits with me.
And why did you recommend outpatient therapy on top of therapy with you?
So outpatient therapy was kind of like a blanket therapy, but more so like intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy.
And was your role in offering her weekly sessions an attempt to kind of bridge services and make sure she was getting everything she needed, or something different?
To bridge services.
And so after that meeting with the recommendation for weekly visits, did you begin to schedule additional visits with her?
Yes.
And after that particular visit on December 12th, did you send her any particular information?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send patients information if you're not able to give it to them?
I can send it through my chart messaging.
And on this particular day, after your meeting with her, you sent her some resources about cognitive behavioral therapy, did you not?
Yes.
Your next contact with her was December 5th. Why December 5th, if you had just met with her on the 2nd?
That may have been the soonest available appointment that week for her.
Okay. And it was shy of the 1 week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything in your meeting with her on the 2nd that made it necessary to have a shorter appointment?
No.
This next contact on the 5th, was that in person or telehealth?
Telehealth.
And on this day, on the 5th, when you met with her, did she report some additional information or report how things had gone over the weekend to you?
May I see my notes?
Sure. If it's okay, I'm just going to give her all the pages from that note.
That's fine.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
I'm just reviewing the note.
Sure. Take your time.
And can you repeat the question?
Sure. In that visit on December 5th, did she indicate to you or did she report to you how the weekend went for her?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about the weekend?
She reported that over the weekend she had a difficult weekend, having intrusive thoughts about wanting to die, and that she had contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to having no SI plan, suicidal ideation plan.
And so when she reported the intrusive thoughts and having a tough weekend, did you follow up with her and begin to kind of talk with her about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about what she was feeling in those intrusive thoughts?
So in those times, what she reported was that it was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan.
Okay.
Kind of like the same report that she gave to crisis.
Okay. And as far as kind of the difficulty of the weekend and how she was feeling, did she tell you how she was feeling?
No.
In that particular meeting, when she had talked about wanting to die or not wanting to be there anymore, did you kind of follow up with her about those statements and whether she had any sort of intent or plan?
Yes.
And did you ask her additional information and complete that full mental status exam?
Yes.
From that meeting? And were there any signs of psychosis or signs of mania or homicidal ideation?
No.
And at the time that you met with her on the 5th, was she currently having those thoughts about wanting to die? Do you know?
Just reviewing the note.
Sure.
In that visit, she had no suicidal ideation.
And on this particular visit on the 5th via telehealth, did somebody else participate in the visit as well? I could direct you to page 45.
45?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Caddy, for the 10 jewels gold coin and for the 10 jewels floating heart. Thank you very much. What's up, Jennifer? Hey, everyone. Just a thought. Lindsay was on Prozac during college. Has anyone questioned why and could that have been a sign of mental trouble back then? Good question. And
Yes, her
Aaliyah,
husband
what's up?
joined the
In
visit.
my opinion, Patrick used Lindsay's mental health
This
issues
visit,
against her.
approximately how long
Interesting.
was it, if you recall?
This visit was approximately 30 minutes.
And fair to say, the focus of the visit was to kind of deal with that bad weekend and calling
Yes.
the crisis center.
Yes.
So what did you offer her as far as recommendations or assessments or assistance during this meeting?
So support during this meeting, I offered her support in connecting to, it seemed like she needed a higher level of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy, as well as we reviewed, one of her main concerns was also issues with sleeping. So we reviewed sleep hygiene and how to support better sleep to see if that would help with some of the intrusive thoughts.
Okay. And as far as the recommendation for intensive outpatient or partial hospitalization, did you want to connect with those programs at that time?
At that time, she didn't decline services, but she was interested in the information.
Okay. And so did you agree to send her some information?
At that time, I did not agree to send her information.
Okay. Did she ask for any other information in that meeting?
She did ask for information and support connecting to psychological testing.
And is that something that you do at your clinic, do psychological testing?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you make a referral for her to see somebody else in the clinic, or did you provide her other information?
So I discussed this information with the provider at the time, which was the psychiatrist and medication provider at the time.
And would that have been Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
And so did you subsequently send Lindsay Clancy some information about psychological testing?
Yes.
But there was no recommendation for it to be done at the clinic?
No.
Do you know why?
At the time, it sounded like she wanted extra support or like outside opinion as far as like diagnosis and medication.
Okay. And was the testing something that she brought up, or did it come out naturally in your conversations with her?
That's something she brought up.
In your meetings, did she want to, or did she discuss medication side effects with you?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her demeanor during this visit on the 5th?
On the 5th, one second.
Nearly 70% of viewers are not subscribed, so please hit the like, sub, share, and click the noti bell to get notified of all content. And thank you for being here with us. We appreciate you very much.
Her presentation overall was within normal limits. She didn't appear like anxious or different than any other visit I had with her.
And this is kind of your second meeting with her, right?
Yes.
And how many meetings did you have overall with her during the time she's at the clinic, if you know?
4.
So, but you had spent an hour with her on that intake where there's a lot of information exchange, right?
Yes.
So was there anything different about how she presented, how she spoke to you or answered questions during this follow-up on the 5th?
No.
And as far as the conversations about the bad weekend and calling crisis, did you have any concern that she was in crisis? Care, correct?
Yes.
But nothing that would have prompted you for those other interventions that you've previously described to us, right?
Right.
Did you ever in this visit see signs of mania?
No.
And is that something you look for?
Yes.
And did you ever see signs of delusions or paranoia?
No.
How about psychosis?
No.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
Yes.
And was that in person or telehealth, if you recall?
Telehealth.
And on the 12th, did you have further conversation with her about your previous recommendations about partial hospitalization programs?
May I review?
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, we did have further conversation about recommendations.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she would be starting a program soon?
Yes, she indicated that she would be starting a partial hospitalization program in Norwell on December 20th, 2022.
Did she provide you any details about that program? Do you know?
No, just that she would be starting a program in Norwell.
Had you referred her to any programs in Norwell?
No.
And in this meeting with her, did you continue to talk about her need for higher level of care?
Yes.
And did you make recommendations on a different program?
Yes, I did make a recommendation on women and infants.
And why did you recommend women and infants, or why were you recommending this higher level of care?
I was recommending this higher level of care because of continued passive suicidal ideation, even with crisis intervention, as well as women and infants was more so for postpartum women, and the infant would be able to come to the program with her.
And so the program at Women and Infants is something that you're familiar with working through your clinic, correct?
Yes.
And you often make referrals over there?
Yes.
Do you require the patient's consent to make a referral?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy consent to the referral at that time?
Yes.
And so did you work to make that referral after that visit?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that she had continued passive suicidal ideation. In this meeting that you had with her, did you assess that? Her suicidal ideation?
In this visit particularly, did she have passive suicidal ideation?
Well, do you ask if they still have that?
Yes.
Or if they currently have thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
And in this instance, did she have thoughts of suicide or wanting to die?
Just reviewing, hold on. So yes, she reported continued suicidal ideation at the time.
But did she ever indicate a plan?
No.
Having met with her on the 12th, did she ever articulate to you that she had made any attempts?
No.
And in your conversation with her on the 12th, were you able to identify any protective factors based on everything that you knew about her at this time? Now, this is your third time with her, right?
Yes.
So what were you able to identify as protective factors for this particular patient?
At this time, she had supports, which were her husband and her mother-in-law. At this time, she was able to, from the past visit I had with her, able to contact crisis when she felt like she needed extra support. So she was able to follow through with suggestions that I had given her in the previous visit.
Okay. And based on your visit with her on the 12th, she accepted a willingness to go to one of those programs, right?
Yes.
Or at least be referred.
Yes.
So was there anything about your interaction with her on December 12th that warranted any of those higher levels of intervention from you?
No.
Now, the next time you met with her was on December 19th, correct?
Yes.
And was that the final time that you met with her?
Yes.
On that day of December 19th, was that in person or a telehealth?
May I review the note?
Sure.
That visit was virtual. And what was the question?
That was the question.
Okay.
Thank you. So on this particular visit on the December 19th, did she report any further issues or anything that had happened between the 12th and the 19th that were of concern?
So she was continuing to have low mood and numbness. She did not have any SI and had no need for crisis intervention over that weekend.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she had been doing things at home to try to help with her mood?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Let's see. She was spending time with family, and her children, and exercising.
Now, at this point, as the December 19th rolled around, had you already put in that referral to women and infants?
Yes.
And did you know if she engaged with women and infants by that point?
By that point, women and infants had reached out to her, but she had missed the call, but said she would contact them back.
Now, one of the concerns that you often talked about in your meetings with her was sleep, right?
Yes.
And in this meeting with her on December 19th, did she report any improvements in her sleep?
No.
Well, if I direct your attention to page 13 at the top of the page where it says risk assessment, there's a category for neurovegetative disturbances. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you show me what you mean by page 13?
Oh.
What is this page 13?
I'm looking at prior ones. I don't know, those don't have page numbers. But the one I gave her has. It's December 19th. That's the last page of my notes.
It's this one here, right?
Yeah?
Okay.
There should be 3 pages. What did you note under neurovegetative disturbances?
I reported that sleep has improved.
And that would be information that's reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You can't make observations of whether somebody's sleep has improved, can you?
No.
Okay. So in this instance, she told you she was going to follow up with the referral, that she was waiting for a call back, that she had improved sleep, but that her mood kind of had remained the same, low mood, numbness, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything about your interaction with her that day that was different from the prior interactions?
That day, she seemed to be more engaged. She was able to smile. She was able to laugh. And she was enjoying time with family.
And so did you look at that as something positive?
Yes.
Was there anything about your interaction with her on this day, on December 19th, that made you think that you needed to invoke a higher level of care?
No.
As far as in-person visits, did you have any other in-person visits with Lindsay Clancy after the 19th?
No.
Fair to say your contact with her was very limited after that point?
Yes.
And on December 27th, did you have some interaction with her and her husband?
Yes.
And why did you have interaction with them?
May I see the note?
Sure. There's 4 notes.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the question?
On December 27th, why did you have contact with her? Why did you make contact with Lindsay?
I was calling her to inform her that her referral had been completed.
Okay. And so you had a call with her at 10:23, 10:17, going back 944. Do you see that in the records that you have, the 4 notes that you have in front of you? They kind of go in reverse order.
Yes.
But prior to the contact about the referral being completed and just reaching out to her and letting her know, did you have a conversation with her husband?
Yes.
And was that at Lindsay's request? Did she give consent for that?
She did give consent for that.
Okay. And fair to say he was reporting concerns of prescriptions, right?
Yes.
And that's not your area in the clinic, is it?
No.
So did you refer him to the prescriber?
At this time, yes, I redirected him to speak to the prescriber.
Okay. And again, in each and every encounter that you've had, did you further recommend that she engage with a higher level of care, either a partial hospitalization program or an outpatient program?
Yes.
Now, at any point that you were interacting with her between December 2nd and the last contact with December 27th, albeit limited, did you ever have any concerns about her physical well-being?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about the physical well-being of others in her presence?
No.
Did you ever see or observe any signs of mania, delusion, or paranoia?
No.
Any signs of psychosis observed by you?
No.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what she was saying or notice any differences in her speech patterns?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns that she wasn't accurately reporting things to you?
No.
And did you ever feel the need to collaborate with your provider for a higher level of care or an additional intervention?
When I did, yes.
And so would that be for the calling the police section 12 or safety?
Hold on. Go ahead. Last that, and then we'll.
My question was, in any of the times that you engage with her, did you ever engage with your provider to come up with a plan for safety planning, section 12, or any other of those interventions you discussed before?
No safety or section 12, no.
So as far as recommendations, would you agree that those were the recommendations for higher level of care?
Yes, for IOP or PHP services.
Okay. And on that last visit that you had with her, she reported doing things outside of the home, right?
Yes.
And that stood out to you?
Yes.
As what?
As an improvement in mood and ability to connect with others.
Thank you. If I may have a moment to put these back together.
Why don't we take the delayed morning break at this point? So hopefully be a little bit shorter than normal, but we'll get you, we can stretch your legs. We'll have you back here in a couple of minutes. Okay?
Court, all right.
I knew he was going to do that.
Jurors, close your notebooks. Let's go. I can see what you were.
Yeah, I just have to put them back together because they're a little out of order.
So we'll be in a short recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We knew that was coming. When she said, if you can give me a moment while I get everything put together. Well, yeah, I was like, oh, I'm surprised they didn't take a break at 11 Eastern. Typically, that's what they do. Now, normally this is about an hour-long break. I'm not sure how they're going to approach this because they are a half an hour late. So I don't know if they're going to extend this break or if it's going to be a lengthy one. So we got a couple We got a bunch of stuff like we always do during any of these breaks. We play clips and videos pertaining to everything that's going on with this trial. The last few days, we've had a conversation, and we've seen a comment a little bit ago. Last few days, it's been a conversation where there are some instances where some others are putting blame on Patrick, and everybody is entitled to their own opinion. So Brian Enton just dropped a video a few minutes ago about could the Clancy marriage have been a motive, blaming Patrick, how blaming Patrick could backfire. I remember during day 1 or 2, that is one of the questions that I asked myself, and I asked all you watching the show. Could a potential problem inside the marriage, could that have created a motive? It was a legitimate question and something we asked from the very beginning. We obviously don't know the inside of the household or anything, but sometimes in these situations where a spouse or a parent tends to go this route that Lindsay did when committing the crime against the children, sometimes, and more alarming than you would think, some kind of problem in the relationship is a motive. We just read that article a little bit ago about the 22-year-old mother from North Dakota telling her significant other that you're not going to see the kids anymore, and then proceeded to take their lives. And so it happens more often than not that problems in a relationship can fuel and be the motive for these kind of crimes to take place. So we're going to check this video out real quick while we were on this short break, waiting for court to resume. And by the way, do me a favor, hit the like, subscribe if you're not, and share this out to your socials and friends. This is Brian Enton Investigations with a new video. Could there have been a motive inside the relationship, and how blaming Patrick could backfire? We'll check this out real quick. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate you very much.
Everybody who has subscribed.
Check this
I'm
out.
continuing to follow the Lindsay Clancy trial, and a few really interesting things in this episode that I haven't heard talked about a lot. First of all, you guys have probably seen it on social media. Everybody seems to have an opinion about Lindsay's ex-husband, Patrick Clancy. Could he have done more? Was there trouble in the relationship? But what's interesting is I have a defense attorney and criminologist on the show today who's going to explain that if any of that was to come out into court, it would actually derail Lindsay's postpartum psychosis defense. So it would actually be very, very bad if any of those issues, if they even really are issues, were to come out in court for Lindsay Clancy, which I'll explain why. I know it's kind of confusing, but it's actually fascinating when I get into it in this episode with Dr. Casey Jordan. Also, if Lindsay Clancy is found not guilty of murder, what happens next? I mean, she would go into a mental hospital, but how quickly could she get out and be a free woman? The answer to that, based on Massachusetts law, actually surprised me, and I didn't fully understand it until I had it broken down for me, which I am doing in this episode for you guys. So I'm going to get into all of it. I know it's a disturbing case. I know it's a lot, but it's also kind of exposing a lot about issues in our society that, truthfully, I hadn't thought a lot about. So I'm getting into all the latest in this episode of Brian Enton Investigates. All right, hey guys. So we've now heard from several witnesses about Lindsay's mental health and medication. And I think it's important to replay some of the testimony from the state's first witness, the person who spent more time with Lindsay than probably anyone else, her husband, Patrick. Now, remember, the state is arguing that Lindsay murdered her 3 kids deliberately and intentionally. That is what prosecutors are saying. They say that while, yes, she had mental health issues, that she was not experiencing psychosis. Obviously, her defense attorney says that's not true, that it was postpartum psychosis, that Lindsay sought help, that she was overprescribed medication, and that she was not in her right mind when all of this happened. We learned her postpartum struggles started way before January 2023, way before the January 2023 tragedy.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids or them having some sort of ailment.
Patrick says Lindsay's mental health got worse after the birth of their 3rd child, Kaylin. She was having trouble with the idea of going to work. She sought psychiatric treatment. She went to the hospital, and she also sought care from postpartum specialists and all sorts of medications. There's been all sorts of medications that they've talked about. Patrick says on the day of the murders, Lindsay never said the kids were in danger, never said that she needed help or was overwhelmed. And when Lindsay asked him to go run an errand, obviously that is when the worst thing imaginable happened. Patrick actually talked to Lindsay on the phone. About a week later, she called him from the hospital. Imagine what that must have been like. Listen to this.
What did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
So whether it's totally fair or not, some of the conversations have now shifted towards Patrick. Why did he leave Lindsay alone with the children when he knew how much she was struggling? Could he have done more to get her help? Or should he have been keeping a better eye on her? Did he understand postpartum mental illness? Was he struggling too? And again, just there's no way to get around the fact that Patrick suffered an unimaginable loss in this tragedy too, and is having to relive the worst day of his life and live every day with what happened. I mean, imagine what that must be like. He has said he forgives Lindsay despite all of this, though the two are now divorced. To me, the question is not whether Patrick Clancy was a perfect husband, but whether evidence of problems in the marriage, if there were problems, would actually help Lindsay Clancy's defense or do the opposite. And it seems it could definitely do the opposite. And that is according to my guest today, Dr. Casey Jordan, not only a criminologist, but also a defense attorney, understands these cases in a way that is beyond any way that I can understand them, because she's covered so many of them and she's dealt with so many cases somewhat like this. So I want you to hear my conversation with Dr. Jordan. She's got a really interesting take on this. Hey, Casey, it's nice to see you. Thank you for joining me. I haven't seen you in a while. It's always nice to have you on. I was just telling you before we started recording, there's something about this Lindsay Clancy case. I honestly didn't really want to cover it at first. It just disturbed me so much. And it almost felt less crime and more just moral dilemma, and just when they're, I mean, I cover a lot of sad things, but something about the kids, it just, the whole thing is very, very upsetting. And I wanted to start out asking you about the husband, Lindsay Clancy's husband. There are a lot of people now pointing fingers at him, saying, you know, he moved to New York very quickly. He wasn't there for her enough when she was going through postpartum and having all of these issues. It sounds like he only went to one of her therapy appointments from what I've heard in the trial. And, you know, they're questioning if he could have done more.
I think hindsight being 2020, he wishes he could have done more. But I also think that Patrick is just low-hanging fruit for us to blame, because if we are persuaded by the defense's arguments that she really was in a psychotic state with postpartum psychosis, and that her doctors weren't spending enough time with her and we're just over medicating her. If we dare buy into that theory that she is truly not guilty by reason of insanity or not criminally responsible, as they say in Massachusetts, then we have this deep need for someone to be responsible, for someone to pay. And yeah, the doctors are getting it on that end with the civil suit, but the actual tragedy, who was there, who was the Johnny on the spot, who should have known better, you know, and Patrick is just the only person left to blame. And we do have this deep-seated need, not only for conspiracies, because we love a conspiracy, you know, we love to think that the truth is stranger than fiction, but we also just want to hold something accountable for the death of these 3 precious children. If it can't be Lindsay, then we want to go to plan B, and Patrick is right there. I haven't seen or heard anything that makes him blameworthy. You have to understand, this is a man who worked full-time. He had complete faith in his wife, who was a nurse, that she knew what was going on with herself and that she would probably alert him. He had never heard of psychosis before. We have to keep that in mind. He's not a healthcare practitioner. He is a man who loves his wife, loves his children, is extremely busy, is trying to be the man who works full time while supporting his wife and taking care of these kids. And at the same time, he doesn't have any medical knowledge that would actually illuminate the situation. When she went to that inpatient care and was released after just a day or two, because she didn't have a very specific plan for suicide, he's trusting the doctors. And I guess that's how I want to leave it, Brian. I mean, before we blame Patrick, he's following everything that the medical practitioners in his life are telling him. That includes his wife, Lindsay, but also the medley of doctors who were just over-medicating her, and right hand didn't know what the left was doing. And we don't even know what cocktail of drugs she was exactly on at that time.
Do you think there could be secrets, though, that we don't know about with Patrick?
I listen, you never know what happens behind closed doors or what secrets people hold. And the bottom line is that it's very tempting and human nature on behalf of all of the cyber sleuths to want to look at the theory that maybe Patrick was having an affair. A lot has been made about his trip to New York. And of course, he has since remarried a woman in New York, a doctor who specializes in fertility treatments. And there's even the rumor that he's had a child. I haven't heard that confirmed, but it wouldn't surprise me. So we are like, oh, that's really quick. Why isn't he grieving for years and years and years about his children? It is not surprising that this man who suffered perhaps the worst tragedy that a father can come home and discover has wanted to find solace in a new relationship, has wanted to put this behind him, has wanted to remarry and perhaps have a new family. Rusty Yates did the exact same thing after Andrea. And who are we to say it's too quick or you know, should have taken longer to grieve? You know, we're all Monday morning quarterbacking, but let's get really to the meat of your question. If he was having an affair and Lindsay discovered that, let's go with the hypothetical that people are positing as part of the conspiracy theory, and she killed the children as retaliation, as payback to Patrick for that affair. Number one, I can't rule out that she had discovered something like that and just never told anybody. So it's possible. But if she came public with that and said, oh, I was down in the basement. I was hacking into his email. I found all these, horrible emails between him and some woman in New York. Again, hypothetically. She would never, ever, ever want anyone to know that, because that would establish a motive, when we talk about the women who kill their children to get back at their exes or to make their husbands suffer. That would destroy her insanity defense. So if it's true, she's never going to admit that she knew it, and he's never going to admit that it was happening behind her back and could be an impetus for the killing of the children and the jumping out the window. So I truly believe that if it is possible, it is a truth we will never, ever, ever know, because for all the right reasons, he doesn't want people to know, because he can't handle the guilt if that was the impetus. And she doesn't want anybody to know that she discovered it, because that would destroy her insanity defense. But I'm going to tell you, as a criminologist and a lawyer, I truly don't think that both of them could keep that secret so carefully. I think it would have come to the surface by now by people who knew about the affair, if it were true. So I'm erring on the side of just in the face of no evidence of an affair, I'm going to assume there is no affair.
It's so interesting you say that, because so if you're Lindsay's lawyer, and I get what you're saying. I mean, there's no evidence of an affair, but if there was one that she told him about, it's really in her best legal interest to anything he did wrong, the husband did wrong. You really don't want any of that to come out.
Correct. And, you can have this kind of like sealed fate between people who suffer from guilt. I don't want to move this totally into like the Jean Bonnet realm, but there are many people who think that John and Patsy were equally responsible for their daughter's death, and both have something on the other. And so it was a secret that we'll never know and went to death with Patsy. But the whole point is, the lawyer may or may not know about something that would have been the impetus for this, but it would never be something that they wanted to come out, because right now, her 3 years of begging for help, for psychiatric help, for reporting and going to doctors for her bipolar. She had these manic episodes, lost all this weight, went on these exercise kicks, was running marathons. I mean, she was the poster child for bipolar. And then when you have postpartum psychosis on top of bipolar, you can get a result just like we've seen in the death of these children. But if the affair happened and it has nothing to do with her psychosis, it would be the perfect slam dunk for this prosecutor who's going after her like a tiger to say, oh, this is just, a scorned woman. This is just a woman who's getting even. Hell hath no fury, like a woman scorned. If she knew that Patrick had an affair or was seeing somebody on the side, she killed the children just to make him suffer. I don't buy it, but if that came to the surface, if that were a Perry Mason moment in this trial and that was introduced, this would slide everything towards the prosecution's argument.
Just watching today and yesterday, it's made me think about so many things, Casey, that don't even have to do necessarily with this trial, like just bigger societal problems. Like even the fact that she only saw her psychiatrist on telehealth when she was having serious problems. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem good.
I have to tell you, I 100% agree with you. It is incredibly convenient for therapists and doctors to do telehealth. You don't have to have any overhead. You just, you can do it from your home office. The money still keeps coming in, but it's a bad idea for a lot of symptoms. And I know you're going, well, with psychiatry, who cares? It's not like you have to put a tongue depressor in their mouth and check down their throat, but it does matter. It matters because you can't see if she's wringing her hands underneath the desk that she's talking from. You can't see if her knees are jittery. You can't see if she is just wearing stained clothing from the waist down, that show that she's given up on just taking care of herself, and in terms of self-care and in terms of just doing her laundry. Are her nails trimmed? Are they dirty? Does she have applesauce all over her jeans? Things like that you would know if she came into the office and be able to see her in real time. The other thing, Brian, I think you bring up is just that these healthcare providers and this is really the fault of the insurance companies that don't want to pay them, they churn these accounts like crazy. They really have tremendous pressure on them. Literally algorithms built into their software. You must see the patient within, they go 17 minutes is all that she ever saw. Some of these doctors, I'm like, that's 7 minutes more than most doctors spend with their patients. And I don't want to hold the doctors blameless on this at all, because I do think that there's a lot of blame to be pointed in their direction, and the civil suit will take care of that. But at the same time, they're under tremendous pressure to see 100 patients, in a week, in a day sometimes. And I think she was getting typical treatment, not good treatment, but really typical treatment from these healthcare providers.
This is still supposed to go on for a couple more weeks. What do you think we'll see from the defense side?
Well, we've got a defense attorney in Reddington. He is a pit bull.
Yeah.
He is in his 70s. He's tried, I think, hundreds of cases, and he's really good at what he does. I have never seen anyone like such a firebrand on cross. I mean, yes, he's in the top 10, I would argue. And they were very smart to get him. He has collected his evidence, and he has already made a very strong move with this civil case that's going on. He has all of that information that was developed in the civil case about the medications that she was on. I mean, we've already had these amazing moments where he's like, yeah, the police came in and they took her meds, and they keep saying they have 7 meds. Then I went there with Patrick. I found all kinds of other meds that the police didn't find. And he literally presents the nightstand drawer full of medications. And we now have a count going from 7 to 14 medications. I mean, this is really compelling. And of course, we haven't heard all the evidence, but I am completely convinced just by what I've read so far in the civil suit that she was over-medicated, that the right hand didn't know what the left was doing with regard to all of her health care providers. They just go to the records, but they aren't asking her questions. Like, okay, we may have taken you off of Seroquel. How is the Klonopin working? Where's your Seroquel? Did you bring the bottle with you? Because I would really like to do a pill count and make sure you don't have any extras at home, because you shouldn't be taking these two things together. I mean, did they ever have these conversations with her? Or what scares me the most is they're like, oh, you're a nurse. You know what you're doing, without any credence to the fact that she is an incredibly mentally ill new mother. Maybe they trumped that with her nursing background status, didn't ask her the right questions, or just assumed that because she was a healthcare provider herself, she would know what to do. But the fact that her pill bottles were in the vehicle belonging to Patrick because he was taking them to her healthcare provider. You know how your doctor says, bring all your meds with you, because they want to know what you're taking, and you can't remember everything. And there were some in the nightstand drawer, some in his car, some around the house. I mean, this woman was drowning in drugs in just the 3 or 4 months before this horrible incident happened.
We all set for the jury?
Yes.
All right, we are back. That was a little earlier than expected. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. And I want to put this out there. We do StreamYard live calls, and I'm curious if there's anybody out there that has had experience themselves or had experience with loved ones go through the same medication roller coaster as Lindsay Clancy did. Let us know if you'd like to call in and share your thoughts and your experience with the show. Just type it in chat and we'll go ahead and make that available. Whoops. And we can get back to that conversation on the next break. I was really shocked, though, that she said the doctors did a great job, number one. But she brings up a very valid question. Did they have conversations with Lindsay about, are you taking these? Did they do tests to see if she was taking certain amounts? And also cautioning her on taking different medications at the same time. Now, as we've seen here in the trial, the last 11 days going into 12 today, there's been a lot of no recall, I don't remember, I'm not sure, a lot of negligence. So I doubt those conversations were taking place. All right, we're back to the trial. Thank you all for being here.
Can you tell me?
Appreciate you all very
4
much.
times that you yourself actually met with Lindsay, or more?
Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Was it 4 times that you actually met with Lindsay or more? And that would include telehealth?
4.
4 times, okay. You met with her on the 2nd of December, right?
Yes.
And you met with her on the 12th of December, is that right?
Yes.
You met with her on the 19th of December, right?
Yes.
And is it the 27th as well? Was there another one? Do you remember when that was?
That was by phone.
By phone. Would that be the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is give you the documents that the district attorney is questioning you from, so that you can actually have them in front of you, okay?
Thank you.
And you can slide up and just... And if I get confused or something, just let me know that you're on a different page than me. Couple of background questions. When you met with Lindsay, for example, on the 2nd of December, you were at least able to look at the records of Nurse Paul as well as Nurse Gelada, right?
No.
Oh. I mean, you guys work in the same place though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when a woman is in postpartum and comes to social health for help, when you're trying to help them, you can't see the medical records from what the other people like Nurse Paul and Nurse Gelada have written down?
You can see the records, yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, so you did look at the records?
I did not look at the records.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Of December, and you can look along with it if you wish. Looking under what would be referred to as behavioral health intake. Your pages are numbered, mine are not, so if you can find that one page. Behavioral health intake on December 2nd. And the jurors will have this as an exhibit, but just going through the pages. You have it?
1 second.
That's crazy. She had an opportunity to look at Lindsay's medical records in the same damn
Okay.
facility, and she
Now,
didn't
one of the
even try to
things
do that.
You
Wow.
would be interested in when you're interacting with a patient that comes to your facility for help is how honest they are, right?
Yes.
Especially in psychiatry. You want to make sure that the person is not lying to you or hiding something. You want them to be honest, right?
Yes.
And for example, Lindsay disclosed to you and to the others that back in 2012, while she was in nursing school, she actually had Prozac because she was very nervous actually about public speaking, but she was on Prozac, right?
There you go, Jennifer.
1 second.
Sure.
He just brought
I
it
think
up.
it's right under behavioral health history, first paragraph.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And
This is
she also
unbelievable,
told you
right?
that she had been prescribed Ativan, for example, by a psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts, right?
Just reviewing.
Second paragraph.
Wow, this is crazy. Since day 5, this dude has been just torching the witnesses.
So
Torching
no, that's not what I
them.
see here.
Okay, do you see where it says prior to attending the SURE program, sentence, second paragraph?
Yes.
Patient was prescribed Ativan by psychiatrist Jennifer Tufts.
It says here she was prescribed Zoloft.
Well, I must be misreading something. I apologize. Let me approach you.
Oh, is he going to pull another sneaky, ladies and gentlemen? He's walking up to the stand.
This is what I have here.
Is he going to pull another sneaky? Ooh, I got to watch this. Is he going to pull another sneaky?
Paragraph 1, right? References to Prozac, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it doesn't say. You said Dr. Tufts.
No, I was saying the second paragraph, prior to attending SURE program, she disclosed to you that she was prescribed Ativan, right?
So which one are you on?
Second paragraph, right here.
He pointed it out, ma'am.
Prior to attending SURE program.
Oh, what is going on? I'm on the edge of my seat.
Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
told you that she was prescribed
That was close.
benzodiazepine by her treating psychiatrist. And further on into your interaction with her, she told you that she was very concerned about taking medication, right?
Yes.
And she was really concerned about becoming addicted to medication, such as a benzo, like Ativan, right?
She was concerned about becoming addicted to medication, yes.
All right. In the very last paragraph, it says, when no longer taking Ativan. You see that one?
Yes.
Okay. She then explained that, she had issues with the sleep, and she started having heart palpitations, and she went to the ER for anxiety. Is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, she told you that she felt that she had an addiction to Ativan. That's why she couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
And she was stressing about that, was really concerned about that, right?
Yes.
She then said that she had weight loss, right?
Yes.
No appetite, right?
Correct.
Panic attacks, right?
Right.
Couldn't sleep, right?
Yes.
Next page. December 2nd, office visit, the same visit. First paragraph. She was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel in the past 4 days, right?
Sorry, this is a different date on this one. What date do you have?
Okay. So the next page.
Mine, it goes to 12/5.
Okay, all right, let's look at this one then. Would you agree that this is a record from South Shore Health? It talks about continuing your.
Oh, thank you, Rizzy.
December 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. If you can find
I think
that.
they were just out of order. Here it is.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine, that's no problem. That's not your fault. Drew, are you with me on that she was prescribed Remeron and Seroquel?
I get nervous every time he's up there now.
That was within the past last 4 days. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you saw her on December 2nd, after telling you about the Ativan and telling you about her weight loss and her anxiety and everything else, she told you that she had been prescribed Remeron and Seroquel. And I understand you don't do the drugs, so you don't really have.
No, I don't do medication.
Very difficult to get the brand names and the other names, but we have a chat for that. So she started Remeron and Seroquel, and then she told you that since starting the medication, she's had thoughts that she no longer wants to be here, meaning, I guess, what, on the earth?
No longer wanting
kill
to
herself?
be here could mean anything. But in that instance, when assessing for suicidal ideation, no longer want to be here qualifies as passive suicidal ideation.
Okay. And then she indicates further that this week, she was seeing you, feels like she's going to die. That's what the DA read to you, right?
Yes.
But then it goes on and says, but she doesn't care if she dies, basically. She feels like she's going to die, but she doesn't care. She said that, right?
Yes.
She then talked about how the Remeron and Seroquel were not helping her sleep. Yesterday, she took Ativan, she told you, right?
Yes.
Due to intrusive SI, suicidal ideation thoughts, right?
Yes.
Did she indicate what the intrusive suicidal ideation thoughts were yesterday, which would be December 1st? Did she tell you what that meant? Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I did ask her what she meant, and that would mean that she had the thoughts that she told me about no longer wanting to be here.
Okay. And you then told her that she could go to the ER and that you then sent her local crisis contact information. Is that right?
Yes.
And then talks about onset. Says 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety, correct?
Correct.
And what did she tell you the anxiety was about?
1 second.
Yep. It's under onset.
Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. How could she not look up? Like, she works in the same hospital facility.
And what was the question?
Like, how could she not look up these records when she could have easily just looked them up? It doesn't. That's wild.
Under onset, she indicated 3 months after the baby was born, she had unmanageable anxiety. Is what
Yes.
the district attorney asked you. And then it continued on with a sentence. What was her anxiety about?
About her children, especially the baby.
And what does that mean? That she was having unmanageable anxiety. Do you know, what does unmanageable mean?
So constantly worried that something was going to happen to her children or something bad was going to happen to the baby.
And at that time, the children were 4, 3, and 6 months, right?
Correct.
Under social, the notes indicate that she talks about her anxiety all the time with her mom, husband, and mother-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And one of the questions the DA asked you is about her support, family supports or collateral contacts, and you indicated the mother-in-law. She also had her mother and father as family support as well, right?
Correct.
And you knew that her mother and father had actually lived in Connecticut, but moved up or came up and stayed with her for at least a week, if not longer, during December, right? If you know. And I know it's difficult if it's not in the notes for you to remember. I'm just asking, do you remember at all that she said that her mother and father came up and stayed with her to help out?
I don't remember that.
Okay. She further went on and said that she's uninterested in other topics from friends. What did that mean? She just didn't want to talk to her friends about anything?
She just had a lack of interest in conversation with friends.
And that would be her social circle. She just didn't care, right?
Right.
She said that she felt numb, right?
Yes.
She had a lack of attention, right?
Right.
Confusion, right?
Right.
Under mood, it says, well, of course, you have disturbed sleep. She's only sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night is what she told you, right?
Correct.
And then it says supports. Mother and father have been staying with her for the past week. Does that refresh your memory that you did get that info, that they were staying with her for the past week?
Yes.
That's fine. I just saw that too, so no
Yes.
problem. You took her history, that she was a nurse, that she had been on leave, and she told you that she lost 10 pounds in the past month, right?
Correct.
Now, can you flip to the next page and make sure we're both on the same page? On the substance use assessment, do you have that?
1 second.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that you're concerned about is whether or not your patient has a substance abuse problem, like drugs or alcohol or something like that, right?
Correct.
And you've already told us that your opinion was that Lindsay did not have any substance abuse problems other than her fear about the prescribed Ativan, right?
Correct.
So did you ask her about alcohol?
Yes.
Can you tell me what she said about alcohol?
She said the last time she drank alcohol was in October of 2019.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Did she tell you how much, what it is that her alcohol of choice was?
Huh. Weird.
She said her alcohol of choice was wine. She would have 1 to 2 glasses.
Did she say why she would do that?
To cope with anxiety.
Okay. And this is back in 2019, right?
Correct.
That would be 3 years before you actually met with her in December of 22, right?
Correct.
Cannabis, the weed, the devil's lettuce. How about that? Did she confess that she was using marijuana?
Yes, she said she did use marijuana.
When?
Last use was November 15th, 2022.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why did she say that she used it? It's under comments?
Yes, I'm taking it.
That's okay.
She said she tried a marijuana gummy to help with sleep.
And that was on November 15th of 22, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page, assessment and recommendation. If you have that, make sure we have it.
Yes.
Okay. And I think the district attorney had asked you about the mental status exam facial expression, and you indicated that her facial expression showed anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear, right? Do you know what the fear was?
Just going back to that part of the
Sure,
assessment.
yep. It's under facial expression.
And you said facial expressions,
Yes,
right?
please. Yep.
Anxiety, fear, apprehension, sadness.
Okay, so if I can, I apologize. If you just keep you're very soft spoken.
Yes, I'll walk.
Voice up so the jurors can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you said that her facial expression exported to you anxiety, right?
Correct.
Fear of something, right?
Yes.
Apprehension, right?
Yes.
Sadness.
Yes.
Depression.
Yes.
And she expressed that she was having anxiety and numbness, right?
Yes.
And she was crying when she was telling you this, right?
Yes.
And again, indicated that her thoughts were worried about her baby, the new baby she had, the infant, as well as if she's being addicted to Ativan, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
And again, thoughts of wanting to die, but there was no plan.
Correct.
Next page, risk assessment. There's a whole lot of stuff on it, these pages. I'm just trying to cut to the chase here. So you see where it says risk assessment?
I am trying to find
Okay.
it. 1 second.
Yep. Under it's under risk assessment.
I'm taking a look.
Okay.
I see protective factors, but I don't see risk assessment.
Okay, let me ask you, under risk assessment on December 2nd, when you asked me about that, so at that point, she again admitted to suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
It was passive.
Yes.
It says plan to go to ER if she feels unsafe or has a plan, right?
Yes.
And then farther down, you have current medications, and she was on quetiapine or Seroquel, right?
Yes.
Fluoxetine or Prozac, right?
Correct.
Lorazepam or Ativan, right?
Yes.
Mirtazapine or Remeron, right?
Yes.
And they were all, that was all active prescriptions that she had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Told you that she is seeking counseling for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
Do you have on December 2nd, continuing on with your evaluation, where it says clinical notes? Do you have the clinical notes?
1 second.
What I could do is read what I have rather than stand next to you. And if you trust me that I'm not misrepresenting it, I mean, I'm just reading off of this to make it quicker for you. If it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, I can walk up and show it to you, okay?
Okay.
On that date, your notes say patient requested addiction support services. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you indicated that you would be sending patient addiction support resources by my chart or the message thing, right?
Correct.
You then indicate that based on history reported, patient meets the criteria for postpartum anxiety, right?
Yes.
That she would benefit from OP therapy. What does that mean?
Yes, from outpatient therapy services.
PHP?
Yes, partial hospitalization program.
IOP?
Intensive outpatient program.
And that you then helped her out by bridging the therapy services, right?
Yes.
You then noted again postpartum anxiety on December 2nd, according to your notes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know that she had been seeking and receiving therapy? I don't know if that's therapy or counseling or that type of thing. Like there's a woman that works in your business that provides therapy, right?
Yeah, so that person would be me.
So did she come to see you for therapy?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
So is it fair to say that she was more than willing to accept help from somebody like you?
Yes.
She didn't appear to be avoiding any therapy when recommended, right? If you could, Ms. Dukes, please look at, I think it was December 12th was the next time perhaps that you saw her. Unless it's there's another intervening period.
So there's December 12th and then there's December 5th.
Oh, okay. So if you could pull out December 5th.
Yes.
And if I can come up and look at it.
Just to make sure they match, Rosie.
All right. So on December 5th, again, you were meeting with her for therapeutic intervention, right?
Yes.
And that on this occasion, she reported she had a difficult weekend, right?
Yes.
Intrusive thoughts of wanting to die, right?
Yes.
That she contacted Aspire Crisis Support, right?
Yes.
She met with an Aspire clinician, right?
Yes.
And what happened when she met with the Aspire clinician?
She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having any suicidal ideation plan.
So if she said, in addition to the fact that she's been in counseling and therapy and seeing psychiatrists and on medications for the past 3 months or whatever the period ultimately would be, and that she wanted to kill herself, didn't want to be here, couldn't care if she died, they told her because she didn't have a plan that they couldn't help her?
Correct.
Did they, to your knowledge, make any recommendations? Or did they recommended that she attend a day program?
Yes.
All right. And that person from Aspire then said he would send her patient resources, right?
Correct.
But nothing ever happened. He never sent her any. You did, but he never sent her any patient resources, right? If you know.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. So she had you at least to talk to and counsel and advise her. You continued on to make your observations. Fair to say that pretty much things stayed the same as far as her appearance, appearing anxious, appearing sad, unable to relate to people, that type of thing.
Correct.
Okay. Then you have, as a chief complaint of present illness. And again, that was, oh, wait a minute.
That's not my note.
That's not you. Okay. All right, so you can hold on to that.
Yep. Thank you.
Next time you saw her would be December 12th. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, on December 12th, that was a teleconference that she had called by an appointment with you?
Yes.
And at that point, she reported that she had a difficult weekend and was experiencing intrusive thoughts of wanting to. Do you have it in front of you? I don't want to take advantage of it.
Hold on one second.
Yep.
I still can't get over the fact that she never tried to even look up the records and she had all the access to them. It's just wild to me.
I don't see the 12th in here.
Okay. Page 28.
Page 28.
By the way, nearly 70% of our viewers are not subscribed. So do us a favor, hit the like, subscribe if you're not, and make sure you click the bell to
Just for
get
the record, I
notified
think, Your Honor,
for
that
all.
she's looking at
Appreciate
the
you guys.
actual exhibit. Am I right? That's the exhibit? That's in evidence? No, it's not. Okay. Can it be in evidence? Can I offer that? Yeah. Okay. Can I offer that?
Any objection? Sure. Yeah.
Sidebar.
Yeah, if I could just say it.
Of course, it's a sidebar. And yes, thank you all for watching with us. And yeah, it can take pretty long. I mean, shoot, it took 3 years for Idaho to start. 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah.
It all really it depends on the how much is involved in the investigations and the discovery, really. But man, I was shocked. She didn't even try and look up those records of Lindsay while she was a patient of hers, and they worked at the same hospital why would you not
I mean,
look up the
even
records?
even he was surprised. Kevin Reddington was, because he was like, "Had you seen the records?" And she was like, "No." So he was like, "Oh, so you don't have access?" No, we do. You had access and you didn't try.
Right.
Like even
Yeah.
he was like, for a moment there, he was like, "Huh?"
Yeah,
So
that
that's
first question. Yeah, he
yeah.
was like, huh? I was too. I'm like, what? You didn't even try to access them for any doctor, right?
Yeah.
And then Lindsay told her that she hadn't had a drink since 2019. So that was interesting.
Yeah.
Because she told other doctors differently that she was currently drinking 1 to 2, 5 days a week. So, yeah, but I'm really shocked, especially when somebody is getting prescribed this 30 prescriptions getting prescribed. We've seen all the bottles displayed in court. The ones Patrick had, the ones prosecution, like the bag of pills that wasn't even used, mainly a lot of unopened.
Yeah.
It's wild. You would think that like seeing all of those prescriptions, how could you not try to seek out records? I mean, and especially test, like with all those medications, testing the patients too to see if they're taking the right amount, if they're taking it, if they're taking too much. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, when you're dealing with a patient, whether you're the counselor, the psychiatrist, the therapist, whatever you are, you can't have too much information. You need to know everything in order to like proceed. That's just how it works.
yeah, and this is people's brains, man.
Yeah. I also wanted to tell Twiggy, every day of this trial has gotten crazier than the one before. Like it's
Yeah.
just it's escalated.
Starting from day 5.
December 12th.
Not calm.
Check our recaps every day. That's the best way to catch up. Check our
Again,
recaps.
I could do what I did before.
She probably had it before.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
It references providers' interventions, and that would that be you, provider?
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about symptom management, and yet again, she's reporting she had a difficult weekend, experienced intrusive thoughts, wanted to die, didn't have a plan for suicidal plan, but she contacted Crisis over the weekend, and that would be, again, Aspire, apparently, right? There were
Correct.
2 times she contacted Aspire, not once.
Correct.
Twice. Both times they told her that there's nothing they could do for her, right?
Correct.
And she told you that she was going to start a PHP in Norwell on December 20th, right?
Correct.
But in fact, you were able to, knowing people that you may have and pull strings, you were able to try to get her into the Rhode Island Women and Infants program, right?
Correct.
Which is a really pretty good program.
Correct.
And did you know that she did, in fact, go to Women and Infants on December 20th? She didn't go to the Norwell program. She went to Women and Infants program, and that she was there for the day and that they basically turned her away.
I did know that she went to the Women and Infants program. I was not sure of the date.
Okay. So if I suggest to you it was the same date that she had told you that she was going to go to the program in Norwell on December 20th, and then that you and Nicole Harden Francis reviewed various options, one of which was that, which made sense, to attend the Women and Infants program, IOP or PHP program, right?
Correct.
And that she, patient, provided you with verbal consent.
Correct.
To sign whatever had to be signed and get her into that program, right?
Correct.
So you know that she did on December 20th, after not getting anywhere with Aspire ×2, and after dealing with Gelada for all those times that she dealt with her, I'm sorry, the other one, Tufts, you were trying to get her into this program, which would be pretty good for a woman that had postpartum problems, right?
Correct.
And you made your referral, you opened the door for her, and she got in there to at least be interviewed, right?
Correct.
And they didn't take her, right?
Correct.
You know why?
I am not aware as to why.
Would you be surprised if I told you that they indicated that they could not help her out because their diagnosis or secondary diagnosis was that she was over-medicated.
Repeat the question.
Would it surprise you to know that they indicated that they couldn't treat her as a woman with postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety or any of that, because their opinion was that she was suffering from an over-medication.
Wow. That's
It
so
would
sad.
surprise me, yes.
That's so sad.
I do not know.
Okay. Did you know that the records from women and infants indicate that, in fact, on that very same day, they reached out to Nurse Gelada and asked her to call them so that they could discuss the medication, and Gelada never got back to her?
I was not aware of that.
I'm sorry?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. I think the district attorney had asked you a question about the last time that you saw her or had any activity with her was on December 19th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I may have misunderstood. Did she ask you, did you call Lindsay 4 times and she never got back to you that day? Or is that just a list of different things that you did for her?
That's a list of different things that I did for her that day.
Okay, so you were calling other contacts, you were talking to Patrick, you would contact her. I mean, she certainly was not avoiding you. That's
Yes, we were in communication.
all right. You're familiar with, maybe you are, the what's called the Edinburgh scale?
I'm aware of it, yes.
And did she have the Edinburgh scale administered to her, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. What is polypharmacy? What does that mean?
Polypharmacy?
Yeah. You ever heard of that? Polypharmacy?
I've heard of it, but not sure of the exact
Okay. That's
definition.
Okay. Is it something to do with having too much medications thrown at you all at once? If you know.
No, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay. Excuse me for 1 minute.
Exactly, Rosie. That's exactly what happened. Rosie said it's very telling that the program turned her away because of all the meds. They didn't want to be involved in what was about to happen. They probably have some kind of policy on over-medicated people because they don't want to have a lawsuit.
I just had something pulled up and it just went back to default on me. So I just need a second. I apologize. Okay, I got it. And how long have you been working in your particular field?
Since 2011.
Okay. And you have obviously a very impressive background as far as your educational background and your experience. Do you continue to, with continuing education?
Yes.
Have you ever been aware, are you aware of the Mass General Hospital Center for Women's Mental Health?
I'm aware of it, yes.
Do they offer seminars and programs as well as research articles?
I believe they do.
Okay. Do you know that Mass General Center for Women's Mental Health about a year ago issued a fairly major study and various recommendations for people that are dealing with women that have postpartum periods and how they break up the periods? You familiar with that?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So if I suggest to you that in that particular Mass General Hospital article, it goes on about postpartum period, and do you agree that the postpartum period, 85% of women that are pregnant or after pregnancy experience some type of mood disturbance? Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
All right. Would you agree that 10 to 15% of women develop more significant symptoms of depression or anxiety?
I agree.
Okay. And then postpartum psychiatric illness is then divided into three categories. One sounds like something out of the 50s, postpartum blues. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You've heard that expression before,
Correct.
right? And it can be bothersome, it can be aggravating, it can be intrusive, but it's not threatening the life of the mother or a baby or anybody else, right?
Correct.
And it's fairly common, right?
Correct.
Number two would be postpartum depression. Now, that's a different issue, correct?
Yes.
And number three would be postpartum psychosis. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, postpartum depression, prior to morphing, if you will, into postpartum psychosis, consists of a number of symptoms, symptomology, right? For you to diagnose a woman, whether she's pregnant, has a baby, or after having the baby, with postpartum depression, there are certain things that are symptoms that you look for, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of which would be depressed or sad mood, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Yes.
Next would be tearfulness, right?
Yes.
Lindsay had that, right?
Correct.
Next one would be loss of interest in social activities or usual activities or friends. She had that, right?
Correct.
Feelings of guilt. She had that, right?
She didn't express feelings of guilt.
Okay. Feelings of worthlessness. Did she express that she felt worthless?
She did not express that.
How about fatigue? Did she have that?
She did not express fatigue, but lack of sleep.
I know lack of sleep. Were you aware that, in fact, that she had indicated that she was so wiped out that she couldn't even get out of bed, couldn't put her feet on the ground, and if she did, she felt heavy?
I did not hear that from her.
Okay. How about, you mentioned it, you got it, sleep disturbance is another issue, correct?
Correct.
She had that, right?
Yes.
Change in appetite. She had that, lost 10, 15 pounds, right?
Yes.
Poor concentration. She had that, right? She said she was numb. She could not focus. Suicidal thoughts.
Yes.
We know she didn't have a plan, but she had suicidal thoughts, right?
Correct.
So under the Mass General Hospital research project for women that are suffering from postpartum issues, she pretty much hit every one of the postpartum depression symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And then it talks about if it increases in severity, significant anxiety symptoms may occur. Not generalized anxiety. Significant anxiety symptoms can occur. Is that right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you determine that is by the test that it can be administered to a person who is in a postpartum status. And that would be what we talked about, the Edinburgh test, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that she was given the Edinburgh test and had a 23 out of 30, I think it was.
I was not aware.
Okay. And some women develop panic attacks referred to as hypochondriasis. You'd agree with that, right?
Agree with that in reference to.
Lindsay, she had panic attacks and complained of having panic attacks.
Yes.
Okay. And then you can get into the various diagnoses of which on a postpartum person in that time frame, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, right?
Correct.
Or bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, right?
Are you using them interchangeably or could develop?
Trust me, let's say bipolar 1,
Yeah.
okay? So that would be one mental disease, correct?
Correct.
And it's pretty serious stuff, right?
Yes.
And if a person is diagnosed as bipolar, one of the things that you shouldn't, if you know, is prescribe SSRIs such as Prozac or Zoloft, right? If you know.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Would you agree that with various cases dealing with postpartum depression, all of the symptoms that we talked about, they utilize the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, which is a 10-item questionnaire that can identify women that have postpartum depression and the severity that they have. And on the scale, a score of 12 or greater it raises concern and indicates a need for more thorough evaluation, right?
Correct.
Do you know whether she was thoroughly evaluated by anybody other than Tufts and Gelada?
I'm only aware of Tufts and Gelada.
Okay. I mean, you were trying to do the best you could with what you had to work with, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now we get to postpartum psychosis. That's the third category, right? Postpartum psychosis, you'd agree, is the most severe form of postpartum psychiatric illness. Is that right?
Correct.
Would you agree that it occurs in averages about 2 out of 1,000 women, right?
Correct.
And its presentation can be very dramatic with onset of symptoms, and that can be within a year, according to the CDC, Center for Disease Control, right? Okay. And when it hits you, it just hits you, bang, quick, right?
Correct.
And when you think about 2 out of 1,000 people, seems like a daunting number, but if I tell you that Fenway Park, when they're full, when they're playing the Yankees, they have 37,700 people. If you take the 37,000 people and you multiply it by 2, that would mean as you're sitting there behind first base, 74 women possibly have postpartum psychosis, right?
Not sure of that number, but.
Well, if you agree that it's 2 out of 1,000, according to the studies and the statistics, and if Fenway Park has 37,000 seats, times 2 would be 74.
Okay.
That's a pretty large number of people, right? 74 people out of that crowd. Okay. It's not that horribly unusual. I mean, it's something that perhaps you've dealt with in your practice, right?
Yes.
And when you're dealing with people with postpartum psychosis, do you agree that generally they present with an episode of bipolar illness? If you know.
No.
No, they don't, or no, you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Bottom line is, from your dealing with Lindsay, she appeared to be sincere, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be looking for help, right?
Correct.
She appeared to be hurting, right?
Yes.
Turning in every direction she could for help, right?
Correct.
And the last time you saw her was when?
December 19th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Attorney Bucky.
Briefly, please. Ms. Dukes, you indicated that you didn't review the records of Nurse Paul or Nurse Gelada.
Correct.
Why?
I wanted to have a fresh set of eyes to look at the situation and to assess it when she came in for her visit. That's typical practice.
And that's why you do an entirely new process, right? Where you do your own intake, you assess diagnostics for determining whether there's any sort of mental illness, right?
Correct.
And while you can collaborate or speak with the providers about an overall treatment for the patient, your therapy is your therapy.
Correct.
And as far as your role, you don't have any role in medication management, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so when the note read current medications, is that just based on what pre-fills for the patient based on their historical records for the clinic?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't know what she was prescribed and when, and if all of those prescriptions were active. You just know what's in the computer.
Correct.
And as far as the timeline here for the recommendations for partial hospitalization, I just want to make sure that we're clear. You had been for some time recommending some sort of partial hospitalization program, correct?
Correct.
And on December 12th, you had already talked to Lindsay Clancy about the Women and Infants program, had you not?
Correct.
And so when she told you on the 12th that she was starting that program in Norwell, that wasn't from your referral, right?
No.
And you still recommended Women and Infants.
Correct.
And you got her consent on that visit, right?
Yes.
And on the 19th, when you saw her, were you aware that she had been at the Mass General ER on December 15th for evaluation?
No.
And that she had reported then to them that she opted for an outpatient program at Women and Infants as opposed to going inpatient to McLean? Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of that.
And when you met with her on the 19th, after the visit to the ER, she still hadn't engaged with Women and Infants, had she?
No.
And so you had to re-refer her.
Yes.
But you weren't aware that she had already gotten a referral from Mass General.
No.
And so you did later learn she went on December 20th, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to review those records about this visit to the 20th? So you don't know that the ultimate plan and assessment for her was that they didn't think she qualified for the program, but they provided her with several options for other inpatient treatments for medication management, partial hospitalization, and general mental health. Did you know that?
No.
And as of your last meeting with her on December 19th, ultimately, what were your impressions of how she was doing?
My impression was that her symptoms were improving because of the social aspects, spending time with family and friends and able to exercise when before it was difficult for her to engage or pay attention.
And your observations of her while you were interacting with her, were they more positive than on previous occasions?
Yes, she was able to smile and laugh.
Okay, thank you.
What were you laughing about? When was it she was laughing with you?
I believe that was the last visit, the 19th.
So on the 19th, it was on television or was it in person?
It was a virtual visit, a video
virtual
visit. Yes.
And on the 19th, on the virtual visit, what was the purpose of that visit?
The purpose of that visit was to see if she was able to connect with care.
Okay.
I never heard of her laughing either.
So you would have, I guess, in your notes or reference to the fact that on the 19th of December that she was laughing.
Not that she was laughing, but that she was able to laugh.
Able to laugh.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm looking here on December 19th, telemedicine. Letitia, I apologize, Dukes, perinatal behavior health program. And you talk in that form about the date of the service, December 19th, psychotherapy, PCP, Margaret, that would be the primary care, Margaret Anastasia. Perinatal behavioral health program. You talk with the quote, if this is telehealth visit, please dot the phrase video visit, whatever. Therapeutic intervention. She's 32 years old, married, female, presents for postpartum anxiety. Symptom management. Patient continues to have low mood and numbness. Numbness. Was she laughing when she had numbness?
What date are you looking at?
December 19th, the last day you saw her, or the last time you had any contact with her.
She didn't appear to have that, no.
She didn't appear to have what, laughing or numbness?
Numbness.
Well,
it says in the notes,
does it not, that patient
what
continues
the heck? Yeah.
to have low mood.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
Okay. I don't want you to say yes unless I can show it to you. So,
whoa.
patient continues to have low mood.
These doctors did not care.
Correct.
Patient has not had suicidal ideation and did not need crisis intervention over the weekend. In other words, she didn't kill herself, right?
Correct.
To help with the mood, patient has been spending time with her husband, children, and exercising, right?
Yes.
And exercise is one of the things that you would generally, your people would generally recommend that the mother do, right?
Correct.
That's a good thing to try to do, is to exercise, right?
Correct.
So the fact that the government has records that show that she would take her kids or her husband would take her kids, that they would go to a local gym and exercise or swim, that's consistent with what she was advised, right?
Correct.
It doesn't mean that she's just out there having a good time exercising, right?
Objection.
No, overall.
She was told that that's a good thing to do, right?
She was told that that was a good thing to do, but the fact that she's able to follow through and do it shows improvement.
Oh, okay. So when did she go to the gym?
She didn't give me exact dates. These are things that
Did
she
you ever
told me
ask
she
her?
did.
Did you ever ask her, if you're telling me that, this is showing improvement, Is it in the records? Does it indicate that you asked her if she was exercising, and if so, where and when?
So we don't write down everything that we talk about in the meeting.
Why not? That's part of the. That's part of the. That's part of the treatment. That's part of the treatment.
With her husband, children, and
How is it?
exercising, and then you said that that's an indication that she's improving.
Wow. Wow.
And I asked you if she's going to a gym. That's not a bad
that's
thing,
hot.
is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And then it says that she received a call, and counsel asked you about this. She received a call from women and infants, but missed the call. Do you remember that?
He's asking you, man.
Asking you that question. You said that she missed the call.
Yes.
She didn't continue to read that the reason she missed the call is that she was at
Wow.
another medical appointment.
Wow.
Right?
Correct.
And she called you back, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Clinician, you, provided contact information for women and infants. Patient reported that she would contact them today, being December 19th, but in fact, she did, and you did with, back it up. She did with your help, and she then went the following day on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And finally,
Wow.
fair to say that nowhere in here does it say that she was laughing?
Exactly.
You would have to go to the assessment, the risk assessment.
That's probably what Jennifer Tuff has on her bio.
Got it? Let's see, please.
Or maybe they have the same marketing department, right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, what's a mental status exam?
Why would
mental
the prosecution
status
even
exam
ask
is
that?
to assess how the person is appearing that day, their mood and their interaction with you in that visit and how you perceive them.
Okay. So, with the help from the DA, we have December 19th, the telemedicine form, clinical notes, right?
Yes.
The laughing wouldn't be in that area, would it?
No, it would be more so in this area.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Mental status exam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Appearance, hygiene, WNL.
Within normal limits.
This guy's good.
Clothing normal, eye contact normal, build normal, posture normal, body movement normal, right?
Yes.
Behavior is cooperative, right?
Yes.
And speech is within normal limits, is that correct?
Correct.
Emotional state, affect. Patient reports feeling numb and having low mood for most of the day, right?
Yes.
Facial expression, other. Facial expression, calm, was able to laugh and smile, right?
Yes.
Would that be in response to you saying something funny, or why was she laughing?
That would be in response to me saying something funny.
So you guys were kind of bonding a little bit.
Yes.
All right. But she basically still continued to report that she was numb, having low mood, and basically the symptomology that she had already reported, right?
Correct.
Where's laughing in that? Why would the prosecution even ask
All right,
that
come on.
right before they were done?
All right, thank you. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
It makes absolutely no sense. Absolutely no sense. They're probably going to go to break early because they came back early from the other late break.
Call your next witness.
I'm also
Oh.
call Cameron Daly as its next witness, please.
Wow, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Well, maybe we won't be having our lunch break at 1. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. If you are enjoying the live stream, help us out, reach more people. Make sure to drop a like, subscribe, comment, and share this out to your socials and friends. We appreciate you very much. And good afternoon to you all too, or morning, depending on where you're at.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Cameron Daly,
And how do you spell your first name?
Cameron.
And can you just spell your last name for the record?
Daley.
And where do you work?
Duxbury Police Department,
How long have you been there?
6.5 years.
And back in January of 2023, what was your assignment then?
Patrolman.
And I'm going to draw your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023. Were you asked to do a particular assignment out of Duxbury in that evening?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
Report to Brigham and Women's Hospital
And why were you going there?
for hospital watch of the suspect.
And that individual was Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Was there already a Duxbury officer on scene at Brigham and Women's when you got there?
Yes, two.
Two?
Yes.
And who were they?
Officer Lepard and Officer Broderick.
And when you arrived at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you by yourself or was there somebody else with you?
I was with another officer, Officer Thomas Johnson.
And were you able to make observations of the suspect, of the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, on that day?
Yes.
And she was asleep, was she not?
Correct.
And she had medical devices attached to her?
Yes.
Was she being treated by the medical staff there at Brigham?
Yes, periodically.
And were you inside or outside the room, if you know?
Outside the room.
And were any visitors or any other people other than the medical staff in that room with her while you were there?
No.
And from the 24th into the 25th, what time did you leave the next day on the 25th?
So I reported to the hospital on the 25th.
Oh, okay.
I was there. I arrived at 10 a.m.
So your shift there at the hospital was what?
I got there at 10 a.m. I left about 7 p.m. that night, but it was an 8 to 4 scheduled patrol shift.
Okay, and you said that was on the 25th?
Correct.
And you took over for Officer Lepard?
Correct. Who were there on the overnight previous.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And when you left that next evening on the 25th at 7 p.m., was there another Duxbury officer who came to relieve you, or who came to relieve you?
No, at that time, State Police Detective McDonald arrived on scene with his crime scene team, and then Plymouth County Sheriff deputies came to take over the hospital watch.
And during that entire shift that you were there, were any attorneys or any other individuals in the room to see Ms. Clancy?
No.
And did you go back to the hospital for any shifts after that day?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Were you in uniform?
Yes.
Had your gun on?
Correct.
Had your badge?
Yes, sir.
The other guy too?
Yes, sir.
You were gonna what, guard the woman that was tied to the bed?
Correct.
That's all we have.
Anything?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you.
What?
Let me sit
Whoa,
down.
whoa,
Thank you.
what did he just ask? What did he just ask?
All right.
About
So members of
somebody
the jury,
being
rather than
tied to a
start another
bed?
witness for just a couple minutes. We're gonna break, take the afternoon recess at this point. The plan would be to come back approximately 2 o'clock, come right back, resume
Possibly.
the Commonwealth's case. And remind you again, you probably know what I'm gonna say. No, talk about this case. Don't do any research about this. Don't read anything about it. While you're on break, don't go anywhere that has anything to do with this case. Take the next hour, just kind of put this out of your head. We'll see you. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right. Good. Sign yourself a notebook. This, follow me.
So I think what that was about was he's been kind of
You're really loud.
really? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're like really loud. Sorry. LC being tied to the bed. Okay. Yeah, I was like, what? I thought she was.
Okay, just for 1
I thought she
second.
was outside. I thought she was outside. Restrained. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it makes more sense. I'm like tied to the bed. What? I could barely hear him already, so I was like tied to the bed. What are we talking about? So during this, it'll probably be more than an hour. Being honest, they tend to typically take an hour and 10, hour and 15. But we got some goodies for you lined up for the trial lunch break. We got a Nancy Grace episode we're going to chill back and watch together. The quote, loving mom Lindsay Clancy murders 3 on 13, quote, mood meds. I'm sure she's going to be fired up in this episode. So we'll check that out here. I'm sure she's going to, we all know Nancy Grace. I'm sure she's going to be fired up like crazy. But there is a video that Rosie shared from Everyday Bioethics Expert. We're going to check out just a few minute video before we check out that Nancy Grace episode before we are back live with day 12. Massachusetts versus Lindsay Clancy. What a day again. Man, I can't believe oh my gosh, it's the doctor everybody's been talking about and I can't remember her name. Letitia Dukes. What the hell was that? That's almost as no. Nobody's gonna top how horrendous the testimony with Jennifer Tufts, I should say, and how it was so obvious she didn't give a shit about Lindsay. I think Letitia Dukes is the vice president if Jennifer Tufts is the president. It didn't do as bad, but damn, just almost. My gosh, how do you not look up previous records? Sorry, go ahead and what did you have to say, Rosie?
No, I was. Do I sound okay now?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay. Oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. But while I'm talking, the video that I sent, I just wanted to clarify that the reason that I sent it is relating to how both Patrick and Lindsay were trying to explain stuff to the doctors, and Lindsay was saying that she felt unheard. So this is it's just a quick philosophy video on a concept that's quite popular now. That's
okay.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'll get that fired up. I think they might just take a break. Let me switch back to it. Well, let me switch back to it here. Hold on 1 second. I think they're just taking a break. All right, we're going to switch to this real quick. This is from Everyday Bioethics Expert.
Why does epistemic injustice matter in healthcare ethics? Imagine going to a doctor and sharing your symptoms, only to be dismissed or not taken seriously. This experience can happen more often than you think and is called epistemic injustice. It's a problem that affects how healthcare works and how patients are treated. When patients' voices are ignored or disbelieved, it can lead to worse health outcomes and unfair treatment. In healthcare, epistemic injustice happens in two main ways. The first is testimonial injustice. This occurs when a patient's words are given less credibility because of who they are. For example, women, minorities, or people with mental health issues might not be believed as easily. Conditions like fibromyalgia or personality disorders often face skepticism because they lack clear medical tests. The second is hermeneutical injustice. This happens when patients do not have the right words or understanding to explain what they are feeling. Healthcare providers might miss important clues because they don't recognize the language or concepts patients use to describe their experiences. These injustices clash with key medical ethics principles. Respect for persons means recognizing patients as capable of knowing their own bodies and experiences. When their knowledge is dismissed, their autonomy is compromised. Beneficence and non-maleficence, which are about doing good and avoiding harm, are also affected. If patients are not believed, they might not get the right diagnosis or treatment, which can cause emotional pain or worsen their health. Feminist bioethics highlights how power and social justice play roles in healthcare. It points out that traditional medical systems often favor certain kinds of knowledge, like scientific data, over patients' lived experiences. This can especially harm marginalized groups. Addressing epistemic injustice involves actively listening to patients, valuing their stories, and making sure everyone's voice counts equally. To fight this, healthcare workers can learn to recognize their own biases and avoid dismissing patients' reports. They can encourage open conversations that validate what patients say and include their perspectives in care plans. Creating shared language and understanding helps patients better express themselves and helps doctors interpret those expressions accurately. Hospitals and clinics can also work to reduce stereotypes and stigma around certain conditions or groups. In the end, epistemic injustice matters because it touches on fairness, respect, and trust in healthcare. When patients are seen as knowledgeable about their own health, they are more likely to receive proper care. It's about making sure everyone's voice is heard and valued, which leads to better health and a more just healthcare system.
Great video, Rosie, and totally agree with it. Again, everyday bioethics expert was the source there as we are waiting. Why is there a timer on my freaking banner? Oh my God, StreamYard. What is going on? There we go. Okay. Now I lost my train of thought. Let me switch it back to this. Make sure we throw that back up there. And yeah, it's okay about the creepy AI voice, but it was, I think, spoke a lot of truth there. Yeah. Especially with what we're talking about here and everything that's going on with this case. And really, that is the story that you hear from a lot of individuals that have experienced themselves or with loved ones that have gone through this roller coaster with the medical system. That's the same story you hear a lot of the times is, I'm not being heard. I'm not being, my words just don't matter, you know. They just don't even listen. They're just telling me what more medicine I need to take or this or that or this or that. So thank you for that, Rosie. I appreciate that. I think that was something that needed to be shared while we were talking about this topic. Now, this is the gem of the lunch hour, and man, I couldn't wait to get to lunch just to be able to listen to some of this Nancy Grace. Oh boy, here we go. Are you ready, Rosie? Because it's going to be a wild ride. You look at her title, quote, loving Mom Lindsay Clancy murders 3 on 13, quote, mood meds. I think Nancy's on the mood right now just with the title, and I bet she's going to be fiery. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you very much. Nearly 70% of our viewers are not subscribed, so do us a favor, hit the like, subscribe, share this out, and click on the notification bell. Make sure you click it to all, and thank you for being here with us. Here we go. Fiery Nancy Grace.
A so-called devoted mom, Lindsay Clancy. Tonight, her secret diary. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. Mommy's exercise bands were used to strangle the 3 children.
She was aware of some of the troubles Lindsay was having, and she was aware that Lindsay was having maybe some darker thoughts. And then when asked on the stand, was Lindsay Clancy emotional? She said, no, there were no tears.
Let's start a mutual aid ambulance. I'm on the way. We're with the county. I got 2 pediatric arrests in I'm as the 2 pediatrics arrests. We got a mutual aid on the way. Mutual aid at this time.
You are hearing parts of the 911 dispatch call after 3 little tots, one an infant, all found strangled dead by mommy with her own exercise bands. Now, we all know the stretchy nature of exercise bands or bungee cords. Imagine the force and exertion required. It's like strangling someone with a rubber band. How hard she had to pull the exercise cords in order to murder her own children. And tonight we find out that one of the first things that comes out of her mouth when she's in the hospital, she's taken off the ventilator, she says, "Do I have a lawyer?" Okay. Straight out to Randy Kessler joining us, veteran trial lawyer, professor at the Emory Law School, former chair of the ABA Family Law Section for the entire American Bar Association, author of Divorce, Protect Yourself, Your Kids, and Your Future. Randy, the reason I am emphasizing the force and exertion necessary to strangle not 1, 2, but 3 children, one of whom we believe ran in fear to his father's basement office, the older boy. There you see Callum there. He's just an infant. Is akin to, the reason I'm bringing it up is because you and I have argued that on different sides of the fence, of course, in court when it comes to the force necessary to pull a trigger. Remember, we just had that come up in court with a veteran and well-known lawyer in your jurisdiction that shot his wife dead, and he said it was an accident. Said that he was sleeping and woke up and went, "Oh, bam," and killed his wife. Yeah, that did not work for me. The point is the force and exertion used to pull a trigger goes to intent. And here we have it, intent times 3. The force necessary to use those elastic bands to pull them so tightly as they were stretchy and giving. That takes a lot of force, a lot of exertion, and a lot of time during which she could have formed intent. Kessler, do you agree with me? You know the law as well as I do, that intent to commit a crime, any crime, does not require a long period of planning. Intent can be formed, as our former judge would say, Luther Alverson, in the blink of an eye, the twinkling of a moment, in the time it takes you to raise a gun and pull the trigger, much less the time it takes you to pull and pull and pull exercise bands to kill them. That's time to form intent.
Yes, she had the time to form intent. She had that intent and she killed her children. But the question, my opening statement and my closing argument would be, she did this because. That's the only question the defense can rely on, which is, now I know motive's not a question in front of the jury, but she did this because, and the jury's going to fill that answer, that blank in with, she was crazy, she was psychotic, she was mentally insane, because there's no other answer to that question. She did this because, why? She wanted out of the marriage. There was no other answer that makes as much sense as she did this because she was not mentally capable of making the right decision. That's the only defense that the defense has. And I think
Randy Kessler, could you hold up your sign again, please? I'd like to see that.
You like my artwork?
Okay, I'm very impressed. Okay, I'm impressed that you had your assistant print that out.
No,
straight out to Penny Commit. Penny Commit joining us, Boston investigative reporter, WBZ, CBS Boston, has covered multiple high-profile cases, including this one. Penny Commit, thank you for being with us. I'm going to get into all the facts, but answer me this. Riddle me this, Penny. One of the first things that came out of her mouth when she came to and they removed the breathing device was about a lawyer. Isn't that true? What did she say?
So one of her doctors testified that she was actually writing answers on a piece of paper because she had all these tubes in her mouth. She was hooked up to all these different pieces of equipment. And she wrote that she felt horrified. And then She asked, where is her family? And then one of the first things she did ask is, do I need a lawyer? And that is something that the jurors heard last.
Okay, you are seeing a shot of Lindsay Clancy in the hospital. And the reason I'm showing this, Kessler, to your delight, she is definitely battered and bruised. She is paralyzed from her second story window. Some would argue that blood on the outer edge of the window sill, it's blurred right there, that's a state's exhibit, shows that she hung on trying to lessen her fall. Her arms were bleeding. Does that indicate she tried to hold on to lessen her fall? But back to the hospital. Kessler, I'm sure you're going to have a field day with this. Let me see Kessler, please. And Randy, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying that she was not in postpartum psychosis. I know it's so incredibly rare, and because she immediately asked for a lawyer, and I'm glad Penny Commit told us how she communicated, because it takes a lot more effort to write something than it does to just blurt it out. So she actually had the wherewithal to write lawyer. I mean, wait, Penny Commit, did she ask anything about her children?
She asked where her family is and if she can have visitors, but that's all the witness testified to.
Where is my family? Did she say, did I kill the children? Did they survive? Where are my babies? Anything like that?
The doctor did not testify that she wrote down any of those.
So that would be a no.
Correct. She wrote, I feel horrified. Can I have visitors? Where is my family? And then, do I need a lawyer?
Okay, hold on, Kessler. Hold on just a moment. Susan Constantine joining me, body language expert, jury consultant. Wow. Author of 5 books, including How to Spot a Liar in 7 Seconds or Less. Okay, Susan, I'm not a nonverbal expert like you are, but I did notice that every sentence Penny Commit just said relating what Clancy stated had either I or me or my in it.
Yeah, so I, me, or my is someone that is very conscious about themselves. But you know, there's a lot of research that's behind those that use I, me, and my a lot, that are very self-absorbed. But also people that do that have high levels of depression because they're always self-conscious. But the fact that she was concerned more about herself, not so much about the children, and not really asking about her children is problematic. So the first words that come out of her mouth is telling you what she's cognitively thinking. And the other thing is I want to make a point to is that her reasoning obviously was intact, that she could come out of this situation and actually ask a question or write a question about her. And it just shows that she was able to reason. And that really creates some issues for me.
So Susan Constantine, wait a minute. It's like you want your cake on your plate and you want to eat it too. So you want to say, me, I, my is a sign of a narcissistic, possibly sociopath. On the other hand, it could mean she's really, really depressed. Okay, you're going to have to pick a side here because I need guidance. I need to understand what's happening because you and I, we all know that when it comes to postpartum psychosis, only 1 to 2 women per 1,000 actually have psychosis. A lot of people, a lot of women have postpartum depression, and it can be debilitating. But postpartum psychosis means you don't really even know what you're doing. By the way, that video from our friend Nate Eaton at East Idaho News. So pick a side, Constantine. I need guidance. And that was a little wishy-washy.
Okay, so I'm going to share with you what the research says, okay? Dr. James Pennebaker wrote a book about the secret life of pronouns. He talked a lot about the I, me, and my. The I, me, and my are taking personal ownership. Generally speaking, that it's about them. They're asking them taking personal ownership. But on the flip side of that, what we found in the research is that people that consistently use I, me, and my are very self-aware. They're when talking about narcissistic personality disorder, but so it's not one or the other, Nancy, it's both.
Penny Commit joining us, investigative reporter, WBZ, CBS Boston. What was in her journal?
You know what's funny? And this is how it goes every trial, right? The prosecution and the defense focus on very different things when it came to that journal. The prosecution focused on how Lindsay was exhausted. She was saying how she desperately needs a break. At one point, she wrote in her journal that she feels like she needs a break so badly that her brain is making her body sick. She said, my mind never shuts off. She said, I feel disconnected with my baby. I'm so desperate for a mental break from taking care of everyone. And they focused on, her meticulously documenting her children's sleep schedules. They're trying to show that she was a controlling mother. The defense, on the other hand, and this goes back to her defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, it seems he's taking this case very personally. He reads an excerpt from the diary where she says, I want to be well. And his voice even choked up when he read that. He mentions how she wrote she has horrible insomnia, anxiety, it's causing depression. I want help. I want to be well. And that was a big moment for the jurors to hear.
Randy Kessler, I want you to hear what Dr. Todd Barr has to say. Dr. Barr joining us out of Ohio, forensic pathologist, deputy coroner of Franklin County. That's Columbus. Never a lack of business in the Columbus morgue.
Correct.
Featured
That's
in
right.
Thin Places, essays from in between. Dr. Barr, I hear a lot in this case. And again, I want the truth. I don't want a witch hunt where she is put behind bars when she truly was in psychosis. On the other hand, I don't want her hiding behind a psychosis claim when she formed intent and committed 3 murders on her children. Why? I don't care why. I've noticed that when a woman is on trial for murder, specifically murder of her children, people scour for a motive. It doesn't matter. They're dead. She's alive. No one talks about the children.
Yeah.
Nobody. Have you ever heard in the analyses of this case someone talk about what the 3 children went through before their deaths, how they were lured to the basement by mommy, who orchestrated her husband leaving home to go to the furthest away restaurant, a restaurant they had never gotten takeout from before, ever, then sent him to, I think it was CVS pharmacy to get a prescription, waited for him to leave to kill the children. There he is wandering around the CVS looking for whatever the prescription was, which in my world shows intent and premeditation. Dr. Barr, back to what the children went through. We have reason to believe they were put face down and strangled from behind, which is a whole nother can of worms for our shrink, Dr. Leslie Dobson. But that one of the children, the oldest boy, actually tried to run. That would be Dawson. He was found dead in his father's office, which was also in the basement. What did they endure? What does a human endure when they are strangled, much less face down from behind by their mother, who is tightly gripping exercise bands to kill them?
Absolute unmitigated terror is what they went through. It may have only lasted for a number of minutes. It takes about 10 to 15 seconds of pressure on the carotid arteries and the jugular veins to prohibit blood flow to and from the brain, which is what causes the hypoxia or the lack of oxygen to the brain. They would become quite dizzy, quite obtunded almost immediately. And within in a typical adult, 4 to 5 minutes of lack of oxygen would lead to irreversible brain damage. So anything more than 4 minutes of a ligature around the neck that's occluding these veins and arteries of the neck is going to render them incapacitated within minutes.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. If you are a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this debt? But you don't because of your low mortgage rate. That low rate, good luck. To Randy Kessler, hearing the premeditation, the planning, and what the children endured, and I've seen this in court a million times. Defense attorneys do their very best so the jury doesn't hear what the victims went through. There is no victim in the courtroom. All the jury sees is the defendant. This defendant is paralyzed from the waist down. So they are seeing her looking sympathetic. And I think what happened to the children is getting lost in the sauce, Randy. But I want to hear your response to the effort it took to strangle the children, and that some of her first communications were, do I have a lawyer? Not, did my children live? How are my children? What have I done to my children? Is this a horrible dream? Are they dead? Are they alive? But do I have a lawyer? I find that to be troublesome, to say the least.
And combined with the horrific nature of the murder, no question about it. But all of those facts, Nancy, are prejudicial, not probative. Those facts don't need to be said. They're being said to play on the sympathy of the jury. The question, the issue of whether she did this has been answered. She's acknowledged it. She's admitted it. Her lawyer said she did it. Whether she did it and it caused a lot of pain or little pain, it's horrible. But they're emphasizing how much pain it caused these children, how horrible it was, to get the jury more sympathetic to the victims and more likely to want to punish the mother. But that's not the legal standard. The legal question here is not how bad was it, how much did they suffer? The question is, did she do it because she had a mental break, because she was in a state of psychosis? And none of the questions you're raising, none of the issues you're bringing up mitigate or change the fact that if she did it, it was because she was under a state of psychosis. There's no other reason. She did not hate the husband.
That is absolutely not correct, Kessler. Because if she could create a plan, intent, and then carry out the intent, that goes to presence of mind. It goes to frame of mind, course of conduct, so many more aspects that are probative at trial. I appreciate your attempt. Maybe the defense attorney can learn from what you just said. Joining us now, Dr. Leslie Dobson, clinical forensic psychologist, host of a brand new podcast on iHeart, Intentionally Disturbing. And you can find her at drlesliedobson.com, author of The Friend Cleanse, How to Set Boundaries with Energy Vampires. Dr. Leslie, weigh in.
I think she was floridly psychotic, and you cannot convince me otherwise. We have a violence-free history, a happy mother, and she faked going to all these doctors, getting all these medications, faked being completely insane, faked having all of this anxiety, faked thoughts and harm for her children, and all of a sudden premeditated, killed her 3 kids and wanted to be paralyzed. It makes no sense. And there is no way the prosecution is going to be able to convince a jury to say without doubt that there was no question of insanity.
Well, of course, that's not the legal standard, Dr. Leslie. The standard is beyond a reasonable doubt, not no doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, it's 2 prongs in Massachusetts.
And they are?
The 2 prongs are that we need clear and convincing evidence. So do we have doubt? And do we actually believe that she was sane or insane at the time of the crime?
Actually, in Boston and throughout Massachusetts, as in the rest of the country, the legal standard of proof in a criminal trial is beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the standard, beyond a reasonable doubt, not a fanciful doubt, but a reasonable doubt based in reason, not to a mathematical certainty such as 2 and 2 equals 4, but beyond a reasonable doubt. Dave Mack, what can you tell me about the facts that we're learning in the courtroom? The big question tonight is she going to take the stand? Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter, jump in.
Nancy, what we have found out in court is that Lindsay Clancy at least planned the events of the day enough early on. If you remember, early on, Lindsay Clancy texted Patrick about getting dinner from a takeout place. Didn't say which one, but that was early in the day. Are you in for takeout later on? So the plan begins then. Then when it comes time to send Patrick Clancy away from the home, Lindsay Clancy orders the takeout from a restaurant they've never used before, and that is the furthest away from their home, but still realistic to possibly use. Then she adds going by CVS to pick up some medication. Patrick Clancy is confused and calls Lindsay Clancy while he's at CVS, Nancy. And the reason I'm pointing this out is that Lindsay Clancy got Patrick away from the home and was planning to do that earlier in the day. Then she's in the middle of whatever is taking place when Patrick calls. And you know what? He says, she just sounded like she was a little active, but nothing really going on. She's in the middle of killing her children, and yet she can be normal with Patrick on the phone. So as this all starts to break down, we also realize that you mentioned was Dawson, the boy. Was he trying to escape? Well, we have Callan and Cora both found in the same area of the basement. Dawson was found across the room in an office that Patrick Clancy was using to work from home. But you know, Nancy, the bands were tied so differently around Dawson's neck that the bands were not pulled off by Patrick as easy as the other ones, where he had to pull it out around his Dawson's head. So this was a plan of action that Lindsay Clancy factored in all day long to get her husband out of the house and to stay gone long enough for her to do what she wanted to do. That's perfect planning.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you. Bombshell updates, answers to unanswered questions from cases making the headlines and cases you may never have heard of until Crime Stories. We go inside investigations with exclusive interviews, crime victims, families seeking justice, investigators, experts, and sources.
Thank you all for being here. Sorry about that audio issue there. We got about a half an hour, 40 minutes until we come back from the resume of court. We're just watching this Nancy Grace episode. A lot of good points here. Very interesting. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not, as we continue to check this out during the trial's lunch hour.
Is from within the case itself. Stay on top of the nation's biggest trials with us, including gavel-to-gavel coverage with real-time analysis. Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Stream it first on Fox 1. I hope to see you there, and thank you, friend. To Susan Constantine joining us out of the Orlando jurisdiction. You've seen her in many, many high-profile trials. She's a body language expert. It has been reported that Clancy sent secret clues during the trial, particularly when her husband was on the stand. Did you notice them, and what, if anything, can you make of it?
Okay, so you know, in my in my world, we don't go A plus B equals C. There's got to be some sort of correlation. So we don't know what we don't know. So I think that that's really far reaching to say that she was sending clues, because we don't know. So on the other hand, what we're seeing though, we're seeing a lot of emotion, mostly within the mouth. We see a lot of the lipping. We see a lot of the lip rolling. All of that is all a physiological response from stress, right? It doesn't mean she's withholding information, because she wasn't going to speak. So to say that she's like literally putting a cup over her mouth and refusing to say something is ridiculous. Okay. There's no research to back that up. What we do know is that when somebody is stressed, okay, there's high cognitive load, it dries up the salivatory glands, and then that's why they lick their lips. The other reason why they press their lips together could be all kinds of reasons. They're restraining, they're pressing down, they're trying to contain their emotions. And you'll see it around their mouth because there's 20 muscles around the mouth. So that's why we see all of this movement. The other thing I'd like to speak to about the tears. People can cry with tears and not have the nose drip, and vice versa. Again, there's no research that the two have to happen simultaneously. But what it does tell us is about the level of emotion that somebody's feeling. So when the level of emotion is really high, you might see more tears with the snot, okay? So let's just clear that up, because sometimes I hear stuff and it really aggravates me because I think it's a bunch of pseudoscience baloney. I strictly go by what does the research say, and then also assign it to what the context and their baseline and their behavior at that exact moment.
What is face blocking, lip rolling, and billboard eyebrows?
Okay, so billboard eyebrows is just a term that is saying that your forehead is where we show a lot of emotion. Okay, so it's not just there, it's actually in your mouth too. So it's not just the forehead. So if they raise their eyebrows, show fear, the white above the eyes, they might do a confirmation glance or a surprise glance in the forehead. So you see the eyebrows lift up. If somebody's feeling sadness, you see those grief muscles, and then this will pull up. So if she's feeling sad, that you may see that. Also, if the brows lower or pinched together, could be anger, could be concentration, could be frustration. So you start to see there's no one size fits all. There are different emotions that a person is feeling. And then we also have what we call complex emotions. So you can have an array of emotions in the exact same moment. And I think that's what we're seeing here is complex emotions.
To Penny Commit joining us, investigative reporter, WBZ, CBS Boston. What of her behavior stands out in court? And do you believe Clancy will risk taking the stand?
Oh, Nancy, I would be highly surprised if she took the stand. Her defense attorney is one of the most well-renowned, best defense attorneys in Massachusetts. He has covered so many high-profile cases. His witness list is extensive. He has so many people that he is ready to have testify. I would be shocked if he would risk her taking the stand with his level of expertise. But never say never. It's certainly happened before in criminal trials, even here in Massachusetts. And when it comes to her body language, when we heard from the medical examiner that performed an autopsy on her youngest son, Callan, she was crying so hard that you could hear it, not only me sitting in the courtroom, but I had people telling me they could hear it through the live stream. She was wailing, audibly sobbing. Once that medical examiner was done on the stand, the judge actually called a surprise break. I assume because Lindsay Clancy was so beside herself and she was wheeled out of the courtroom, and we didn't come back to testimony until maybe about 15, 20 minutes later.
From our friends at East Idaho News, straight out now to Crime Stories investigative reporter Dave Mack. Dave, I would say it's about 50-50 on the trials that you and I have covered and the trials that I investigated and prosecuted, which are now between that up in the thousands. I very often see a killer break down and cry. I never know if they're sorry they did it or they're sorry they got caught. So she's seeing autopsy photos of her 3 children and probably seeing them for the first time. And it must be very upsetting to think they died at her hand. So the sobbing and the crying and the hiding her face, I really don't know what to make of that because they're dead. I don't care how much she cries now. They're dead and she did it. And I'm only trying to find out, was she in a psychotic break at the time she did it? It's very difficult, and we have to look at the truth, whether that makes us public enemy number 1 and we get more death threats. What is the truth of it? I mean, she clearly formed intent, Dave Mack. She clearly formed intent by sending her husband out and waiting for him to be gone to murder the children. But can you form intent when you're in psychosis? What else jumps out at you specifically about the crying in court?
The crying in court makes perfectly good sense to me because, you know, she is seeing her children and she's hearing about what took place with them in terms of their autopsies. And she's upset and crying because they are her children. I don't think she's thinking of it, well, I did this. I don't think that at all. I think she's like upset because her children are on display for all the world to see and that, you know, they're gone. But Nancy, I really have a lot of trouble with the fact that we have a woman who weeks earlier checked herself in for a psychiatric evaluation for a few days and was so concerned about her well-being that she did that. But she also checked herself out without doctors wanting her to do that. You know, she checked herself out and then went on with her life. And, you know, I don't know psychosis, but I do know this. Those children are dead at her hand, and she had enough wherewithal to plan it out. So the fact that they're gone and she's not leaves us with, well, what was her intent? I mean, there were better ways for her to, but that was her goal. But ultimately, she planned it, she carried it out, and does it really matter? You know, at a certain point in time, you know, I don't think you get to play that, well, I was in psychosis. I'm sorry, Nancy. 3 children are dead. It shouldn't be. And she made sure the one person that could protect them was far enough away from home that he couldn't protect his children.
Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there.
What did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
Was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house was really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out
And who did you call out to?
everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No. I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
Was she responsive?
No. I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah.
And do you recall what position he was in?
Same as Cora.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch. And then I went to the other side of the basement and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
From our friends at East Idaho News. Straight out now to Penny Commit joining us, investigative reporter WBZ, CBS Boston. There has been let me say, for airwaves, a sandstorm, a tempest, after the prosecutor in this case was caught on a hot mic, reportedly, when Clancy was crying loudly in court, saying, "Shut her up." Did that happen?
Well, this was probably the spiciest moment we have seen throughout this trial when defense attorney Kevin Reddington brought this up to the judge. The judge said, "Let's talk about this at sidebar." He goes, "No, I want to talk about this right now." It was a big moment. And he accused the prosecutors of saying, "Shut her up," after, as I mentioned earlier, that medical examiner testified to the autopsy photos and Lindsay Clancy was crying hysterically. When you go back and listen to it, it's really hard to hear what they're actually saying. We, of course, reached out to the courts, asked what their response to this is. They said that they were telling the court clerks and the court officers to shut it off, referring to the photos of the autopsy that were on the screens for the jurors. It's one of those things that when you listen to it back, whatever you're listening for is kind of what you hear. So it's not totally clear if they said shut her up because she was crying or if they really did say shut it off. It's murky, but the judge said he will not have any commentary or disrespect in his courtroom, and then the trial moved on.
So the judge said he will not have disrespect in his courtroom. I couldn't quite hear you. What?
He seemed like he wanted to just lay the ground rules, no extra commentary, no any frivolous chatter, and moved on with the trial.
Guys, take a listen to what we're talking about in court. Okay, I didn't hear it. I heard shh. So do we believe that's what she said? Yes or no? Straight out to you, Miss Commit.
Oh, it's so hard to say. I mean, the prosecution gave their rebuttal. The defense said, made a scene of it. Regardless, the defense is trying to stick up for his client.
So to Dr. Leslie Dobson joining us, star of a new podcast on iHeart, Intentionally Disturbing, and author, clinical forensic psychologist, weigh in on what you're hearing.
I'm hearing a bunch of bullshit. I mean, if you don't understand what psychosis is, you shouldn't be speaking. I don't know what lawyer you had call in, but if you know nothing about altruistic filicide, you should not be commenting on this case. And she did check herself into a hospital at 3 a.m.
I beg your pardon. Do you think the people on the jury have a forensic clinical psychology degree like you do? The lawyer that called in is joining us. He is a veteran trial lawyer who wins cases in court and does not misstate the legal standard of the law. I never agree with him, but he knows what he's talking about. So
no, he doesn't. He doesn't know what McNeil is.
Yes,
he does not know what psychosis is. He just said he didn't know what psychosis was.
Well, that's not his expertise, but I can tell you this much. He and I both know what a jury's going to do. Now, I'm asking you about psychosis. I'm not asking you to trash Kessler. I never thought those words would come out of my mouth, but go ahead.
There's a bunch of trashing all over the internet of this entire case. And the problem is that people are not educated enough to speak on this.
Did I ask you about the internet? No, I did not. The internet is very often a cesspool. Don't swim in it.
Yes.
Psychosis. How do I know the difference in postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression? That is the key to this case. I'm not saying she's guilty or innocent. I'm trying to find the truth. And trashing the other guests and cursing is not helping anything. Go ahead.
Postpartum psychosis is not the same as psychosis. Postpartum psychosis is an extreme emergency where hormones are dropping out of your body and you have weeks before you're going to do something so drastic like kill your children. If you got shot in the stomach, you'd be in the emergency room and you wouldn't check yourself out because you had a horrible doctor. It's the same thing. She was not taken seriously and she was trying to find help repeatedly. She had intrusive thoughts of hurting herself and her children. They moved into auditory command hallucinations and delusions, and it ended in an altruistic filicide where she thought that she was saving the lives of her children by killing them. It was a failure of the system and education and knowledge all around in everyone, including her husband.
Dr. Leslie Dobson, at any juncture, did she state she thought she was saving the children by killing them?
Yes, she said, go
Because
with God.
I've heard that from other moms that kill their children.
She said, go with God, in quotes, in her civil lawsuit.
Okay. Repeat. At any juncture, did she state by killing her children, she thought she was saving them?
Yes, she has spelled it out in her civil complaint, as well as the 3 evaluators who met with her.
She said those words. I felt that's my way of saving them. Words to that effect.
Not the exact words of saving them, but it was she described a belief that that she had to save them and protect them by killing them. And then if she didn't, she wouldn't be able to then protect them. It's psychotic, delusional thinking.
The difference in this case and many other cases is that she tried to slit her wrists and she jumped out of a window, which indicates she was trying to. Very often we see killers claim, I wanted to commit, everybody else around them ends up dead and they're perfectly fine. Not in this case. Susan Constantine, this is a concern to me. Women are judged differently in court.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that some may consider her a bad mom is going to weigh against her. They're held to a higher standard when it comes to their children. On the other hand, Susan, in cases, you got 3 children dead that suffered a horrible death. People search for a motive, which is not required under the law. Translation, it's really hard to convict a mother even if she is guilty.
Yeah, so that's a really hard thing for the jurors to decide. So for the defense, we're looking for someone that kind of falls in that gray area, where they see that may have had mental illness, right? But then again, did she actually plan it? So then was she cognitive? Was she aware? These are the questions that the jury is going to be asking, because not just because she had mental illness equates to killing your children. There's going to be women that are on that jury that are saying, well, yeah, I had depression. I had a friend that had depression, but they didn't kill their 3 kids. So, and kind of going back to this is, I was trained by Norv Revis, who actually selected the jury for the Andrea Yates case. Much different case, even though it's very similar, because it was really grounded that she was in psychosis. Okay, right here, we've got ambiguity. And that's exactly what the defense wants. So on the state side, can you have planned it out and still have mental illness? And are they accountable for it? That's what they're going to be weighing back and forth. But I don't think that by having women on the jury, it's going to gain any more sympathy. In fact, it can even be harsher.
Kessler, first of all, can you believe I had to defend you on public airwaves? And against a renowned expert, too, who knows so much more than you and I put together. That's
on that.
Kessler, have you ever noticed that women on juries can be harsher on a female defendant? You know what? I think that Constantine is right, because they put themselves in those shoes and they remember how exhausted they were raising their children when they didn't sleep all night, especially if you have twins and one gets up at 12:30, one gets up at 1:30, one gets up at 3:30, one gets up at 5, and everybody's up every single night for basically 2 years. And they think, I didn't kill my children. Or on the other hand, it could work the other way. This case is very, very conflicting with the evidence. But I know you're about to give one HELL of a closing argument, so have at it.
All right. I think women are always harsher on women in every situation. We do a lot of divorce jury trials here in Georgia, and a lot of women on the jury say, I don't get that much in my divorce. Why should she get that much? I'm making it on my own. Women are much more competitive. Men stick together. And there's a reason psychologists are psychologists and lawyers are lawyers. I can guarantee that psychologists you hit on that the jury is not going to go back into the deliberation room and deliberate and discuss the nuances of psychosis and all sorts of psychological terms. They're going to ask the question, this. Did she do it because it was premeditated, or why did she do it? And their answer is going to be much less intellectual than the psychologist wants you to believe. Their answer is going to be, she did it because she was crazy, or there's some other lay term that lay people, like lay jurors, are going to use. That's the only question. And as a lawyer, that's what I need them to think. I don't need them to understand the detailed nuances of this psychosis and that psychosis, postpartum psychosis. I need them to say, either she did it because she pre-planned it and she's a murderer, or she did it because she had some mental deficiency, and I want to let her off the hook because I think she did it when she was crazy. And that's a lay term. It's not a psychological term. So absolutely, I'm going to be a lawyer, and the psychologist can be psychologists. But you're right, Nancy. And since you told me I was right, you're right. Women are tougher on women almost every day in every jury trial.
And to Dr. Leslie Dobson, you have stated that you feel we are mishandling postpartum psychosis as if we were, quote, back in the 60s. I think I know what you mean by that. But again, it's your expertise, not mine. What did you mean by like we're back in the 60s? What does that mean?
I made that comment particularly when the prosecution asked the psychiatrist if Lindsay Clancy had seen a unicorn in the corner. To think that psychosis is seeing unicorns is not only mocking, but minimizing the severity of mental illness and our education and understanding of it today. And in particular, and again, I do not agree with the attorney that you've had on. They need to understand, the jury needs to understand the nuance between postpartum psychosis and psychosis. It's not just crazy. It's very different. It's worse than being just crazy.
Attention, homo.
Man, that frickin' turned heated very, very quickly. Holy hell. That turned heated very quickly. I did not ask. Whoa. And then right there at the end, all calm. And well, that's your expertise, not mine. Right, Miss Cosmo? The case is baffling. Freaking nuts. Freaking nuts. Nearly 70% of our viewers are not subscribed, so do us a favor. Please hit the like, subscribe, and share this out to your socials and friends. And make sure you hit the notification bell to all. That way you get notified of all content, videos, lives, members-only posts. Thank you for being with us. We really appreciate you. We still got probably another 10 to 20 minutes of a break from the courts. And man, that was a really good episode from Nancy Grace. I cannot believe how fired up she got. It went from 0 to 150. I mean, you know, I was expecting her to be fired up for most of the episode. So as we started to get into it, you know, you saw a little bit here and there, but it was nothing crazy. And then all of a sudden, woof! All of a sudden, it was like a hurricane in that room. I can't imagine what her guest felt like. You know, that had to be kind of awkward to feel that.
Yeah.
Right? Let me see here. So we can go ahead, and I'm going to play. Once it's live, we're going to switch right back to it, even if it's in the middle of a video. I'm going to switch to what we heard just an hour or so, maybe 2 ago. We're going to hear some more from kind of a little mini recap during this break. We're going to listen to some more of Letitia Dukes and some of the testimony that she provided earlier. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you guys very much, and we will go live as soon as court
In regards
is back in
to,
session.
on this particular first encounter on December 2nd, when it comes to the mental status exam, were you able to observe her facial expressions?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her facial expressions?
She was cheerful when discussing her anxiety symptoms.
Okay. And did you also ask those questions about thought content? You just have to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. And so what did she say about thought content?
So thought content, worry about her infant and that she had an addiction to Ativan.
And you said you also, in this assessment, assessed suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
And so did you ask her anything more about those passive thoughts that you indicated she reported?
Yes, and what she reported as far as like passive thoughts were thoughts of not wanting to be here or no longer wanting to live, but no plan.
And is that significant to you, the fact that she identified there was no plan?
Yes.
And why is it significant?
Because if she identified that she in fact had a plan, then that would escalate me to see it as a crisis and request higher level of support at that time.
As far as your observations of her thought process, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
And her intellectual functioning, were those within normal limits?
Yes.
Did she report to you any past attempts to harm herself or others?
No.
Did you go through with her her behavioral health history?
Yes.
And other than what you indicated as the anxiety and sleep, did she identify any concerns around substance abuse issues?
So she did identify concerns about, not in her history, but in that visit, about misuse of Ativan.
And if somebody expresses concern about that substance use, do you have a tool available to you to assess whether they have substance use issues?
Yes, so there is an assessment within the initial intake appointment that has a specific section to further assess substance use disorder.
Okay. And did you identify whether she presented with any substance use disorder issues?
I did assess that she did not present with any substance use disorder issues.
And as far as her expressed concern to you, fair to say it was focused on the one particular medication, the medication Ativan, correct?
Yes.
And why did you not find that to be an issue based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment and how she stated she was supposed to be using it, it was used correctly to remedy the anxiety symptoms.
And after this initial intake, I guess the first question is approximately how long is this initial intake appointment?
The initial intake appointment is typically an hour.
And after having spent the hour, gone through these assessments, spoken to her about her history, were you able to come up with or give an opinion about diagnosis?
Yes.
And based on her presentation to you, what was your opinion about diagnosis?
At the time, my opinion about her diagnosis was postpartum anxiety because she had a lot of anxiety about most things.
Okay. And so what were your recommendations as far as a treatment plan for her?
My recommendations at that visit was outpatient therapy, continued medication, and weekly visits with me.
And why did you recommend outpatient therapy on top of therapy with you?
So outpatient therapy was kind of like a blanket therapy, but more so like intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy.
And was your role in offering her weekly sessions an attempt to kind of bridge services and make sure she was getting everything she needed, or something different?
To bridge services.
And so after that meeting with the recommendation for weekly visits, did you begin to schedule additional visits with her?
Yes.
And after that particular visit on December 12th, did you send her any particular information?
Yes.
And how do you do that? How do you send patients information if you're not able to give it to them?
I can send it through my chart messaging.
And on this particular day, after your meeting with her, you sent her some resources about cognitive behavioral therapy. Did you not?
Yes.
Your next contact with her was December 5th. Why December 5th, if you had just met with her on the 2nd?
That may have been the soonest available appointment that week for her.
Okay. And it was shy of the 1 week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything in your meeting with her on the 2nd that made it necessary to have a shorter appointment?
No.
This next contact on the 5th, was that in person or telehealth?
Telehealth.
And on this day, on the 5th, when you met with her, did she report some additional information or report how things had gone over the weekend to you?
May I see my notes?
Sure. If it's okay, I'm just going to give her all the pages from that note.
That's fine.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just reviewing the note.
Sure. Take your time.
And can you repeat the question?
Sure. In that visit on December 5th, did she indicate to you or did she report to you how the weekend went for her?
Yes, she did.
And what did she say about the weekend?
She reported that over the weekend she had a difficult weekend, having intrusive thoughts about wanting to die, and that she had contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with the clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to having no SI plan, suicidal ideation plan.
And so when she reported the intrusive thoughts and having a tough weekend, did you follow up with her and begin to kind of talk with her about that?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about what she was feeling in those intrusive thoughts?
So in those times, what she reported was that it was continuous intrusive thoughts of not wanting to be there, but no plan.
Okay.
So kind of like the same report that she gave to Crisis.
Okay. And as far as kind of the difficulty of the weekend and how she was feeling, did she tell you how she was feeling?
No.
In that particular meeting, when she had talked about wanting to die or not wanting to be there anymore, did you kind of follow up with her about those statements and whether she had any sort of intent or plan?
Yes.
And did you ask her additional information and complete that full mental status exam?
Yes.
On that meeting? And were there any signs of psychosis or signs of mania or homicidal ideation?
No.
And at the time that you met with her on the 5th, was she currently having those thoughts about wanting to die? If you know?
Just reviewing the note.
Sure.
In that visit, she had no suicidal ideation.
And on this particular visit on the 5th via telehealth, did somebody else participate in the visit as well? I could direct you to page 45.
45?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, her husband joined the visit.
And this visit, approximately how long was it, if you recall?
This visit was approximately 30 minutes.
Okay. And fair to say, focus of the visit was to kind of deal with that bad weekend and calling the crisis center.
Yes.
So what did you offer her as far as recommendations or assessments or assistance during this meeting?
So support during this meeting, I offered her support in connecting to, it seemed like she needed a higher level of care, so intensive outpatient therapy, partial hospitalization therapy, as well as we reviewed, one of her main concerns was also issues with sleeping. So we reviewed sleep hygiene and how to support better sleep to see if that would help with some of the intrusive thoughts.
Okay. And as far as the recommendation for intensive outpatient or partial hospitalization, did you want to connect with those programs at that time?
At that time, she didn't decline services, but she was interested in the information.
Okay. And so did you agree to send her some information?
At that time, I did not agree to send her information.
Okay. Did she ask for any other information in that meeting?
She did ask for information and support connecting to psychological testing.
And is that something that you do at your clinic, do psychological testing?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you make a referral for her to see somebody else in the clinic, or did you provide her other information?
So I discussed this information with the provider at the time, which was the psychiatrist and medication provider at the time.
And would that have been Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
And so did you subsequently send Lindsay Clancy some information about psychological testing?
Yes.
But there was no recommendation for it to be done at the clinic?
No.
Do you know why?
At the time, it sounded like she wanted extra support or like outside opinion as far as like diagnosis and medication.
Okay. And was the testing something that she brought up, or did it come out naturally in your conversations with her?
That's something she brought up.
In your meetings, did she did she discuss medication side effects with you?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your observations of her demeanor during this visit on the 5th?
On the 5th, one second. Her presentation overall was within normal limits. She didn't appear like anxious or different than any other visit I had with her.
And this is kind of your second meeting with her, right?
Yes.
And how many meetings did you have overall with her during the time she's at the clinic, if you know?
4.
So, but you had spent an hour with her on that intake where there's a lot of information exchange, right?
Yes.
So was there anything different about how she presented, how she spoke to you or answered questions during this follow-up on the 5th?
No.
And as far as the conversations about the bad weekend and calling crisis, did you have any concern that she was in crisis?
No.
And you made those recommendations for a higher level of care, correct?
Yes.
But nothing that would have prompted you for those other interventions that you've previously described to us, right?
Right.
Did you ever in this visit see signs of mania?
No.
And is that something you look for?
Yes.
And did you ever see signs of delusions or paranoia?
No.
How about psychosis?
No.
Now, your next contact with her was December 12th, correct?
Yes.
And was that in person or telehealth, if you recall?
Telehealth.
And on the 12th, Did you have?
The matter Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
All right, we just hit 17,550. Help us hit 17,600 by hitting subscribe. Thank you for being here. We are back to the live trial. Obviously, there's another sidebar as always, but we should be resuming the testimony here soon. And thank you all for being here. Man, that Nancy Grace episode was smoking. Jeez, I gotta watch that thing again. Especially like what all went down with that guest. I mean, I was listening, I was paying attention, but dang, it got heated quick. What's up, Logan? What's up, everybody? Thank you for hopping in. Man, all right, we are back. Lindsay Clancy, trial day 12. Resuming from the afternoon break, we probably have another hour and 45 minutes or so for the trial today, unless they end it a little early. We'll see what happens. It kind of goes with the flow with this court. So we'll go ahead and hang out and wait for them to come back. Crazy testimony from who we were seeing up there just a second ago and who we saw earlier. Letitia Dukes. I'm still blown away how, you know, you have a patient that is on all these medications, that is having all of these psychiatric problems, and you work in the same facility as the other doctor, nurse that she is being seen by, and you don't even bother to look up your own patient's medical records. Even the defense attorney was shocked. And I still, to me, that is the biggest blunder of the day when it comes to the witness testimonies. You know, we had Jennifer Tufts inserting her own words into documentation, repeated so, even when he asked her to read it specifically, still inserted her own words because she didn't mean what it was written down as. Falsifying your expertise. Her expertise came from just reading. Crazy. And then today, day 12, you have, I mean, just look at this face. Look at how cocky that face is. You know what I'm saying? You had a patient on all of this medication and you didn't even bother. And you had complete full access. You didn't have to ask anybody's permission. You could have got it at any moment. You could have looked it up at any moment. And at any of those moments, you never even were interested in trying to see the history. I mean, just that, even just the medication. Wouldn't you want, so you could make a better informed decision on how to treat the patient? Wouldn't you want to see all of the medication that's been tried, what's been used, the dosage, for how long it was taken with what? I mean, wouldn't, in order for you to be able to have a well-informed decision on how to treat this patient to help them get better, why wouldn't you want all of that information at your disposal? The information helps you get to a better conclusion on the path of the best way to treat somebody. Very shocking. That was the biggest shock of we still have a couple more hours, but that was the biggest shock so far, was that testimony right there. Recap. We do our recaps in the morning for about an hour to 2 hours. But really, basically, this doctor as well, didn't appear like she cared. I mean, we don't even look up our own patients' medical records, and we don't even have to ask anybody. We just have to look ourselves on our computer. Pretty wild to me. You know, so far out of 12 days, out of all these medical professionals, there's only one doctor or nurse that I feel has really cared about Lindsay, listened to Lindsay, worked with Lindsay, and that was Rebecca Gelada. Other than that, and it's just my opinion, but other than that, I'm just seeing medical professionals that appear like they didn't give any kind of care or concern. Logan, I wonder if there was incentive for them not to do their job, artificially lower the involuntary commitment rates or something. Well, typically with that, if the higher the rate, the more funding they receive. Typically with that, I don't know if there'd be an incentive not to do their job. I think what it is, I think it's a mixture, okay? I think it's a mixture between laziness and understaffing. You know, ever since the COVID era started, a lot of businesses got hit hard. Now hospitals were banking it, right? But now it's been some time throughout the country, especially, you know, right around 2022, 2023, the economy took a really big hit and things started to skyrocket in price. And there was a lot of businesses post-COVID. You know, there was that COVID effect where a lot of businesses made a crap ton of money, and then after the COVID era stopped, then all of a sudden they're going bankrupt. And a lot of businesses and a lot of companies have struggled to either maintain or actually add on to their current workforce. And so when we go through stages of that, you know, throughout time, because history always repeats itself, whenever we go through stages of that, there's a lot of understaffing. You know, there's a lot of people doing two people's jobs until the economy starts booming again. And I think it was a mixture of that. I think it was a mixture of understaffing and a mixture of lazy people. You know, lazy people, understaffing, lazy people already don't want to do any work. And then you add on them having to be required to do two people's jobs. They just probably don't even give a shit and probably try and get it quick and done as soon as possible so they can meet their quotas or whatever they need to meet. And that's where you get a lot of the time where doctors and medical professionals don't even care to listen. They already know. It's like they already know what they're going to prescribe you before you even walk into their room. So tell me how you feel, because I need to ask that. But as you're telling me how you feel, I'm already thinking of, you know, how I'm going to tell you that we're going to try this new medication or try this new dosage. Because it's the same problem with a lot of these similar stories, is they're not being heard. Doctor, I'm taking this and that's what this is doing to me. Oh, they don't do that. No, that's not true. Oh, here, we need to do this. We're not going to listen to you. We already have it predetermined what we're going to prescribe to you before you even come in the door. Medication you saw on TV. There's so many medication commercials too. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna comment on that as well. Like, that's a really good point, because another like difference that I've noticed, like when when I've seen your guys' TV and videos and stuff is that you have medication commercials.
Yeah.
Where I'm from, that's not legal. Like, you're not allowed to advertise medication. It's something that your doctor has to tell you about. I
Yeah.
was so taken aback the first time I saw that. I mean, there's some over-the-counter stuff that's advertised, but I've never seen an ad for something prescription. So I think that is an issue. That's crazy to me.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It is. It's just like, when there was cigarette commercials, and they all knew that it caused cancer. These medical commercials, there's so many of them, and I just laugh at them anymore because they'll tell you, they'll have the catchy song and they'll show people smiling and it's all sunny and bright outside and oh, it's magic. You got that catchy song going. They're walking the dog all happy and shit, and it's like, hey, if you would like to fix your verbal diarrhea, take this medication, and then they show more people high-fiving and shit walking down the street, everybody's singing to the song, and then they get to the side effects, and then and that's where I start laughing, because all of them could cause death. And there's so many freaking things. It's like, damn, why don't I just deal with the verbal diarrhea instead of like, losing sleep and losing my appetite and gaining weight and all these other, possibly have a heart attack, lose a limb, like all these different side effects. And it's like, holy like, damn, do I even want to like treat the one thing that I need to treat so I can take on 10 more possibly negative side effects? It's just wild to me. I sit there and I laugh at it because I'm like, I look at some of them and I'm just like, geez, like, you want to cure, the fact that you don't like tacos? Do you want to cure the fact that you don't like the taste of tacos? Take this medication. It'll make them taste great. And you're like, damn, I want to have a taco taste good. And then you're like, damn, do I want to deal with all this? Like it gets to that point, and that's how it is anymore. It seems like is all of these side effects are so like brutally like life-changing effects just so you can treat something small. It's wild. Yeah, it's like fast food commercials.
Yeah, I've noticed that the list of side effects is sometimes longer than the rest of the ad.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, and then there's more pills to combat the side effects of the pill that you're on. Yeah, it's crazy. It's so crazy. But all I can do is sit and laugh at them anymore because the cheesy songs, the cheesy actors, and then it's like, oh, so they're dealing with puckered anus. And they're walking down the street all giggling and laughing, high-fiving people, but the side effect is puckered anus. And it's like, how are they walking and having fun when their ass is puckered? It just makes absolutely no sense. Or the depression meds that then say side effect may cause thoughts. Yeah, like what? Exactly. Causing thoughts of suicide. All right, we are back. That was a long sidebar there, about 12 minutes. We'll see if we get any more blunders.
We could just go back to that.
Oh, sure.
There was what?
That was the record, actually.
What is this? What?
He didn't even get to sit down properly.
What? He got a piece of gum out. Like what? I thought we were just... What is going on, Rosie? This court system, I don't know. Something... What's going on in Massachusetts?
I don't know.
What does that say? Massachusetts.
Yes.
Massachusetts. What? I thought it was called Massachusetts. Massachusetts.
Yeah, I've been wondering that for a couple days, but I just didn't want to sound stupid, and I thought it was like an American thing that you guys all understand, and I didn't. So I was like, I'm not going to ask.
Shit, I don't understand it. Massachusetts. Yeah. What? Is that
It
what it
also
was?
sounds like a medical condition, right?
Oh, it probably is Latin. Oh, yeah, it's way up north. It's by Canada.
While we're waiting for the jury, it just kind of remind again that we've got people coming in and out at all times. I want to remind everybody of the pending media order regarding certain pieces of evidence. I also want to remind the warning that I gave, I think it was last week, that there are to be no disruptive statements or anything that's going to disrupt these proceedings. If that's done, they will be dealt with summarily, as we say. All right, so just a warning in regards to that. Okay.
Shout out to the judges. Time matches the books. Thank you for being here, Logan. Okay, why is she crying? What's going on here? He seems agitated. He just tossed his phone on the table. He's agitated and she's crying. What happened? And there's pills sitting on the table there. Hold on, let me move me out of the way. You can see the pills next to the glasses. See the glasses, and you got the pills right there next to the highlighter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pink pills. 2 in front of her. What the hell is going on?
I have no idea. Something.
And
happened.
she's sobbing like crazy. What happened? They weren't like this before lunch.
Mm-mm.
What happened? He seems agitated as hell.
You all set? All right, yeah. Ready for the jury.
What? If you're enjoying the live stream, help us reach more people. Make sure to drop a like. Subscribe, comment, and share this out to your socials and friends. And we appreciate you being here. And good afternoon. Got my fresh cup of coffee for this afternoon's leg. Yeah, he does look upset, don't he?
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Everybody, thank you for your patience. We'll give you a couple extra minutes to look at the solar eclipse while you're up. So what we're going to do is we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case. Commonwealth, could I call your next witness, please?
Prior to the witness, Your Honor, I would just move to enter in as the next exhibit the excerpted pages from the South Shore Health System Perinatal Behavioral Health Program regarding the last witness, Letitia Dukes.
Okay, any objection?
By agreement, Judge.
All right, so it's by agreement.
226. We would call Nicole Bradley as the next witness, please.
Thank you.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I object. It's not contested. I don't think it's necessary, so I object.
All right. Same finding.
Yes. Good afternoon. You start right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the truth and the jury will bear no finding between the Commonwealth and the defendant partially the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thanks. Just going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, come on.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yeah, Nicole Bradley.
And where do you work?
Division.
And as one of the roles of the Field Services Division, does the Sheriff's Department engage in what's called Hospital Watch?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell us very briefly what that is?
Yep. So if any safekeep, detainee, or inmate goes over to the hospital, we use our deputies and matrons to cover them on a security watch.
And are the employees from the Sheriff's Department who are on those watches required to log the activity of who comes and goes from the individuals who they are there to watch?
Yes, they are.
And are those records kept in the normal course of business at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar with those records and what they look like?
Yes, I am.
If I may approach.
Okay. All right. You want to approach and then?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Then there'll be no objection.
Going to show you a packet. If you could take a quick look at that.
Yep.
And does that packet reflect the hospital logs that are kept by the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar that between January 25th, 2023 and February 3rd of 2023, that the Sheriff's Department engaged in hospital watch on a patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I am.
All right. Those may be admitted.
227.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington? No, thank you. All right. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much.
Wow, that was the quickest witness in a while.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Renee Stonebridge.
Wow, that's pretty quick. We haven't had one of those quick witnesses
Same
for like
objection as decided by a judge. It's not
5 or
contested.
6 days.
All right. Same finding, same analysis. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Thank you. You may have a seat. Thank you.
Watch your step, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, ReneeStonebridge.
Where do you work?
I work at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts at the Boston office.
And what department do you work for?
I work for the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked there since July of 2017.
And can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I did 4 years of college at SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in German languages and literature and biology. And then I did 4 years at the American University of Antigua, where I got my medical degree. I also graduated with honors, magna cum laude. After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. I also served as chief resident during my final year there, so 2016 to 2017. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the chief medical examiner. And then after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital. And I am board certified in forensic pathology, anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and neuropathology.
What is neuropathology?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, the dura, the eyes, and spinal cord, and muscle.
What is your role at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts?
My role there is the Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology. I'm also a medical examiner, but my primary focus is brains and hearts.
And so will there be an occasion where a medical examiner is doing an autopsy and they will send you either a brain or eyes or things of that nature to examine?
Yes.
And why are those things sent to you in particular?
We have certain criteria that is followed in order for a neuropathology consult to occur. Some occasions are any children under the age of 2. I am to receive the brain, typically the spinal cord, depends on circumstances, the eyes and the dura as well. Also, if there's any suspicion of some type of homicidal injury to the head, blunt trauma, typically, those cases will typically come to me as well. Sometimes there are cases in which it may just be something that is a surprise. One of the MEs is doing the autopsy, the head is opened up and they see something unexpected. They see something that may be hard to diagnose as someone who is not neuropathology trained, or maybe something like a tumor that is unexpected, or a rare neurologic disease, neurodegenerative disease that requires further neuropathologic evaluation.
And were you tasked with doing some examinations regarding Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
And specifically for Cora Clancy, what did you examine?
For Cora Clancy, I examined the eyes.
And what were your findings when you examined her eyes?
The findings when I examined the eyes were that there was acute hemorrhage of the extraocular muscles and adipose tissue. So when the eyes are taken out, this happens after the brain comes out of the skull. And there is a thin portion of bone in the bottom frontal portion of the skull where that bone is broken, and the eyes can then be examined on the inside of the head. Obviously, they're examined also on the outside of the head as well. But you can look at the optic nerve and you can look at the tissue that is surrounding the eyes. So the eyes are within the head with some muscle and some adipose tissue. So there was hemorrhage in these portions of adipose tissue and muscle that is surrounding the eye itself. And then also one of the findings was that the optic nerve sheath on the left side has some punctate hemorrhage. So the eyes, they're sitting in the head, and then there's the optic nerve that connects to the back of the eye and goes to the brain, which sends these signals so people can see. And there was some hemorrhage in this portion surrounding the nerve that connects the left eye.
And are you able to determine by seeing these hemorrhages what caused them?
Hemorrhages themselves are a very general finding. However, given the entirety of the case, knowing what I know from the autopsy findings, I can say it is consistent with something asphyxial.
And why is it that when there's something asphyxial, that means strangulation of some type, correct?
Yes, it can be.
Why is it that these types of hemorrhages occur in the eye?
What happens when there's some sort of asphyxial element to a person, it could be from many different things, but what happens is the blood in the head, if there's, say, some type of compression of the neck or something else that causes asphyxia, there's many things, but if there's some sort of compression, the blood basically gets kind of stuck in the head area. And because the blood can't flow back down through the body, what happens is there's little tiny blood vessels. They're in the eyes, they're in the skin, in the mouth, all over the head region. They basically get blocked up with this blood because it can't move. And these little blood vessels will burst, which leads to these little hemorrhages.
And in terms of Dawson Clancy, what did you examine with Dawson Clancy?
For Dawson Clancy, I examined the eyes as well.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was also some acute hemorrhages in these muscle and adipose tissue surrounding the eyes. And then the right eye had some small hemorrhages in the posterior retina and the optic nerve sheath. So the back of the eye, there's the retina within the eye, and the retina connects with the optic nerve at the back portion of the eye. And in this case, there was a little bit of hemorrhage at that connection point where the retina connects to the optic nerve.
And what is hemorrhage?
Hemorrhage itself is just blood that is no longer contained in a blood vessel.
So it's burst from that vessel?
Correct.
And then in terms of Callan Clancy, what did you examine with Callan Clancy?
For Callan Clancy, I examined the brain, the dura, the spinal cord, and the eyes.
And what were your findings?
The findings were that there was hypoxic ischemic changes. Essentially, that means that there has been some sort of incident which has caused the brain to have a certain period of time in which blood and oxygen flow were not appropriate. So in this case, there was a time frame in which there was no blood going to the brain, there wasn't enough oxygen going to the brain, and the brain will show certain findings in these sort of circumstances. One of the things I note is that there's edema. Edema is when the brain starts to swell. Edema is also a very general finding. It can happen in many instances, but the edema basically means that the brain starts to swell, so you don't have the nice kind of bumpy pattern on the brain. It starts to swell up and it gets a little more flattened because the brain is encased in the skull, so now it's pressing against the skull because it's swelling up and getting bigger. One of the other things I noted with that was that there was compression of the ventricles. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system inside the brain that allow for the cerebral spinal fluid to flow through the brain and go into the spinal cord. And when the brain starts to swell up, it not only swells up outwards, but swells inwards on itself as well. So these ventricles that are located in the inside portion of the brain are starting to get kind of squashed because the brain is swelling. Another thing I noted was that the brain was diffusely friable, meaning that it's very soft. So one of the things I do on all my brain cases is they go into formalin. The formalin allows them to fix, which basically firms up the tissue. And it makes the tissue more easy to manipulate. A fresh brain coming out of a skull is very soft. It's very easy to damage it. It's very easy to put your fingers through it if you're not careful. So one of the things that gets done is these brains will go into formalin. I typically will let them fix for about 2 weeks or so. And sometimes, regardless of the fixation time at the formalin, sometimes the brain still will not firm up the way it should, because if I'm receiving a brain and it's already has hypoxic ischemic changes, the formalin is only going to penetrate the tissue so much because the tissue is essentially already dead.
Can I just stop you for a second? What is hypoxic ischemic changes?
Hypoxic ischemic changes is when you are getting lack of blood and oxygen flow. So hypoxic is the oxygen portion and ischemic is the blood portion.
So what you saw with Callan's brain was consistent with a lack of blood and oxygen?
Correct, yes.
Which then led to brain death?
Correct, yes.
How long, based on your training and experience, does it take for a brain to start dying after the loss of blood flow and oxygen?
It varies based on different sources. Most sources say it's between about 6 to 8 minutes. If there is no oxygen flow, then the brain will essentially start dying. It depends on, if there's resuscitation that occurs afterwards, but it's generally in the frame of 6 to 8 minutes or so.
And once brain tissue dies, it can't be brought back, correct?
Correct, yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rayton?
He said no.
Hold on here. Council, hold on. We're going to take a short break. All right?
What?
So why don't this will be a very short break. Come out and come right back.
I got it.
All right, jurors, close the notebooks. Please come to chairs, please. This way.
We'll get a short recess in the courtroom.
Everybody, clear the courtroom.
Damn. That was some weird crying. My brain is like trying to analyze that crying. I didn't hear any sniffles. Normally when you're crying, your eyes and the teariness will activate the nasal passage. Which typically that would happen. What's up, Corey? This is Lindsay Clancy trial. And the cry, I don't know. It sounded more like a medicated cry. I don't know. Do I make sense? Do you?
Sorry, I had to step away for one moment.
Oh, you didn't hear the crying?
I didn't hear the crying. I'm sorry.
Let's see. Let me see if I can. All right, check this out.
Hold on, Council, hold on. We're going to take a short break, all right? So why don't we, this will be a very short break, come out, we'll come right back, okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors, close the notebooks. Please come to chairs, please. This way.
Session.
We'll be in a short recess in the courtroom.
Everybody, leave the court.
So what'd you think of that cry? It didn't sound like a normal cry. It sounded like somebody was having a mental health episode or something more than crying.
I mean, I've kind of heard that before. I think, yeah, kind of hyperventilating a little bit. Like it's just about to panic. Yeah.
Where's the the nasal?
I think it's more it's more like panic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a real, it wasn't, or it was a really bad pretending.
I don't think so.
She's doing it. She's doing it as soon as they came back from the lunch break, because we were like, why does he seem so agitated? Why is she so upset? I would expect if you're really crying during that whole testimony that we've watched for basically a half an hour, where's the sniffles if it's really crying? So yeah, and then the way it's like, you sound like you're losing your shit. So I don't know, that's weird. All right, let me go back to live. That way, once they're back, we'll be back as well. Had to be hard though, because where were the sniffles? We're listening. It was hard listening to them describe the eyeballs and body parts and all this other stuff and the damage that taking their lives that way caused on their organs and stuff.
Yeah.
So where were the sniffles for that? Right? If you were panicking about something, where were the sniffles as you heard these medical professionals describe your babies and their body parts and what was caused from what you did? That would be hard, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, that too, Logan. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying I understand what you mean, and it was strange. It seems to come out like we can expect it every time there's that medical testimony. Something happens there.
Where's the tears? If you know what I'm saying? Like if, oh, this happened because of a mental snap, and I realize what I've caused. Husbands forgave me. Okay, where's your emotion when they're describing your babies? Where? Now we've seen the body shake, like little whimpers here and there. But with this one, I mean, we didn't have lawyers talking. We didn't have judge talking. They literally let that camera roll uninterrupted for 30 seconds. That was the first time we really got to hear her cry without any other distractions going on in the courtroom. Uninterrupted 30 seconds. You just heard for 30 minutes, you just heard somebody describing your baby and the damage to their body parts. Where's your emotion? I don't understand that. What do you think we saw when it comes to this crying or whatever you want to call it? Whimpering? I don't know. Is that a better word for it? Whimpering? I don't know if I'd call it crying.
Yeah, I think it was like sobbing. I
Where's
don't
the
know.
tears?
I don't really know the different words, but I think it had kind of surpassed crying. I don't think it was crying. I think it was just.
What do you think it was from? Why do you think she was doing whatever you want to call it?
I mean, I don't know. I think that it was.
I don't know either.
Some kind of distress. I don't think that it was like crying. I think it was like maybe a panic attack or something.
Yeah, what do you think caused it? Because listen, if it was caused because they were reading about your baby's body parts, you'd be crying, not panicking. So what could it be? Because you didn't cry when they were talking about your baby, so it ain't crying. Yeah, Logan says, a small dose of realization of what she's done.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Yeah, I don't know how to make sense of it either exactly.
I don't even know how to describe the whimper. I don't even know how to describe it. This whole time I've been guilt by insanity, But this right here, I'm sitting here and I'm like, wait a minute. Because hell, it gets us close to tears, and it ain't even our baby. So, how? Psychopathic empathy will not be as common. I mean, is she a psychopath? According to the husband, I mean, we read the GoFundMe, right? According to the husband, is the medication, which I still believe that. I still believe it was a medication, the cocktails, the roller coaster of prescriptions. That'll make people think and do some horrible shit that they wouldn't do normally if they were in right mind. But according to Hubs, she's not a psychopath. So she should have. I mean, according to Hubs, you know, let's, while we're on this break here, let me go back to this GoFundMe here. This is about Lindsay. I want to share some thoughts about Lindsay. She's recently been portrayed largely by people who have never met her and never knew who the real Lindsay was. Our marriage was wonderful and diametrically grew stronger as her condition rapidly worsened. I took as much pride in being her husband as I did in being a father and felt persistently lucky to have her in my life. I still remember the very moment I first laid eyes on her and can recall how overcome I was with the kind of love at first sight you only see in movies. It really didn't take long before I was certain I wanted to marry her. We said I love you to each other multiple times daily as if it were a reflex. We habitually started every morning with a passionate hug, yielding a sigh of relief like we had each received the perfect medicine. If too much time passed without a hug, she'd look at me and ask, "Did you forget?" We mutually understood the reality that people can have bad days, but we stuck to the rule that when one of us got lost, the other one was always there to bring them home, always. She loved being nurse, but nothing matched her intense love for her kids and dedication to being a mother. It was all she ever wanted. Her passion taught me how to be a better father. So when we're listening to how much she loved her kids, according to the husband, right? Nothing matched her intense love for our kids and her dedication for being a mother. And yet, no sniffles when they're reading about your baby's body parts. So, I don't know what you call what we just saw. I mean, I've even told, you know, on the show yesterday, I was like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if I could forgive a loved one or a spouse that and sometimes love is blind. And maybe we're dealing with a little bit of that, you know, when your wife tells you three times she has thoughts of hurting the children, and because she told you she doesn't have a plan, you didn't need to go further with I don't know. Maybe love is blind there, and maybe that's why the forgiveness came. I don't know. I'd have a hard time. Let me know in chat. Would you be able to forgive your spouse or loved one if they did the same thing that Lindsay did to your kids? Would you be able to forgive your spouse or loved one, significant other? Would you be able to? It's hard to put yourself in that position to really truly know if you could forgive somebody, but I can tell you I'd have a hard time. I would really have a hard time. Even if.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I thought I was cutting you off.
Oh no, I thought I was cutting you off. I mean, I was gonna say, like, if I genuinely thought that it was the fault of something else, like the medical doctors or whatever happened, I suppose I would be able to find a way to forgive them. But that doesn't mean I would like want anything to do with them, if that makes sense. Like I just wouldn't be able to handle that. Yeah.
It's like Logan says, only because my religion requires to forgive, but my body and brain would not want to. Yeah.
Yeah.
For my own peace, I'd have to. You still wake up with the same day. You know. I don't know. I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could. So, who knows what's going on? They might end up calling it early. Honestly, I don't know. We're hitting 3:00 Eastern. They go to typically 3:30, 4:00 Eastern. She's having some sort of episode. I wouldn't be shocked if they just call it a day, and we see you guys tomorrow. We'll see though.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't either. I mean, because I don't even know what to call it. I really don't. I'm not calling it. I'm not going to call it crying. I don't know what to call it. I'll just say that episode. It was going on ever since they came back in from the lunch hour, and obviously got worse right there before they went to a break. So she'll probably be like that the rest of the afternoon. I won't be surprised if they just call it a day. I might try and have a show tonight on Idaho 4. Don't quote me on it. So look later on and see if you see a notification for later on. Be talking about, will BK get a new trial? That'll be our next Idaho 4 show. By the way, if you are into the Idaho 4 case, I uploaded some of my boots on the ground footage from the year anniversary of the crime. Before the demo of the house, we got the footage of the house in there. I uploaded that for members. So it's like a 4.5 hour mashup of different boots on the ground videos mashed up together that you can check out. Some of my boots on the ground out there when we worked on that case. In the meantime, before we have one of those episodes, we'll be taking live calls for that too. Yeah, I'm thinking they're probably
I think so.
They're probably going to take a break. Are medical professionals to blame for Lindsay Clancy killing her 3 kids? It's a hard question. Each day, it seems like it's going to be a hung jury more and more.
Yeah, it does.
Because that's the question. You know, the medication, the medical professionals, lack of care. Gonna be a big question. I think even after the verdict comes in, it'll still be a question that lingers for a long time.
Yeah, it'll likely set precedent for other cases as well, regardless of how it goes. I think that there's going to be a lot more attention on that concept now.
Wow.
And some people might be faking it to try and, get their hung jury, but still.
Well, let's hope that if anything changes, there'll be changes in the medical profession on how these things are handled. And how you can't just write scripts left and right for all this different medication without seeing somebody in person.
Yeah.
By the way, we just hit 17,570. Help us get to 17,600 by the end of the stream. If you're not subscribed, please consider doing so. We only need 30 more to get to 600 for that mark today. That'd be tremendous mark too if we're able to. Thank you all for being here, checking out the show. And also, if you're not subscribed to Rosie Overtime, here is her link in the chat as well. Nearly 70% of people that watch the show are not subscribed. So even if half of you could do it, we could already hit that 600 right now. Yep, this is a lengthy conversation. I think they're going to I'm not gonna end it until they end it. But to me, it sounds like that's where we're headed. And that, that'll be a nice little break. It's been some really long days this week. And then some technical issues that we had going on Monday. So once all the rest of the technical issues get fixed, be doing actually 2 trials during the daytime. I'm waiting for the jury selection to be done. I was going to stream the Tupac trial. I'm actually, while I'm waiting for the rest of the technical stuff to get fixed, I'm just kind of letting the jury selection. I mean, it's jury selection. We're not going to see the jury, any of the people that are getting selected or denied, or any of the questions or anything like that. So really, you're just looking outside the front of a courthouse. So there's really no point in going live with that. But once the jury selection is done, we will be bringing you the Las Vegas versus Keefe D. Davis trial when it comes to the 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur in Las Vegas. And that one's a crazy one. The dude snitched on himself a bunch of times about doing it and how it went down and who's involved. And now all of a sudden, I wasn't there. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? Right. You wrote books. You did interviews on TV bragging about this. And then all of a sudden, even wrote a book. And then he's like, well, I didn't write the book. Somebody else wrote it for me. I wasn't even in Las Vegas when it happened. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? Yeah, so I was just saying that to get out of trouble. Yeah. But 3 decades later,
yeah,
almost coming up in September.
Can be slow. It can be a really slow process.
Well, nobody said anything until he started snitching on himself. That was, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, somewhere around there. And they were just collecting information, collecting stories. And then all of a sudden one day, Keefe D. Davis arrested for the Tupac 1996 murder. Oh, thank you so much, Logan, for the $10 super chat. We all need to hug some loved ones after this. Damn straight. That's a great message. It really is. You know, we should. Thank you for that, Logan. We all, seriously, after right now, while we're waiting for this break, after the stream's done, when you're done with your shift at work, when you're back from your drive home, hug somebody you love. Damn straight. Thank you for that beautiful message. And also, thank you to everybody for your jewels, your super chats, and all that stuff today. Really means a lot. I want to say thank you for being a member of the community. Little round of applause for you. Again, please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. All right, so let me get some of my notes out here, because it seems to be a very interesting return from break. So let me see here. Let's do a sub check too. Let's see how close we are to the 600. All right, we are 30 away. Now, let me see. The biggest blunder of today was Dr. Letitia Dukes, not even worried about trying to look up previous information on a patient that she's treating, especially when they have all that medication going on. Kind of crazy to me. Let me see here. Would you, and I'm going to ask you guys in chat, And I have a feeling what you're going to say, Rosie. But I want to ask, would you, anybody in chat, Replay, and Rosie, would you trust these medical professionals for treating you?
No. No. Is that what you
I
thought
mean,
I was going to say? Because it's
I
no.
already had a feeling. Yeah, I already had a feeling you were going to say no. After, we'll just say it's after day 12. I don't know. They're probably not going to come back. After day 12, as a jury member, what's up, Natalie? As a jury member, after day 12, what is your vote? 100% guilty, guilt by insanity, innocent, undecided.
So for me, based on today, I've moved more towards guilt by insanity, further away from
Oh.
undecided. Yeah.
Really? Yeah, because you've been undecided for a few days now. What changed? What happened?
I think just like seeing more of what went on and how many people were involved but completely disconnected from each other is starting to it's just starting to feel more clear to me.
Kind of like with what Dr. Joseph said a few days ago when he was talking about the medical professionals and their nonchalantness about the medications and what she was taking and when, and how they weren't even keeping track of medications from other doctors. They all just, yes, it's up to the patient to be honest about that stuff, but you still need to, you can't just assume everybody's telling you the truth, especially with the medication. And so I can definitely see how even more, because I've been on the guilt by insanity for almost from the beginning, pretty much. And it was because of the medication cocktails. And so I'm, am I surprised? No, but I kind of am. Because I expected there to be negligence on the medical professionals when it came to tracking and monitoring all these different medications. I just didn't realize. I didn't realize that they would be that. What's a word?
Hi.
Eager.
Council, can I see you?
Eager to have more information at their disposal to help treat her. There was no eagerness to their background search. So that really shocked me. I didn't think I would see that piece of shitness from medical professionals as much as we have the last couple days. It's pretty sad, when people are reaching out to these individuals because they're having real problems. And that's the kind of care that you get, like taking your car to get an oil change, and they don't even change the oil. They just check the tire pressure. It's good.
Yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah. I thought I heard them for a moment, and then
They
it
did.
was like, yeah, I was
Yeah.
getting all ready, and then I don't know what happened. Your papers though.
I'm confused. Yeah.
All right, George entering.
All right, we are back. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, I just kind of want to revisit an instruction I've given you a couple times, I think, during the course of this trial. It's important to understand and remember that sometimes there's evidence that's presented in the trial that creates an emotional reaction. All right? But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight that the evidence produces. Your verdict in this case is going to have to be based solely on the evidence, and it's not going to be, it cannot be based on sympathy or anger or passion or prejudice. Keep that in mind. And
Something happened?
We're going to go to the next witness. Okay?
I'm going to pause it just for a second. Brian Enton, we watched a video earlier today about the possibility about it being a volatile courtroom. We watched a little bit of it yesterday too. Is that what's taking place? There's a lot of emotions going wild in that jury room. Oh boy, is it really happening already? This is crazy. Crazy.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson.
Wow. Is it already getting volatile?
All right. Same finding and analysis.
Sound like you're ready to write for clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony of the evidence you shall give before me will not be the truth, the whole truth,
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
All right. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right. I'm going to ask you also to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you and speak into that microphone if you would.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Barbara Olson, BARBARAOLSON. I previously practiced under my maiden name, Barbara Vidal, VIDAL.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I completed my undergraduate studies at the University of New Mexico. I also completed 4 years of medical school at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine. Afterwards, I came to Boston to study the field of pathology at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. I completed a 4-year residency program there, studying both anatomical pathology and clinical pathology. And after my residency, I did a surgical pathology fellowship studying the gastrointestinal tract, liver, and pancreas. And I ended my training doing a fellowship of forensic pathology at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I am board certified in anatomical pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
It is essentially the study of causes that are diseases, disorders, or trauma that results in sudden, unexpected, or non-natural deaths.
And do you currently work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, I'm a medical examiner at the Cape Cod office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2021.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I have examined over 1,900 bodies and performed over 800 autopsies.
And when performing an autopsy, is there a specific process or procedure that you follow?
Yes. So an autopsy is composed of many parts. The first part being documentation review, and the second part being the examination of the body, which is broken up into 2 parts. The first part being the external examination, where I look for identifying characteristics of a decedent, such as eye color or hair color. I also look for any evidence of natural disease or trauma on the outside of the body. And the second part is the internal examination, where I create a Y-like incision on the chest and abdomen and examine the soft tissues, bones, and organs, looking for any evidence of natural disease and trauma. I also examine the brain.
And did you perform an autopsy on Cora Clancy on January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you follow that same process with Cora Clancy?
Yes.
And so that started with a document review, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of documents are you reviewing when you do that?
Typically, I have a preliminary police report to review, as well as either EMS records or records from the emergency department.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin. She had her neck stabilized with a cervical collar, and she had an intraosseous catheter, which is a type of IV they put directly into the bone on her right lower leg. Her hands at the time of my external examination were covered by police evidence bags, and they were secured at the wrist with tape. When I removed those, the fingers showed no evidence of injury, and the fingernails were all of equal length and intact. And then I noted evidence of trauma of the neck with associated injuries of her head and minor injuries of her right arm and of her legs as well.
And in terms of the injuries that you observed, evidence of trauma to her neck, were there also injuries to her face and neck area that seemed to go along with the trauma to her neck?
Yes, there were findings of the head that were associated with the trauma of the neck.
And what were those?
So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck. And a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges. On the front part of her neck, the lower half of the ligature furrow was associated with additional red abrasions ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters in size. And on the back of her neck, the superior and inferior edges of the ligature furrow had developed some linear bruising as well.
And what do you mean by a furrow?
So again, the furrow is a ligature is when you have external compression by an object on the neck, and a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Council, we're going to take a break this time, all right?
All right. Jurors, close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
Recess for a few minutes. I'm going to come back. We'll speak to council in regards to schedule.
Yeah, they're going to end this. Yeah, they're going to end this for the day. I can already see it coming. Thank you all for being here today. Appreciate it very much. We're going to hang out in the meantime and see, but it's already 3:22. I'm wondering how they're going to navigate this. You know, is the same thing going to happen tomorrow morning or whenever? Are they going to have to like have her sit out during this? It's a tough one. But he's probably just gonna call it. Let me see if I can find something quick for us while we're sitting here just waiting. We'll check out this video. Yeah, it's just going to get worse. I don't know how they're going to handle this or navigate this because there's so many more witnesses to testify, and a lot of them are going to be dealing with the injuries. So I wonder how they're going to navigate this. This is a quick video, and we will go live as soon as they come back from the break. This is a video from Fox News discussing the 30-plus prescriptions and how it should have raised a red flag. In the meantime, thank you all for being.
Nancy, the Massachusetts mom that's charged with killing her 3 young children, is back in court today. Her defense arguing she should not be held criminally responsible, saying she was suffering from postpartum psychosis. Her attorney is now zeroing in on her mental health treatment, questioning one of her providers about the number of medications that she was prescribed and how much coordination there was among the different providers treating her.
You're aware that she was provided many prescriptions for antipsychotics, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, benzodiazepines, all of that, right?
I'm aware she was prescribed other medications.
Did you ask what other medications there were?
Yes.
And did she tell you?
Yes.
Did she tell you who prescribed them?
Yes.
It's pretty easy to get a list from CVS, right?
Yes.
Clancy had 30-plus prescriptions for 13 different psychiatric medications, all provided in the 4 months before the killings by at least 5 different prescribers. Joining us now, forensic psychiatrist Dr. Daniel Bober, who worked with an expert that was involved in the Andrea Yates case, the Texas mother that was found not guilty by reason of insanity after drowning her 5 children in a bathtub. Thank you so much for coming on with us, Dr. Bober.
Thank you, Ainsley.
You're welcome. So what stands out when you hear that expert being asked on the stand about the medications?
Well, listen, Ainsley, you know, as mental health providers, we often get conflicting, inconsistent, and incomplete information. And I think when you look at this case, you see that communication could have been better, but you can't look strictly at the number of medications. It's about the right medication for the right person at the right time, adjusted in the right way. And I think even the diagnosis was in question here. So I think this case has become a rallying cry for the anti-medication people, but you cannot be anti-medication and be pro-patient. Every case is different. Every case has its nuance. And sometimes the family is telling us one thing, and sometimes the patient is telling us other things. So it's not strictly about how many medications there was, but what the rational use of those medications were.
Mm-hmm. For most Americans, we're scratching our heads saying, well, wait, Lindsay's a nurse. Didn't she know 30 medications? They react differently. Maybe this is not safe. This doesn't sound like it would be healthy, especially someone this young taking this many medications. However, explain to us about her condition, postpartum psychosis. She wasn't herself, right? She wasn't acting rationally. Obviously, a mom is not able to kill her children unless something's going on.
Postpartum psychosis is a pretty rare condition. It affects 1 to 2 out of every 1,000 births, okay? And out of those 1 to 2 every 1,000 births, 3 to 4% will commit infanticide. So it is a disorder where after birth, the mother becomes detached from reality. She may have hallucinations, she may have delusions, and she may act on those delusions. And she may even act in a way which to the outsider looks rational, but is influenced by psychosis, by delusions, and by detachment from reality.
Here is a soundbite from the courtroom. This is the defense attorney asking this psychiatric nurse practitioner about the prescriptions. Listen to this.
There's a response from Lindsay Clancy. I'm willing to try anything. I just keep coming back to the feeling that I'm dependent on Ativan. I feel like we are throwing all these different meds at my insomnia when the root cause is Ativan dependence. What was your concern when you got that message, or did you have any concern?
I wouldn't say I had concern. I just wanted to, again, provide her some information.
She adds, I also just feel concerningly numb right now. Like I have no emotion whatsoever. I feel like I'm going to die and I don't care. What do I do about this?
I do recall that message, yes.
That was the prosecutor, actually. Okay, what's your reaction to that?
My reaction is that clearly this woman was very desperate. She was looking for help. She was looking for answers, and they were struggling to find the diagnosis. I think the communication could have been better between these providers. If they could have worked to come to some kind of resolution, to be on the same page. But again, in these situations, sometimes it's not clear what's going on. And as the doctor, you have the patient calling you, telling you that they're struggling. And unfortunately, despite what the public might believe, a lot of psychiatry is trial and error, trying to figure out the right medication for the right patient. If there had been a correct diagnosis here, I think a lot of this could have been averted. And this doctor that was on the stand, Dr. Tufts, was also a recent graduate from her residency and didn't have a lot of experience. So I think what I take from this case is that we do have a maternal mental health crisis in this country. 1 out of every 5 mothers in the perinatal period is suffering from a mental health disorder. 30% of maternal deaths during this period is directly attributable to suicide and overdoses, but yet 75% of them are untreated. So that's what I take from this.
What do you think the verdict will be?
I think this woman was clearly mentally ill, but I think it's wrong to put the mental health system on trial here. It's deeply flawed. It needs to be reworked and overhauled, but we're doing the best we can with what we have. But I do think that at the end of the day, we're going to find that mental illness played a role here, and it did affect her ability to distinguish right from wrong.
Dr. Weber, thank you so much for coming on.
Yesterday, it's made me think about so many things, Casey, that don't even have to do necessarily with this trial, like just bigger societal problems. Like even the fact that she only saw her psychiatrist on telehealth when she was having serious problems. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem good.
I have to tell you, I 100% agree with you. It is incredibly convenient for therapists and doctors to do telehealth. You don't have to have any overhead. You just, you can do it from your home office. The money still keeps coming in, but it's a bad idea for a lot of symptoms. And I know you're going, well, with psychiatry, who cares? It's not like you have to put a tongue depressor in their mouth and check down their throat, but it does matter. It matters because you can't see if she's wringing her hands underneath the desk that she's talking from. You can't see if her knees are jittery. You can't see if she is just wearing stained clothing from the waist down, that show that she's given up on just taking care of herself, and in terms of self-care and in terms of just doing her laundry. Are her nails trimmed? Are they dirty? Does she have applesauce all over her jeans? Things like that you would know if she came into the office and be able to see her in real time. The other thing, Brian, I think you bring up is just that these healthcare providers, and this is really the fault of the insurance companies that don't want to pay them, they churn these accounts like crazy. They really have tremendous pressure on them. Literally algorithms built into their software. You must see the patient they go 17 minutes is all that she ever saw. Some of these doctors, I'm like, that's 7 minutes more than most doctors spend with their patients. And I don't want to hold the doctors blameless on this at all, because I do think that there's a lot of blame to be pointed in their direction, and the civil suit will take care of that. But at the same time, they're under tremendous pressure to see 100 patients, in a week, in a day sometimes. And I think she was getting typical treatment, not good treatment, but really typical treatment from these healthcare providers.
This is still supposed to go on for a couple more weeks. What do you think we'll see from the defense side?
Well, we've got a defense attorney in Reddington. He is a pit bull.
Yeah.
He is in his 70s. He's tried, I think, hundreds of cases, and he's really good at what he does. I have never seen anyone like such a firebrand on cross. I mean, yes, he's in the top 10, I would argue. And they were very smart to get him. He's collected his evidence, and he has already made a very strong move with this civil case that's going on. He has all of that information that was developed in the civil case about the medications that she was on. I mean, we've already had these amazing moments where he's like, yeah, the police came in and they took her meds, and they keep saying they have 7 meds. Then I went there with Patrick. I found all kinds of other meds that the police didn't find. And he literally presents the nightstand drawer full of medications. And we now have a count going from 7 to 14 medications. I mean, this is really compelling. And of course, we haven't heard all the evidence, but I am completely convinced just by what I've read so far in the civil suit that she was over-medicated, that the right hand didn't know what the left was doing with regard to all of her health care providers. You know, they just go to the records, but they aren't asking her questions. Like, okay, we may have taken you off of Seroquel. How is the Klonopin working? Where's your Seroquel? Did you bring the bottle with you? Because I would really like to do a pill count and make sure you don't have any extras at home, because you shouldn't be taking these two things together. I mean, did they ever have these conversations with her? Or what scares me the most is they're like, oh, you're a nurse, you know what you're doing, without any credence to the fact that she is an incredibly mentally ill new mother. Maybe they trumped that with her nursing background status, didn't ask her the right questions, or just assumed that because she was a healthcare provider herself, she would know what to do. But the fact that they had her pill bottles were in the vehicle belonging to Patrick because he was taking them to her healthcare provider. You know how your doctor says, bring all your meds with you, because they want to know what you're taking, and you can't remember everything. And there were some in the nightstand drawer, some in his car, some around the house. I mean, this woman was drowned.
We return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel sidebar, please.
Freaking sidebar. Oh, my Lord. We'll be back.
In just the 3 or 4 months before this horrible incident happened. And I truly think she was over-medicated, that there were contraindications between some of these drugs, that no one was making sure that she was titrated off the drugs that she was taking. There's a lot of very specific care that goes with taking these mental health drugs, both the antidepressants and the mood stabilizers, and of course the anti-anxiety medications. You take too many of them at once, where you're not off of the old one when you start the new one, this can happen. So to answer your question, I think all of this is going to be brought up. It will be a battle of the experts, but I think this defense attorney is going to bring on experts that are just going to completely hammer home the fact that Lindsay Clancy was not of this world when she killed her children. She was in a psychotic state caused not only by the postpartum psychosis, but perhaps aggravated by a cocktail of drugs that she either wasn't in control of her doses or was making mistakes on how she took them.
Do you think we could see a hung jury at the end? Because there are some people, at least that I know, that I've just been chatting about the case with. Some people are very black and white on this issue. I mean, they do not have sympathy for Lindsay Clancy because she killed her 3 kids. They don't care about the mental illness component. And it's just like, this is awful and she's got to pay. I mean, if there's a couple of those or even one of those on the jury, I think that could happen, don't you?
I absolutely do think it would happen, but for exactly the reasons you say, because people are operating with emotions instead of the rule of law, instead of logic, instead of going through the evidence. And we see that happen all the time. That's why we always say that cases are won or lost in jury selection. And in this particular case, you know, we have these 12 women and 6 men, okay? And I've done a lot of background research on Andrea Yates' second jury in her second trial, the one that found her not guilty by reason of insanity. And I truly believe that they had a very good jury on that second trial, and which is the reason that she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. The key was that they specifically chose women who, even if they were mothers, were older mothers, mature mothers, maybe in their 50s or 60s, not the mothers of young children. And they went for very highly educated people. I think 2 of the women had psychology degrees on the Andrea Yates trial. It just shows, you know. So what will we get with this jury? We don't know who the alternates are going to be until the very end, right? And then they decide who's going to deliberate and who's going to be an alternate. They all have to listen with equally open ears through the whole trial, not knowing whether they will be on the deliberation team or not. In theory, we could get 12 women in this jury trial. And I think that would be terrible for the defense, because if there are any young mothers there, I think will be almost impossible for them to override their education and logic and get away from their emotions. And that could be very bad news for Lindsay Clancy. But if we get it, I would like to see 6 men, 6 women in the final jury. I would like to see a really nice balanced cross section. And I'm really not afraid if there are young mothers on the
Thank you for being here. We are back from this other break. Please hit the like and subscribe if you're not. I have a feeling we are going to be ending the day early. It's been a toss-up really for the last
All set.
the last 20 minutes or so.
Yes, I am still under oath.
So they're going to continue. So they're going to try and continue. Okay.
All right, jury.
I thought we were going to end it early. We only got 20 more minutes. Why wouldn't they just end it early and give her the day to calm down?
Court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right, Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow.
You had described previously the injuries to Cora's neck. Were there also injuries on her face that correlated to those marks?
Yes. On examination of her face, she showed diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face, most prominently around the skin of the eyes. She showed petechial hemorrhages on the inside of her eyelids as well as the inside of her lips.
And if I could have photo 2246, please. Doctor, there's a remote here. If you press and hold the top button, you can.
What's up, Aletta? I totally agree with you. It's one of the best I've seen. One of the best. You guys, very good. I totally agree with you. Thank you for hopping in.
Yes, in this photo, I have the lower lip pulled down, and on the inside of the lower lip, we can see punctate hemorrhages, which are the petechial hemorrhages.
Okay. And if you could, is that working for you? I can need to see that.
Man.
Yeah,
They should have just, why are they doing this? They should have just ended it for the day. She's already starting again.
When you talked about petechial hemorrhage in the eyes and eyelids, did it look similar to that?
Yes.
And basically it's those red marks all around the mouth, and then those same red marks were on the eyes.
Yes.
Eyelids, you tell me where they were.
So they are pinpoint hemorrhages that occur. And again, they were located on the inside of the eyelids. So I inverted the eyelids and I lift open the inside of the lips, and they were also in those locations.
And if we could have photo of 7784, please. You could tell us what injuries we're seeing here in this photo.
In this photo, we are looking at the body from the left, and you can see the ligature furrow in this photo. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior edge. You can also appreciate in this photo some small punctate hemorrhages or the petechial hemorrhages of the face.
And if you could show photo 7782, please.
Yeah, they're showing the photos and everything, huh?
In this photo, we are looking at the front of the neck, again, focused on the ligature furrow, which is this distinct area, linear area of pallor. And on the front of her neck, the lower half of this ligature furrow had scattered red abrasions associated with it.
You can take down the photo. What are abrasions in terms of what you do?
So abrasion occurs when there is sufficient friction against the skin to cause a removal of the superficial layer of the skin.
Is it basically a scrape?
Yes.
And can we have photo 2256, please? You can tell us what we're looking at here, please.
This is a close-up photo of the back of the neck. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior linear edges. You can appreciate that the linear edges in this photo started to develop linear bruising.
And were there other injuries on the body other than those on the neck and the face?
What is the
Yes,
point of
she
showing
had injuries
her?
to her right arm and on her legs.
What is the point of showing her?
And if I could show you photograph 7789.
We can hear her. Let's switch back to the
Tell us what
witness
we're looking at
camera
here.
person.
This is an up-close photo where we can see a very small, faint bruise. All of the bruises on her legs as well as her right arm consisted of small scattered bruises.
And if we could have photo 7770. What are we seeing here?
This is an image focused on her right leg. Here we see 3 bruises on her knee and 2 bruises on her left lower leg. This is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site where the needle enters the bone.
And if we could see 7790, please. What are we seeing here?
This is a photo, a close-up photo of her left leg. Again, we can see a bruise here as well as a bruise here on her left lower leg.
And then the last photo, 2233. I'm sorry, one more after that. What are we seeing here in this photograph?
In this photo, we can see the bruises I described earlier, as well as the inside of her left ankle. We're seeing 2 additional bruises.
And if we could see photograph 7794. What is shown in this photo?
This is an image of her left leg, again showing the 2 bruises close to her left ankle and then additional bruises on her left lower leg.
And then 7775, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is an image of her right arm extended, and I have the image focused on her right bicep where there was 3 small bruises.
And in terms of bruising, are you able to tell the age of a bruise by looking at it?
No.
Can you tell whether it's a fresh or an old bruise?
So generally speaking, we can appreciate the color of bruises. So red, blue, purple bruises tend to be bruises that occur more recently. And as they heal over time, they start to take on a yellow or green appearance.
And the bruises that you observed on Cora's body, how did they appear?
They all had versions of red appearance to their shapes.
So because they had red appearance, does that mean that they are fresh wounds?
They occurred recently.
And again, you can't tell how they occurred or what the exact time and date they occurred.
Correct.
Is there any information you can glean from the location of the wounds where some of the bruises were close together, like the 3 on the knee or the 2 on the lower right leg?
No, I can only document where they are and their measurements.
Now, if I may have a moment.
Sure.
Going back to the injuries on her neck, what do those tell you based on your training and experience, when you're trying to determine the cause of death? What do those wounds tell you?
When I see a ligature furrow that is horizontally oriented in association with significant petechial hemorrhages, those findings are consistent with a ligature strangulation.
And what is ligature strangulation?
Again, a ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck, and a strangulation is when it is done by someone else.
And when that happens, what effect does it have on the body? How does it? What is the mechanism of death?
Ligature strangulation results in a category of asphyxial type of deaths. Asphyxia means that the body is deprived of oxygen, and in this case, specifically the brain. So when you have compression on the outside of the neck, blood is how oxygen is delivered throughout our body. So the right side of the heart delivers blood to our lungs, where during breathing and respiration, we then put oxygen to our blood. It then moves to the right side of our heart and gets pushed out to our body through blood vessels we call arteries. Once the oxygen is released at its targeted site, it then recirculates to the right side of the heart through blood vessels called veins, and the process starts all over again. It's a continuous circulation. But when you have compression of the neck, first and foremost, your airways reduce, it's compressed. So you can have a reduction in your ability to breathe or complete inhibition in your ability to breathe. When you have compressions of the veins of the neck, the blood cannot drain from the head. And so then the blood actually has a backwards flow of pressure that meets the arterial blood. And that results in an increase of blood pressure within the blood vessels, as well as an overall increase in intracranial pressure. And with the compression of the artery, there's no oxygenated blood being delivered to the brain.
And as this blood is gathering in the face and head area, is that kind of causing the same type of pressure as a balloon filling up?
Yes, or like a water pipe as well.
And what happens as that blood pools and causes that pressure in the face and the head?
What normally happens is, first and foremost, the brain just has a reduced ability to take in oxygen. And in the smallest vessels in the face and brain, such as capillaries or venules, they are subject to rupture.
And as that pressure is building in those veins and are rupturing, is that painful?
Just like our blood vessels run throughout all of our body, there are nerves throughout all of our body as well. And so there is a component of pain present until loss of consciousness occurs.
And how long can it take, or does it take, for loss of consciousness to happen?
I cannot put a specific time on it for the interval. There's multiple variables to consider in a case-by-case basis. The type of ligature used, the force of the ligature used against the neck, as well as the intensity and duration of the altercation. However, in situations where there's complete oxygen deprivation, loss of consciousness can occur as early as 10 to 30 seconds, with brain damage beginning at the 1 minute mark and irreversible brain damage and subsequent death occurring around as early as 5 minutes, again, with the caveat that there are variables that might accelerate or decelerate that time frame.
Is there a type of constant pressure that's required to cause that loss of consciousness?
Ultimately, once the brain has a critically low level of oxygen, a loss of consciousness will occur. It takes an average of 4 pounds to compress the veins of the neck and an average of around 10 pounds to compress the arteries of the neck.
And so if someone's squeezing something or pulling something around the neck at that 4 pounds or 10 pounds of pressure in a consistent basis without any resistance, does unconsciousness happen faster?
It could occur faster, yes.
What if someone's resisting or struggling or pulling away? Could that take longer?
When the body is in a state of stress, you have a stress response that demands an actual increase in oxygen utilization by our body. So in the presence of an increased demand with a decreased amount being delivered to the brain, it can accelerate the timeline to loss of consciousness.
What do you mean by accelerate the time to loss of consciousness?
No, overall, you can ask.
It would just make it occur faster.
And so if that pressure isn't constant, say someone struggles and is able to get free a little bit, and then you have to tighten it again, does that make it take longer?
Sustain.
You said anywhere from 5 to 30 seconds. What are the factors? I'm sorry, you said 10 to 30 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, for loss of consciousness.
What are the factors that are at play for whether it's 10 seconds or 30 seconds?
Again, there's multiple variables. So the force of the ligature against the neck, the actual ligature itself, and the intensity and duration of the altercation.
And once someone loses consciousness, do they immediately die?
No. So if there's no intervention, the brain continues to have a lack of oxygen. And so until the brain cells start to die, it's irreversible injury to the brain. The person is alive until the body can no longer sustain the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
Counsel, we've had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
This is your witness.
I know, and I can impeach with an inconsistent statement.
Oh, what? 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 He said, "This is your witness." He literally said, "This is your witness." A contradictory statement? What the hell is... Yeah, you missed it. You missed a hell of a day, Hopper. Hopefully you had a quick, peaceful day. By the way, we are only 19 subs from hitting a goal of 17,600 by the end of the live. Subscribe now if you haven't. Hit the like, and thank you for being here. Appreciate it very much. Make sure you hit the notification bell to all and come hang out with us tomorrow. We'll be doing our day 12 recap before the show, and then we'll be doing our day 13 coverage of the trial. Thank you all for being here.
Is subject to oxygen deprivation and brain cells start to die. It's irreversible, and so it will continue to progress towards death if there's no intervention.
What do you mean by intervention?
Resuscitative efforts, if somebody tried to give CPR.
It would be your opinion that pressure would need to be continually applied even after losing consciousness to cause death?
Sustained.
Hold
on. Sustained. Next question.
So your testimony is that you can strangle someone for 30 seconds, let go, and then they die?
I said that in this presence of complete oxygen deprivation, there is a general time frame. And so 30 seconds, I cannot give a specific number to that. Once strangulation occurs, again, the brain starts to be subjected to a lack of oxygen. So whether the ligature is present or whether the ligature is not present, the oxygen deprivation and irreversible brain damage is already occurring.
And there's no coming back from that?
Not without intervention. It's very unlikely. Again, the brain cannot heal those cells.
Did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, to medical certainty, as the cause of death of Cora?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
And was that by manual strangulation?
By strangulation.
Mechanical strangulation, I mean. Yes. Did you also examine or do an autopsy on Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
And when was that?
January 25th.
And did you observe injuries on Dawson Clancy when you did the external examination?
I did observe injuries to Dawson. He had trauma to his neck with associated injuries of the head, as well as minor injuries to his left arm and his legs.
And if we could pull up photo 2166.
Do you think they're doing it on purpose, Miriam? You think they're purposely asking?
What are we
do you
seeing
think?
in this photo?
Do you think they're purposely
This photo
asking these
is
questions
a picture
to make it
of
work?
the lower lip of Dawson being pulled down, and we can see, again, similar to Cora, these petechial hemorrhages on the inside of the mouth.
And can you also see them on the eyes in this photo?
You can see periorbital petechial hemorrhages, so the skin around the eye.
And were there also those same type of hemorrhages when you lifted the eyelid?
Yes.
And if we could have photo 2149. What are we seeing here?
Dawson on his neck, similar to Cora, had a linear horizontally oriented ligature furrow consisting of an area of pallor around the neck. He had distinct superior and inferior edges to his furrow as well. This is on the back side of the neck, where we can also appreciate abrasions that are in line or parallel with the inferior and superior edges of the furrow.
And if we could have photo 2147, please. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we can appreciate the distinct area of pallor here on the neck, again representing the ligature furrow with diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face.
And what are we seeing there on his shoulder?
This is just some dried body fluid.
And if we could see photo 2151, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is a similar photograph to the one just shown here, where you can see the distinct area of pallor representing the ligature furrow with superior and inferior edges, and again, the diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the face.
And these photos of Dawson's face, the petechial hemorrhaging on the face, appear to be darker than those and more expansive than those on Cora's face, correct?
They appear more prominent in Dawson than in Cora, yes.
And what can cause the damage being more prominent and more dispersed over the face?
Again, petechial hemorrhages occur as a result of rupturing of small vessels in the skin. And so the fact that there are more present in Dawson is indicative that there were moments where some blood did reach or push through the furrow or the ligature in little spikes or peaks, which would just result in momentary increases in blood pressure that would result in more petechial hemorrhages.
And what would cause that blood being able to flow?
Any movement against the carotid arteries. The carotid arteries are thicker and more muscular than the veins, so they're more likely to push through with the blood. So that could be movement of the ligature or movement of the person handling the ligature or movement of Dawson himself.
So it could be from Dawson struggling, or it could be from more pressure or force of the ligature?
Yes, changes in the pressure of the ligature.
And if I could see photo 2143, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is the back of his left forearm. It is a little pale with the light, but there were 3 small bruises on the back of his left forearm.
And going to photo 2155. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is a picture of us. So at this point position, Dawson is face down. So we're looking at the side of his right leg, and we can see a small faint bruise here.
And then going to photo 2144. What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is an up-close photograph, but I can appreciate that there are small bruises in the center of the image.
And photograph 2156. What are we seeing in this photograph?
In this photograph, we're looking at the back of the legs. The one closest to us is the left leg. The one farthest from us is the right. You can see bruises here, here, and here, as well as the inside of the right knee.
And so when you said here, here, and here, that was the outer portion of the
left upper leg.
Thank you. We could have photo 2119, please. What is depicted in this photograph?
This is an up-close photo of his hands.
And is there any significance to the blueness of the fingernails?
I would not have called these necessarily blue or cyanotic. That would be more of the discoloration of his face. There is some subtle blueness to the nail beds, which is again a sign of cyanosis, which is just reflective of a decrease in oxygen in the body.
And last photo is the PDF, please. What are we seeing here?
This image, Dawson is face up, and we can see his right and left legs. Here on his right lower leg, we see small bruises. On his right knee, left knee, we are seeing a bruise. And here is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site.
And what are you able to tell us about the bruises on Dawson in terms of whether they're fresh or old?
They were all red and purple in appearance, so they were more recent.
And based on your examination of Dawson, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And did you determine that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what was that?
Asphyxia.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit the original photos of Cora and Dawson as for identification, and the other, the ones that were just shown to the jury as exhibits.
So mark the first set for identification.
N and O for identification.
Right. Then over the defendant's objection.
Wow, they're going long today.
Using the same analysis as stated in the sidebar, those other photographs may be admitted.
The photos of Cora and then Dawson as the next exhibits, please.
It's 228 and 229.
And then excuse me, that certificate of Cora Marie Clancy as the next exhibit.
I have no objection to that.
All right. That may be admitted.
And the that certificate of Dawson William Clancy as the next exhibit. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. Reddington?
Nothing.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
By the way, we're only 8 subs away from our goal of 17,600. If you're not subscribed, please consider doing so. Help us hit that goal today. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you very much.
Ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I would expect the schedule similar to what we had today. I'm going to remind you again, don't talk about this case. Don't read about this case. Don't read about any similar cases. Don't watch anything. Don't do any research. Put this out of your head for tomorrow morning. All right? And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
Court, all rise. Good. Was it go first? Place them on your chairs, please. This way, please.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was on mute. We'll be live around 7:30, 8 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. We'll be doing our day 12 recap before day 13 live trial.
Counsel, anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No, thank you.
We are only
So we'll be
8
in
subs
recess
away
on this matter till,
from the
tomorrow
goal
night.
of 17,600. If you're not subscribed already, please consider doing so. Help us reach that goal before the end of the show. Thank you all for being here today. It was definitely a roller coaster and a couple blunders mixed in between. So we'll be covering that on our recap again tomorrow morning, 7:30, 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern. We'll be going live just shortly, maybe an hour, hour and a half before the trial. As we always do our little recap of the previous day, discuss it a little bit, and then we dive into the live trial. Let me do a refresh to check real quick, see how close we are. 1598. We only need 2 more subs. Can we get 2 more subs to hit our goal? Also, if you're not subbed to Rosie Overtime, one of our reporters here at the EvilleCJ Media Network, go sub up to her as well. And she'll be joining us tomorrow as we do the day 12 recap. Crazy stuff here. I'm surprised they didn't end it early. Especially with, but who knows? They got a lot of pictures to go through. They have a lot more of the testimony when it comes to these medical professionals that handled the children. And even more photos are going to be shown. I don't know how the jury can get it out of their head for the night after seeing photos like that. I can only imagine what that can do to somebody's mind and how it's going to stick through. So again, please subscribe if you haven't. Hit the like. Make sure you hit the notification bell. Set it to all. Come join us tomorrow as we go through day 13. Join us for the recap if it's not too early for you. And thank you so much. We hit the goal of 17,600. Shout out to you, the community. Thank you so much. Let's give you all a round of applause real quick. Thank you for being a part of the community. We appreciate you so much. Have a peaceful, positive afternoon, evening, whatever it is, wherever you are, and we will see you on the next one. Love you guys. Stay safe. And like Logan said earlier, make sure you go hug somebody you love. Okay? Do that now. I'd hug you if I could, but we got this between us. I still love you. We'll see you tomorrow.